A monster with countless bloodshot eyes was roaring in the darkened sky. In 2045, Earth was facing horrific, brutal creatures. Many soldiers who fought in the battles had already died. They simply couldn't withstand those razor-sharp claws. The colossal monster stared down at the fallen on the battlefield. At that moment, a young man went pale with fear at its attack. Is this the end? He collapsed to his knees before those sharp talons, as if surrendering to fate. But unexpectedly, a guy charged in and sliced through one of the monster's tentacles with his sword. It was so stunned that it gaped at the hole that appeared in its body. Soon after, the monster went into a blood frenzy, aiming its sharp claws straight at the young man. He frowned and unleashed a flurry of precise slashes that cut those tentacles into pieces. The creature still refused to give up. It swung a massive tentacle toward the standing young man. He only had time to squeeze his eyes shut as the huge appendage hovered above his head. The young man quickly drew his pistol and fired directly at that tentacle. This man was Han Zung, commander of Earth's last defense force. Han Zung turned and said, "Stand up, I'll keep going." The man who had been saved only then came to his senses. He quickly raised his gun and fired continuously at the monster. Han Zung shouldered his long rifle and moved forward. By then, after endless battles, only a few survivors remained. Han Zung set his jaw and pulled the rifle back to gain momentum. He knelt on one knee and aimed straight ahead. Their target was right in front of them. Suddenly, a golden magical barrier appeared directly in front of the monster. Han Zung was stunned by this strange phenomenon, silently asking, "What is that?" Before he could understand, he found himself being sucked inward without knowing when it had happened. When his teammates saw Han Zung vanish, they panicked and called for their commander. Meanwhile, in a strange space, with chains everywhere, a mysterious voice echoed, "Answer the summons, Han Zung." He was immediately bound by countless cords, his breath growing labored. Han Zung, bound in midair, stared in fear at the crowd buzzing before him. Unbelievable, we really succeeded. So this is the rumored otherworldly hero. He glanced at the metal on his hands, wondering what these glowing chains were. Where am I? At that moment, Han pulled his hood down, stepped forward, and said, "Otherworldly hero, welcome to the Empire." Dale could only listen in stunned silence to those strange words. He stroked his beard and said earnestly, "I know this is abrupt, but please defeat the Demon King and save our world." Han Zung frowned, confused. "Wait, Demon King? What are you talking about? Where am I? Who are you people? This is not the time for nonsense. I should be in Korea." Han angrily extended his palm, brimming with spiritual energy as a threat. "Shut up." A second later, bolts of lightning struck him along with the incantation. The binding oath had been activated. He controlled the magic in the air, warning, "Stop resisting. If you behave while I'm still being merciful, this spell won't harm you." Han Zung couldn't breathe, tears streaming down his face, silently thinking, "When were you ever merciful?" Then he brushed his hands off and pleaded, "Please destroy the Demon King." He tossed his sword into the magic circle on the ground, emphasizing each word, "And save our empire. If you agree, we can send you back to your world. Will you accept this offer?" That said, the people there glanced at Han Zung with cold, hard eyes. He pressed his lips together, furrowed his brow, and felt utterly conflicted by the situation. Han Zung had no other choice and relented. "Fine, I'll do it." Thus Han Zung was summoned to a completely foreign world to fight as the Empire's otherworldly hero. He worked without stop, joining countless expeditions. Time and again Han Zung swung his sword, slaughtering hordes of monsters. He completed every Imperial mission. 3 years, 5 years, 10 years. He sacrificed his youth to kill the Demon King. Van El was Han Zung finally free. Every night he dreamed of what he'd do when he returned home. But then the man requested, "Han Zung, I'll tell you your next mission." He scowled in resentment. "You never promised that." The man sipped his tea and calmly replied, "Saving the Empire isn't just about killing the Demon King. There are still those who oppose unifying the Empire. They must be eliminated. I cannot allow the opposition to rise. You only need to handle this threat. Kill him, the Night Kingdom of Teotonia's Ba Dio, and then you'll be free." Han cast a sidelong glance, the corner of his mouth twitching. "Do us this one more favor." Though Han Zung wanted to resist, the chains around his neck restrained him. A dog with a chain around its neck has no choice. Bastards! Smoke and fire erupted everywhere once again. When will this end? In the Night Kingdom of Teotonia, Han Zung and Ba Dio were now dueling with swords. After a while, he managed to drive his blade into the man's body. Ba Dio cried out in pain. I didn't expect you to be so stupid." He pulled his sword out, voice weak. "I had no other choice. Sorry, Ba Dio." He challenged the otherworldly hero, Han Zung, sweat pouring down, then continued, "Don't apologize to me, Han Zung." He slid down the wall. The next words left him stunned. "Because soon you too will be discarded." Han sighed, raised his hand, and murmured, "It's over. Finally, I can go home." not knowing when Brandon Bird had slipped in behind him. Suddenly, two golden cords wrapped around Han Zung's neck, startling him. The old man stepped forward and plunged his sword into Han Zung's chest before he could react. A dangerous tone rang out. "Well done, otherworldly hero." Han Zung bent over, spat a mouthful of blood, and called out the name Count Brandon Bird. The man sneered. "Han Zung, you fought wonderfully these past years. You've served like a loyal hunting dog of the Empire. I, the Grand General, and the Holy Knights all acknowledge that." He glared, forcing out an insult. "You despicable hypocrites, so it was all a lie. You never intended to send me home." Brandon Bird withdrew his sword from Han Zung, blood spattering. He taunted, "Why do it? A hunting dog only knows how to bite." As his body collapsed to the ground, the man gloated. "Farewell, Han Zung." With a dazed look, he cursed under his breath. "I knew they wouldn't let me go easily, but damn it, I'll never forget this humiliation." A flash of light suddenly burst from Han Zung. He harbored a bitter grudge. "I'll make this damn empire pay with total annihilation." That night, one life closed its eyes while another was born. At that moment, a newborn boy opened his eyes. Cheers rang in his ear. "Congratulations, madam, it's a boy." The sweating mother reached out to grasp the tiny hand and whispered, "My beloved, I am your mother." Han Zung, now in the body of the baby Dale, looked at the couple before him in surprise. "Who are they? I've seen this face before." He shut his eyes as he was stroked, then quickly realized, "I remember now, that man is the summoner and the continent's most powerful dark mage, Duke Saxon. And this place must be the Empire's forbidden magic center, Necropolis, where the Black Tower stands." The one-time-use resurrection stone had been activated. It was the item he had hidden, the forbidden relic to escape the fate of a hunting dog. Unexpectedly, he had been reborn as the eldest son of Duke Saxon's family, one of the Empire's most prestigious nobles. Dale smiled with delight. "So this time I was literally born with a silver spoon, huh? When I grow up and master summoning arts, I'll wipe out those damned Empire bastards." Len felt a bit unsettled. "Nurse, the baby hasn't cried at all." The nurse rubbed her chin, pondering. "Strange, the breathing is clear, yet the baby makes no sound." The lady of the house worried. "Could you examine the boy closely?" Dale pursed his lips in annoyance. "I'm not a child to cry that easily, am I?" The nurse picked him up and checked him over. His breathing was steady, so there was no cause for alarm. Len frowned. "Isn't a baby that doesn't cry considered an ill omen?" The nurse reassured him. "Don't worry. But if you truly want the young master to cry..." The nurse gave his bottom a hard smack. The sudden hit stunned Dale, both painful and embarrassing. The two of them laughed at his pale face. "The boy's stubborn. He must have inherited your strong will." The couple beamed at Dale. The lady reached out and called, "Come, let me hold him." Dale, still green, grumbled, "You fools, your sons are perfectly fine, you know." Alina held him face down and raised her arm high. Dale squeezed his eyes shut, cursed under his breath, bracing for another blow. But she gently stroked his little bottom instead, which surprised him. Dale inhaled deeply, taking in everything in this place. The moment the gentle hand touched his skin, an image of Han Zung surfaced. He lifted his shirt, wiped his wound, and murmured, "When was the last time I felt warmth like this?" In his previous life, Han Zung had only been able to fumble along alone, taking care of himself. Now he was Dale. The soft hands of the young noblewoman, his new mother, radiated the affection he had never known in all those years. Han Zung, who had never shed a tear, now upon awareness, could not hold back his tears and sobbed like a newborn child should. Len sat on the bed and said softly, "It's been 8 years since Dale was born, hasn't it? Time really flies." Alina nodded. "That's right. Is Dale still in his room? Since he was 4, the boy has never left his books." He took her hand, showing affection. "It must take after its mother. It seems he's starting to take an interest in magic." Alina smoothed his hair and asked, "Oh, you still remember, right? The vow between us." He thought of Dale sitting with a book and continued, "You mean the promise not to teach Dale soul summoning, right?" She beamed. "You remember?" Len replied firmly, "Of course I remember, my love. Don't worry, Dale's birthday is tomorrow. I'm preparing a gift for him." A sudden knock at the door surprised him. Who would visit at this hour? At that moment made Hio-Hai burst in shouting, "Duke!" In the study, the young Master Dale has fainted. The next words left both husband and wife utterly stunned. Calls rang out everywhere. Dale hurriedly pushed the door and ran in. "Are you all right?" There he was, kneeling on the floor, mana radiating around him. Dale turned his face and called out, "Mother, father." Alina clutched his coat in fear, stammering, "Dale." She rushed over to check him all over. "Are you hurt anywhere? What on earth happened?" Dale winced but replied politely, "I'm fine, mother." Meanwhile, Len, face stern, raised his hand to sense the spiritual energy. "I can feel mana spreading through the air." Dale is only 8 years old. On the other side, Alina was still distraught. Dale tried to squirm, "Please let me go." Suddenly, Len clasped his hands behind his back and approached Dale with killing intent. "You're the one who released the mana inside you. Terrified, he thought, I knew father would notice something odd. I'm done, for I didn't expect my mana to erupt this early. Dale trembled and stammered, that. Inside he panicked. If I don't answer quickly, father will suspect my identity. Contrary to what he feared, Len smiled gently. He ruffled his hair and praised, as expected, you're truly my son. It's a pity I can't teach you soul control. This made Dale extremely curious. You can't teach me soul control? What about my vendetta? Alina, standing nearby, interjected. The servants will tidy this place up. Go back to your room. He sighed in resignation. Yes, mother. After that, Dale hugged the book to his chest and left. Len then went to his wife's side and said, Alina, I've just thought of a gift for Dale. A while later, at Dale's birthday celebration, the people in the hall whispered and buzzed. Has the Count arrived? It's the young master's birthday after all. Of course I had to be present. It seems all the nobles of the Black Marquisate have gathered. But when will the young master appear? Indeed, it's been a long time since there's been such a grand banquet. The host of the party, Dale, sat pensively in the second-floor gallery, listening to the chatter. It seemed the event started later than planned, so lively. So tired. I didn't expect so many people to come to celebrate my birthday. Maybe because I was treated coldly as a hero. Their current treatment of me as a young master still feels a bit forced. But that table-smashing incident the other day still nags at me. I didn't expect that remembering my time as a hero would make my mana surge so strongly with this power. Missing out on soul control is truly regrettable. I heard father came up with I'll ask him to teach me soul control instead of a present. Not probably too difficult. At that moment, Alina in an elegant dress approached and waved. Sorry to keep you waiting, Dale, he cheerfully called mother. She smiled like a blooming flower. Happy 8th birthday, my child. Dale looked at the cloaked figure beside Alina and asked curiously, who's standing back there? Alina raised her hand as a reminder. Go greet them, quick. The mysterious person began to pull down the hood. It was the elder of the Azure Magic Tower, master of water magic, the venerable Esfia. Alina added, he will be your instructor from now on. Dale was surprised. Esfia smiled warmly. I'm honored to assist. She winked and whispered to him, Happy birthday, son. Dale, slightly bewildered, elder of the Azure Tower as my teacher. So mother wants me to learn water magic, the defensive and support type. Of course she doesn't want me studying dark magic. Esfia spread his hands and said, Dale, may I speak with you privately for a moment? He replied timidly, Yes, Master Esfia. Not long after, they stood in a place covered in white snow. Esfia's voice echoed, I don't know if you've heard, but I've been assigned to teach you water magic. Aren't you disappointed? Surely there are other schools of magic you'd prefer to learn, right? Dale blurted out, How did you know? She held up a finger, wanting to learn soul control. Your father's dark magic is understandable. However, the Duke of Black's marriage conditions are known throughout the Empire. When Miss Alina was proposed to, she was terrified by his brutal reputation. To reassure her, he vowed he would not pass his cursed legacy on to his children. On the wedding day, the elders of the Black Tower set aside their familiar black robes and wore pure white to prove their oath. Because it is a sacred covenant, you cannot learn dark magic for now. But I will try to persuade Miss Alina. Are you willing to learn under my guidance? Dale flustered, but aren't you afraid of dark magic or soul control? You're of a clan that respects the laws of nature. Resurrecting the dead isn't against nature. Esfia laughed. Interesting. What about priests who tend the dying? Are they acting in accordance with nature? He fell silent and listened. To me, soul control and resurrection are no different. Dale suddenly realized Esfia was unlike the usual dogmatic people. Perhaps he would be a teacher beyond expectations. He continued, Then let's begin the lesson. I heard you formed a small fragment of a mana array a few days ago. The first goal is to expand that fragment to complete a level 1 mana circle. Dale was very surprised and looked up. Oh, a level 1 circle, he thought. Coincidentally, most of the spellbooks I've read recently require reaching that level to practice. Then I'll use this chance to create my first circle. Esfia began instructing, Place your hand over your heart and focus your mind. He followed exactly. Yes, master. Afterward, Dale slowly opened his eyes. This place was another world, different from Earth. It was saturated with mana. However, except for ancient beings like dragons, directly manipulating raw mana is impossible. Therefore, I need a mana circle within the heart, a filter-like structure that refines raw mana before use. That circle gathers the scattered mana fragments around the heart, assembles them into a complete ring, then sets that ring spinning around the heart. Feeling the circle surround him, Dale whispered, So the mana circle is the conduit that engraves the mana flow into the heart. I just need to follow Master Esfia's instructions. Outside, Esfia continued explaining. Start with the first step, Practice guiding the mana flow to rotate around the heart in a steady, sequential manner. Usually this process takes at least a month, so don't rush. Dale opened his eyes, looked at his palm, and murmured, "Master." Immediately a blue circle appeared, surprising him. "I did it." Esfia froze and blurted out, "What?" She looked at the small hands manipulating mana, completely baffled. A child who just began training can form a circle in minutes. If that child truly possesses innate talent then. Esfia covered his mouth with a hand and asked curiously, "Can you try releasing mana along that circle?" Dale immediately closed his eyes, concentrated energy into the circle and replied, "I'll try." For a normal child, just expelling mana through the circle would be exhausting. That alone wouldn't let me take revenge on the Empire, nor keep up with the Black Marquis. In my past life, I used only mana seals to cast offensive spells. But this time is different. This body inherited the Black Tower Master's ability to absorb ambient mana. Maybe I'll learn more than just water magic. An energy began to run through Dale's body. He told himself, "Okay, focus. Guide the mana to flow to your fingertips and form a shard aimed straight at the Empire's throat." When the mana was full, he opened his eyes and pointed 2 fingers forward. The image of Han Zung from his previous life appeared. In an instant, a razor-sharp block of ice flashed into being. Esfia was stunned and swallowed. Generally, when mana is compressed then released, its shape breaks apart. But this crystallized into a relatively complete ice sphere, though emphasizing form might slightly reduce its destructive power. She stood back and watched every move. Dale aimed the ice block at the base of a nearby ancient tree. Instantly, a blinding explosion rang out. The tree split in 2. Esfia turned, dazed, watching the ancient tree topple. Tension showed across her face. She glanced at Dale, inwardly puzzled, sharp and hard enough to pierce a trunk. An 8-year-old couldn't have made this. Dale raised his hand in a light wave and smiled brightly. Esfia knelt and touched the wood gently. "My heavens! I thought the boy had only reached basic mana manipulation, yet he can release mana and fuse ice elements into it, even if it's only elementary magic." It performed a perfect absorption of the surrounding cold in such a flawless way. Seeing her dazed, Dale timidly asked, "Miss, did I do something wrong?" Esfia turned back and smiled softly. Looking at his apologetic face, she thought, for an innocent child to unconsciously produce such a sophisticated technique, his talent is extraordinary. She pictured the mana spinning, accumulating, then accelerating into a razor-sharp ice mass. The 3 formulas, velocity, crystallization, and compression, are the golden ratio of military magic. Esfia stared at Dale, who had his 2 index fingers together, and wondered, did the boy unconsciously reproduce a complete critical damage offensive spell? Again, he called, "Miss." Esfia instinctively raised a hand, stammering, "Ah, it's nothing. Now I understand why the Black Marquis regrets it so much." Not long after, she sat drinking tea in the large room. Len's voice sounded, "You said you couldn't teach Dale? Why not? A child who completes a circle in minutes should be fostered even more." Esfia interjected, "Young Master Dale just formed a circle and immediately cast a complete critical damage offensive spell." Hearing that, he was stunned. She pictured someone struck by that blow and explained, "It's hard to believe this was produced by an 8-year-old. A spell containing the golden ratio of military magic." Dale's youthful face after felling someone flashed through her mind. Esfia concluded decisively, "Your Grace, young Master Dale has a talent for killing." Len rubbed his chin and murmured, "As the Elder of the Azure Tower, the place that honors the doctrine of non-killing, do you intend to use that as an excuse to refuse teaching the boy?" Esfia took a sip of hot tea and answered, "Not at all." She thought of Dale happily wielding magic, then continued, "Precisely because he's like that, I all the more want to teach him myself and guide the child down the right path." He frowned, puzzled. "Then there's even less reason to refuse." Esfia unexpectedly let slip a remark that drained color from Len's face. "The Black Duke's dark magic. Young Master Dale seems to already possess the kind of magic I want to study. I've also heard about the Black Duke's love story," she went on. "I respect the promise made by you and Lady Alina, but that doesn't mean you have the right to decide your child's future. For someone with prodigious talent like this young master, all the more reason, Your Grace, you cannot." At the same time, Dale was eavesdropping outside the door, yet he remained glum. "I can't hear clearly what they're saying, but they're definitely talking about me, right?" He recalled Esfia's astonished expression and felt surprised. He hadn't expected his first spell to be so powerful. Even Esfia was utterly amazed. "I'll need to be more careful controlling my power from now on." Suddenly, a dark shape appeared right in front of him, forcing Dale to look up. His mood shifted in an instant, and he shouted happily, "Hey!" Dale looked at the man before him and cried out, "Uncle Hio Moot." The uncle just scratched his head and asked, "What are you doing here, kid?" He stood up and retorted, "And where did you come from, sir?" Hiomut reached out and hugged Dale, laughing. "Of course, because it's my duty to protect the Duke's lands." He lifted him high and excitedly recounted. "I just cleared out a pack of terrifying monsters." Dale eagerly guessed, "So you just conquered a dungeon." Dale's gaze suddenly grew contemplative, like an adult's. In this world, the appearance of dungeons and the spread of monsters are matters of state. Since the Demon King era, the damage caused by monsters has been significant. Therefore, the territory's knights must conquer unexplored dungeons. Their main duty is to eliminate monsters spilling out of those dungeons, especially in the Duchy of Jackson, where the situation is worst of all. He recalled himself as Han Zung in his previous life and blamed himself. The main cause of that was me. In the previous life, after the otherworldly hero defeated the Demon King, Duke Jackson was granted the Demon King's lands and ordered to subdue the monsters to turn them into imperial territory. Back in the present Dale side, in technical terms, they call that trash cleanup. As soon as he was set down, he warned, "Uncle Hiomut, don't get hurt." The uncle laughed loudly and teased, "The young master worries about me again." Suddenly a voice rang out, "What a heartening sight." The two turned. Dale softly called, "Father." Hiomut awkwardly bowed, "My respects, your grace." Len folded his arms, looked at him and praised, "This expedition must have been hard on you, Hiomut." At the same time, Alina and several servants approached. She cheerfully said, "Oh, everyone's gathered here." The three looked over. Dale curiously asked, "Mom, what brings you here?" Alina covered her mouth with her hand and softly called, "Dale." She bent down, smoothed his cheek and praised, "I heard you successfully formed the circle, right? My darling, you're so talented." Len added, "Congratulations, son." Alina turned back and winked at him. "If there's anything you wish for, just tell your father." That remark made Dale think, if I asked to learn soul summoning, would that be too scheming? What do kids my age usually want? After a moment's thought, Dale casually dropped a line that stunned them both. "I want a little sister." Len, embarrassed, replied softly, "All right, I'll try." Dale giggled, "Yes, father." The nearby soldiers couldn't hold back their laughter. One of them bowed his head and lightly chided Hiomut, "Please don't laugh, Captain." Time passed. Before long, the full moon rose to its zenith, bathing the area in light. Dale sprawled on the bed, thinking bitterly, at this age and having to act innocent. It's really a pain. I must be a little tired from using magic just now. Just as he drifted off, his eyes from his past life flew open, filled with terror. It was the scene of Brandon Bird stabbing Han Zung from behind. The old man's voice echoed, "Nice to see you again. Han Zung, how long has it been?" He couldn't speak through the pain. You. Brandon drove the blade deeper, lifting Han Zung's body off the ground. "Happy, aren't you? Living with kind parents in a warm home. Warm back, full stomach. You must think revenge no longer matters, right?" He radiated killing intent and emphasized each word. "The Empire will find you, Han Zung. They will hunt you until they finish you, until every trace of you vanishes from this world." Terrified, Dale suddenly woke up. His breathing became labored. A surge of mana appeared just above his heart, gathering in his chest until it felt unbearable. His heart felt like it would explode. Is this the legendary mana outbreak? Dale clutched his chest, staggered outside, cursing, "Damn imperial bastards. Do they really refuse to let me go?" Thinking that getting some cold air might help. Why does it feel worse instead? Suddenly, Esphia appeared right behind him. She said, "You look like you're in pain." Dale startled and turned, staring at the familiar, puzzled face. "Miss Esphia?" he whispered. She was forming a mana field and suddenly sensed the mana outbreak in his body. Truly a gifted child. But I still can't shake this unease. She reached out and gently touched Dale's chest. Her mana immediately dispersed the energy that had been accumulating in him. Esphia closed her eyes slightly, worried inwardly. If one day this child's magic were tainted by malice, I'm afraid it could be beyond saving. Dale innocently watched the small ring of spirit power in his hand, thinking, the mana outbreak is gone. A moment later, Esphia called out, "Dale." He looked up in confusion. Yes. She glanced to the side and explained. The nature of magic is a mirror of the soul. Therefore, even the same spell is expressed in different hues by each mage. Your magic carries the power to take life, a very dangerous force. That's why I feel fortunate to be the one to guide you. Dale took the book from Esphia's hand and asked curiously, "Sir, this is?" He looked at the spirit energy surrounding it and guessed, "Is this a grimoire on soul summoning?" She smiled brightly and hinted, "I think our meeting may be fate." Dale listened guilelessly to Esphia's blessing. "Happy birthday, Dale." Suddenly he lunged forward and hugged her tight, leaving Esphia a bit surprised. She laughed and teased, "You're so immature and adorable it's almost funny." A few days later on the plains outside the North Gate, Dale stood behind Esphia and asked in surprise, "Is that a rabbit?" She looked at the white rabbit and replied calmly, "That's right, remember the time you went hunting with your father? You quickly summoned magic in your hand. Yes, ma'am. The rabbit turned to look at the two of them, bewildered and unaware of what was about to happen. At that moment, Dale had already formed spirit energy in his hand and swung his arm back to build momentum. He aimed precisely and hurled a chunk of ice hurtling toward the rabbit. Right where they stood, magic circles appeared. Esfia watched intently. You strike so boldly, yet your fingertips don't tremble. She said, Dale, even spells of the same type can be extremely varied. Do you know why? He honestly replied, I still don't understand. Esfia explained, magic, after all, is a mirror of the inner self, using mana to realize what's in your heart. Therefore, a mage cannot hide the landscape of their own soul. Dale fell silent after hearing that, a drop of sweat rolling down his cheek. She continued, names like fire wall or other incantations are simply ways to steady one's mood. The magic towers operate the same way. The red tower worships order maintained through strength. There is always someone in the tower creating a fire orb to preserve that place. The azure tower, on the other hand, values harmony. The philosophy each tower pursues is reflected in the form of their magic. Besides the red and azure towers, there are the black tower, white tower, and green tower. When she finished speaking, Esfia smiled gently and exhaled a puff of white breath. But Dale still wore a puzzled expression that left her helpless. For a child like you, it's probably far too early to understand it all. Dale immediately turned his gaze to the unfortunate white rabbit, spirit energy surrounding him. He thought to himself, the most basic technique in soul summoning is to turn a corpse into a slave. Use mana to control the corpse. He focused seriously. A host of mana threads shot out from Dale's hand, embedding into the rabbit, into the base of its spine, its knees, and its joints. A second later, the rabbit opened its bloodshot eyes. Seeing his success, Esfia praised, Well done, Dale. Can you proceed to the next step? He guided it while answering, Yes, ma'am. Dale poured all his effort in, forming an ice armor over the creature's body. A bluish energy spread from his eyes. Dale slammed his palm down on the ground. The place trembled, and sharp blocks of ice rose up to form a circle around him. Mana swelled more and more. A solid ice mass formed before them. Within minutes, the white rabbit was clad in ice armor bristling with spikes. Esfia assessed, the ice armor's design is actually pretty impressive. She simultaneously created 3 small ice plates. Let's see how well its defenses hold up. A blinding streak of light shot down to the ground, cracking the earth into fragments. Dale broke into a sweat at that power. The attack sped through, and the rabbit toppled backward, unable to dodge in time. It looked back, the spiked armor had been shattered. Dale clutched his fist joyfully. All right, I blocked your arrow, teacher. Esfia nodded. Very good, Dale, you did quite well. Anything you want to say? He boldly spoke. Yes, ma'am, I want to. Please teach me how to use water magic more effectively. Hearing that, the corner of her mouth lifted slightly. Sunlight fell on one side of Esfia's face, but she refused. No. Dale gaped, crestfallen. What? Esfia raised a finger and winked. What you just did is only a very basic form of water magic. Water magic, like all schools of magic, demands greater subtlety and deeper comprehension the more you learn. A mage just starting out with one school already faces enough hardship. Using 2 schools at once is called a dual school mage. At your age, that's almost impossible, and from what I see, you have far too much ambition. Those words hit Dale like a bolt of lightning. He stared with his mouth agape and blurted, Huh. Dale replayed his casting in his head and kept repeating those words silently. Ambition. I've shown that much and it's still not enough. He said dejectedly and softly, You told me you'd help me find the path forward. Caught off guard, Esfia hesitated, lost for words, then tried to steer away. That's it for today's lesson. That night in the study, Dale carried in a stack of books. He set them on the floor, vowing, Being alone doesn't mean I can't do it. I'll prove it. Dale began poring over the pages. At the same time, his mana violently surged again. Soon after, voices called out, and Dale groggily opened his eyes. Esfia asked worriedly, Are you all right? You looked sleepless last night. Dale lied without blinking. I just stayed up a bit late preparing some things. She warned, Don't overdo it, Dale. With dark circles under his eyes, he reached out and replied, Yes, ma'am. Immediately, a magic circle appeared, drawing in mysterious streams of mana. He once again controlled the white rabbit, now wearing heavy ice armor with energy swirling around it. Esfia watched him manipulate it and noted inwardly, You've completely mastered it. Suddenly, the ice on the rabbit trembled. Sharp ice shards broke free from the armor and shot straight forward. Dust and smoke rose. Esfia wondered, ice crystallization detonation. The rabbit sat still, lifted its head, and exhaled mana that left her even more astonished. Not finished yet. It immediately transformed into a giant rabbit, with an orb of energy in its belly. The white rabbit hunched and swallowed that orb whole. A second later, boom, A horrific explosion erupted, and the ice spikes kept rushing forward. Esfia panicked and formed a shield around herself. Countless ice shards struck directly, throwing her into greater confusion. What's happening? Not long after, Dale slowly stepped in front of her. Esfia had no idea what to say. He raised his palm, formed energy, and said, "Corpse detonation and ice crystallization detonation. I've merged the water and dark schools." Dale summoned 2 streams of spirit power in both hands and asked quietly, "Is this enough to be a dual-school mage?" All movement nearly froze. Esfia broke out in a cold sweat, looking at the wreckage of the formation. "This is a kind of attack I've never seen before." She stood still and analyzed. Merging the ice armor of crystallization detonation with corpse detonation produced a far wider blast. The shards of ice and bone driven into the ground resembled blades. Esfia bent down to inspect the scattered shards of ice. She looked toward Dale, deeply unsettled. "This is no different from magic forged solely for killing, like something crafted by someone who'd spent their life on the battlefield. What then is going on inside this child's mind?" Dale turned back, his gaze filled with something terrifying. "Huh." At the sight of Hiomut, he cried out in delight, "Uncle Hiomut." The uncle raised his hand in greeting. "Young master, Miss Esfia." Seeing the uniform, Dale asked curiously, "Did you just clear another dungeon?" Hiomut boasted excitedly, "We just wiped out a small band of monsters." The Black Armor Knight Regiment had their hands full too. An image of the Duchy of Jackson appeared, the champion Black Knight Squad, with spear techniques enveloped in aura. Their commander, Sir Hiomut, was one of the 7 swords of the continent. Dale clasped his hands, thrilled. "You still remember promising to teach me swordsmanship? Learning from someone like you would be an honor." Hiomut laughed heartily. "I'm always happy to." Dale scratched his head with pleasure. "Then see you soon, Uncle Hiomut." Hiomut bade them farewell and turned to leave. "All right, it's cold. Young master, get inside before you catch a chill." Esfia looked toward the castle. "We should head back as well." Dale smiled. "Yes, master." That night the conversation began. "What do you mean, Miss Esfia?" Alina asked. She replied dazedly, "I only stated the truth. Young Master Dale has fully mastered 2 techniques, soul summoning and water magic. Moreover, the boy has reached rank 1 mage, 1 magic circle." Len propped his chin, troubled. "Miss Esfia, we clearly only asked you to teach that child." "As you expected," Esfia answered. "Yes, only instruct water magic. But as his mentor, I want to teach him what the child most yearns to learn. As I said, Dale's desire isn't limited to water magic." Silence fell. Alina spoke up. "If Dale wishes it, can we continue to ask you to guide him in water magic?" Esfia bowed respectfully. "Of course, I will continue to help him going forward." Alina replied politely, "Yes, thank you." After the discussion, Esfia left. But before she fully stepped out the door, she paused. "I apologize for forcing Madam to break the Black Duke's pact." Once she was gone, Alina stretched and admired. "Our boy really is extraordinary. Only 8 years old and already a dual-school mage. Sometimes he even makes me shiver, but that's exactly my child." Len scowled and glanced at her. "Alina." He bowed his head and, dejected, voiced his wish. "I want to teach Dale the soul summoning art. As Lord, I want the boy to be capable of carrying the succession. And as a mage, I want a worthy disciple. And as a father, I just want to pass on everything I have to my son." Len clutched his head, his mind aching over the mistake in this decision. "I am truly sorry, my lady." Alina was extremely worried. Society's prejudice ran deep. People looked at the soul-summoning art with scorn, whispering that it was the magic of death. "That is why I stopped him. So please train my son to become a mage strong enough to silence those people." The deep intent behind Alina's words left Len silent. She looked him squarely in the face. "Do you understand?" Then Len wrapped Alina in a tender embrace. "I understand, my lady. I will spare no effort to make our son the strongest." And so the first day of the special soul-summoning training began. Almost immediately, Dale was reprimanded. "That's disappointing. You keep summoning without understanding what you're controlling, don't you?" Dale sulked and protested inwardly. "But that's everything my master taught me." In the basement of Jack Mountain City, the dark arts chamber of the Black Duke, after Dale reenacted what Master Esfia had taught, Len only clicked his tongue and brought him here. He pointed and ordered sternly, "Once you train under me, never use those sloppy spells again. Start by memorizing the entire skeletal and muscular structure of every creature. Do you understand?" Dale shivered. Though he didn't want to argue, he replied, "Yes, father." The books his father gave him, even in his previous life, were for trained physicians only. Yet within days, Dale had memorized every word. When the exam was finished, Len closed the book. "It seems the basics are done. Now you can learn practical combat. We begin real training." Dale eagerly followed, "Yes, father." But the smile quickly vanished from his face. "This is the corpse of a goblin," Dale cried in horror. Len smiled slightly and reminded him, You look rather bewildered. A weak dark mage can only animate a holy sword's corpse as a shambling undead. A true master can turn an ordinary soldier into a death knight. He pointed at the goblin. Now there is an ordinary corpse here. How will you control it? The goblin lay motionless and cold. Dale drew the magic circle, his face full of confusion. He began connecting strands of mana. But unlike the little rabbit, the goblin's body had too many joints. Linking each point with mana was tedious. When Dale completed the structure, the goblin's body moved, lunging forward under his control. Damn, it's like puppeteering with a tangled web of strings. Rigor mortis helps defense but makes the joints immobile. That was a mistake. Dale began to panic. Len had to intervene. Dale, your idea of inducing stiffness in a corpse isn't bad, but it also overly restricts movement. He demonstrated. Look, magic radiated and enveloped the goblin's body. Dale stood stunned and watched. Len's strands of mana penetrated inside, causing the skeleton to enlarge. The ribs at the sides swelled, the parts meant to protect the internal organs. He pushed his magic deeper into the corpse. But for the dead, what need is there to protect the organs? He forced bone to burst out of the arm, reshaping it as he intended, understanding the target's structure and transforming it into a suitable form. That is the foundation of dark magic. Then Len destroyed the goblin corpse with a single, neat motion. Dale lowered his head and trembling asked, "Father, the spirit the Black Tower pursues. What is it?" Len gave a slight, enigmatic smile. Filled with satisfaction, he bent down and placed his hand on Dale's shoulder. It is truth. Magic still radiated from his hand. And truth always hides within death. Len's eyes narrowed, resolute. Therefore we must comprehend. To touch that truth, you must understand the weight of life. Suddenly, memories of his previous life surged back. On the final battlefield, an innocent villager knelt and begged, "Please spare me. I beg you, Sir Hero." Dale, when he was Hanzung, coldly raised his sword. "Please, spare me." But he showed no mercy and ended the life immediately. Dale, Len's voice pulled him back to the present. Seeing his pale face, he worried. "Are you all right?" Dale stood dazed, saying nothing. "Your complexion is terrible." After a moment, he spoke up, trying to reassure him. "I'm fine, Father, I'm fine." Time passed, as Dale's magical training gradually improved each day. News that Duke Saxon was teaching him dark arts spread across the empire. The Duke's breaking of his old oath caused a tremendous shock. Both nobles and commoners turned their gazes to that boy. Weeks later, at the Duke's training yard, Dale was practicing swordplay with Hio Moot. The two practiced with great enthusiasm. Dale's sword strokes became increasingly precise. Much to Hio Moot's delight, they unleashed a series of brilliant moves. Then the decisive moment came. Dale tensed his muscles, and Hio Moot also raised his sword, refusing to yield. He swung a powerful strike. Dale dodged in time, seizing the opportunity to knock the sword from Hio Moot's hand. Hio Moot turned his head to watch, his face showing clear surprise. The sword flew off and plunged deeply into the ground. Hio Moot chose not to contest and quickly conceded. "Young master, that was excellent." Of course, Dale didn't believe it. How could a swordsman like him let his sword fall so easily? He wiped his sweat and guessed. "You dropped it on purpose, didn't you?" Hio Moot picked up the sword and denied it. Of course not, because the young master used real combat swordsmanship. An ordinary person would likely have died from that first slash. "Your swordsmanship is too outstanding. It's a pity you are a mage," he continued, "since mages always have knights as guards. In reality, the young master doesn't need to train so harshly. Is there a reason you're doing this? You don't need to push yourself to the point of getting hurt like this." Dale looked at his bandaged arm and asserted, "Of course there is. A duke's son who only relies on guards or bodyguards isn't at all imposing." Right, those were just words. Actually, he thought, who would pass up the chance to learn swordsmanship directly from one of the continent's 7 great swordsmasters? Hearing that, Hio Moot laughed with delight and ruffled his hair. "What a great answer. If I had a child like you, I would have no regrets." Dale was overjoyed, finally praised by him. Just then, the rustle of skirts sounded. Elena stepped forward, smiling. "You two look cheerful." Dale cried out, "Mother, what brings you here?" Elena smiled softly. "I wanted to see how hardworking my son is." After a pause, she got to the point also. "I have some news to tell you." He asked curiously, "What news?" Elena asked in return, "Do you remember the birthday gift you once requested?" Dale rubbed his chin, recalling the large gift box from his birthday. A birthday gift. "I only vaguely remember." "What was it?" Then he suddenly remembered. "I wanted a little sister." He suddenly understood. Elena gently rubbed her belly, full of expectation. "Then you must take very good care of her." Dale put his hands together, eyes bright. "Of course, sir." Time flew. Before he knew it, 10 months passed. Dale kept poking the baby's cheek, making Elena laugh. "Does the baby make you so infatuated?" "Yes. I can't believe this is your little sister. She's unbearably adorable." Elena asked softly, "Do you want to hold her?" Dale liked the idea but was a bit shy. "Me? Really? She slowly placed the baby into his arms. Come on, don't be shy. Holding a baby isn't hard. And as she said, once holding her, Dale found it wasn't as difficult as he imagined. Well, she looks just like you, doesn't she? Elena smiled brightly. It's strange. She cries whenever I hold her, but she doesn't cry when you hold her. She's very happy. Dale gave a gentle smile as he looked at the tiny life in his arms. Len stepped forward and asked, "How do you feel now?" Dale answered honestly, "She's as light as a feather, but also very heavy, father." Len smiled gently. "That is the weight of a life." He placed his hand on his shoulder. "Never forget that, Dale. Now it's time for you to go to school, right? Let's go. I'm sure Master Esfia is waiting for you. Today's lesson is practical combat training." Dale hesitated. "Am I really going to fight for real?" Esfia encouraged, "Don't hesitate. Give it your all and attack." Dale immediately summoned a magic circle. "Yes, Master." Sevia also formed a small mana sphere, ready to fight. "Let's see how much you've improved." The opening move was sharp blocks of ice, shot rapidly toward her. Esfia flicked her hand and all were sent flying. "Your first strike was too slow." She knocked away the ice and taunted, "How dare you go easy on your master?" She held a shard of ice mockingly. "Are you holding back on me?" Dale took a few steps back, cold sweat running down his face. Esfia threw the ice shard toward him and ordered, "Immediately erect a barrier." Dale turned pale with fear, but managed to react in time. An attack lunged forward, emitting tremendous force. Dale looked at his frozen knees and hands in fear. "If I hadn't blocked it in time, I would have been seriously injured." Esfia excited, "In a single moment you formed ice armor." Dale withdrew his magic, and the armor piece fell away. She nodded, "Very good, Dale. Keep attacking." Dale braced his hands on the ground and chanted the spell, Elemental Mixture Ice Fortress. A towering ice fortress appeared. Esfia, puzzled, cast an ice fortress right in the middle of the battle. The kid is reinforcing the mana structure. The ice density has been raised astonishingly. She touched the ice, curious. But why use a guardian now? Does the kid need to rest? Just as she was pondering, a strange sound came from the other side of the ice wall. Crystal blast. A great light flared. An explosion erupted, engulfing Esfia's entire body. The ice wall collapsed. Dale, excited, "It worked." I thickened the ice wall and then detonated it. It turned into an ice bomb, hard to avoid, Master. But the scene before him made Dale go pale. Masters, her whole body is cracking. An ice effigy stands there, her body frozen and full of holes. Master Esfia. But then her voice rang out from behind. "Were you calling me?" Dale breathed a sigh of relief. "You scared me." "It was only an illusion," Esfia replied. She snapped her fingers and the ice on the effigy melted away. Scary skill, Dale. Who would have thought a first-level mage could wound an elder of the magic tower? He bowed his head, saddened and apologetic. "I didn't mean to hurt you, Master." Esfia smiled softly, reassuring. "I know. Actually, I'm quite pleased you managed to hurt me." She tilted her head, speaking gently. "You believe I'm strong enough for you to go all out, right? As your master, that makes me prouder than any praise." Hearing that, Dale relaxed. "Really? Of course. I'm your outstanding disciple. But how did you come up with that spell formula?" Dale smiled modestly. "It's all thanks to your guidance, Master." She smiled at him affectionately. A while later, in Len's private room. "Master Esfia, what's that wound on your cheek?" She touched the wound lightly. "Oh, this? I was careless while teaching the young master. His formula is very sharp." Len sighed. "I owe you again." Esfia shook her head. "It's nothing. Teaching a talented student like him is my joy." Len, serious, "May I ask you one more favor?" "Yes, please tell me." Len recalled the report from the border region. "We received word that a band of orcs crossed the mountains into our territory. A small cavalry unit couldn't handle them." The air around Esfia darkened. "I intend to have Dale join this battle." Esfia immediately objected. "Young Master Dale is not ready." Len replied calmly, "There's never an opportunity to be ready when you're on the front lines. Defending the territory is the duty of House Saxon. As the heir to the Duke, the boy must understand that responsibility. Dale cannot be an exception." Esfia had no argument and asked, "What do you need me to do?" Len looked her straight in the eyes. "I will entrust my artifact to Dale. I want you to train the boy until he can control the power." He produced glowing rings, artifacts. These were items imbued with power and will, usable only when fueled by mana or life force. The stronger the artifact, the more dangerous it is, capable even of causing death if not controlled. In front of the Saxon artifact vault, Elena explained to Dale, "Our house has mastered this kind of power for a very long time. You are the heir. You must also prepare for the coming battle." Dale's eyes widened. "A battle? Really? That's amazing." Len nodded. "Yes. You will go with the scouting force to eliminate the orcs." He led him to a large door. "But before that, you must learn to control our family's dark power." The moment he stepped in, Dale's eyes went wide in astonishment. Len introduced, "Look, These are the Demon Lord's artifacts, our house guards. They've been here since our ancestors seized the Demon Lord's domain. Don't compare them to ordinary artifacts. Dale looked around, excited. I can feel powerful mana flowing from them. Len nodded. That's right. All of them are potent and dangerous. If you don't know how to control them, don't touch. But when they turned back, the boy was gone. Dale had disappeared. In fact, he had wandered off, thinking to himself, I need an artifact that suits me. Suddenly, a strange sound came from a shield. Hey, you. You have a grudge that longs to be avenged, don't you? I sensed that hatred. Other artifacts screamed in unison. Come pick me. Over here, coward, explore new depths with me. Dale placed his hand over his chest, feeling them resonate with the hatred inside him. But it still wasn't enough. I need something even stronger. Suddenly, a black cloak like a shadow stood behind him. This cloak, how long has it been here? Looking at it, Dale immediately recognized. This is the Shadow Garb. In the Age of Heroes, Duke Berta of the Demon Lord's Legion once used this supreme artifact. It made darkness tangible, turning its wearer into a living nightmare. Without thinking, Dale slipped it on. Let's try it. Esphia and Len cried out in alarm. Don't. Immediately, the darkness swallowed Dale. In the hazy space, a whisper echoed. Hungry. I'm hungry. So hungry. But Dale remained calm. So it's begun. This is not ordinary darkness. Its previous master could summon storms of shadow, commanding them like living creatures. To control it, the owner must fully subdue the shadow entity. The shadow entity rose from the darkness and attacked Dale. He opened his eyes wide, concentrating intensely, cold sweat streaming down his face. Outside, all that could be seen was a dense orb of darkness. Esphia worried. It's been a while. Is this concerning? Len held his head. If this continues, the boy could lose his mind and be devoured by the shadow entity. She panicked. What? Then we have to forcibly pull him out. Before the two could act, a flash of light. The orb of darkness vanished. Dale appeared standing tall. Dale, they called. He replied clearly. Yes, father. Esphia ran over. Dale, are you all right? He scratched his head wide awake. I'm fine. She breathed a sigh of relief. You scared me. Dale smiled sheepishly. I only got bitten once. On the other side, Len was curious. How does Dale have no scratches at all? How can a child withstand such a powerful artifact? Dale, a bit worried, turned and asked, Father, I have a question. Instinctively, Len answered, ask. With permission granted, Dale immediately voiced his wish with an excited look. Can I try the others too? Both adults froze like they'd been spray-glued. Len grimaced, a little embarrassed, but reluctantly allowed it. Be my guest. Dale's heart leapt. Thanks so much, Father. And so began Dale's days of exploring the Saxon artifact vault from dawn till late at night. A few days later, at the Duke's training grounds, Hiomut exclaimed in astonishment, Young Master, is that garb you're wearing the Shadow Garb? Dale beamed and quickly admitted, yes. Hiomut worried, that legendary item famed for being hard to control. Are you really okay? Dale scratched his face, uneasy. Oh, I'm fine, besides being a little ticklish, nothing's wrong. Hiomut rubbed his head, puzzled. That's amusing. Dale made up a reason on the spot. Maybe it's been lonely too long. At that, the shadow entity surfaced. At the sight of him, it latched on immediately. It probably just wanted a companion. Hiomut forced a smile of praise, unaware that Dale had just stomped the shadow entity to the ground. Why call that terrifying thing lonely? You're too kind. Dale pinned it down hard, then feigned innocence. Thanks, Uncle Hiomut. I have a favor to ask. Hiomut immediately asked, what do you need? Dale answered with earnest desire, I want to be trained in real combat. Hiomut assumed a stance, murderous intent thickening the air. Very well. I won't let you down. Seeing that, Dale was a bit wary. Facing one of the 7 great swordmasters of the continent was truly overwhelming. His aura alone was terrifying. Hiomut curled his lip to reassure, don't tremble. I'll only use basic sword techniques, no aura. But that bothered Dale. Hold back. A knight must always fight with everything they've got. Because Dale's true aim wasn't sparring, but training to use the Shadow Garb. Magic from the cloak radiated, enveloping the arena. The artifact's power is determined by the user's ability. So this match was an important test. Hiomut raised his sword high, preparing to defend. Shadow blades appeared. One swing and he cleared away the cluster of shadow blades. Witnessing that, Dale admired even more. Breaking an attack with pure force? Wonderful. Hiomut laughed heartily. Well done. Before launching the next strike, he warned, I'm charging. With his experience, Dale dodged immediately and leaped back, leaving the magic in place. Spikes jutted up beneath Hiomut's feet, but he spun his sword, ready to shatter everything. A surprise attack, intriguing. Realizing the strike was aimed at him, Dale hurriedly shaped his magic into a shield. The uncle's slash cracked the shield severely, but didn't break it. He braced himself against it, was knocked back but held his ground, leaving deep footprints in the soil. Hiomut shuddered. He blocked it. I used enough force there to cleave a normal sword in half. This is exactly the difference between an ordinary weapon and a high-grade artifact. Hiomut pressed the attack, 10 more strikes. That day, the watching knights murmured among themselves. None of them could last 2 moves against Captain Hiomut. They could clearly sense an invisible wall separating them from Dale. A few days later, it was time to depart for the battlefield. Elena was deeply worried. "I will speak with your father again. I don't know why I'm letting you go to such dangerous places." Dale reassured her. "Mother, don't worry. Father and Uncle Hiomut are there." But a mother's instincts left her uneasy. What if something happens? What if you get hurt? Dale took her hand and spoke very clearly. "Mother, I must become strong to shoulder the Duke's responsibilities in the future. I need strength to protect you, Father, and Lai Li as well. Please allow me to grow stronger so I can protect everyone." Elena softened. "All right." She called after him as Dale mounted his horse. "Take care." Dale nodded. "I'll return soon." That early morning at the temporary base, Hiomut reported, "Sir, the army is ready to depart." Len nodded. "Good." He closed his eyes and ordered, "Dale, give the command to the vanguard on my behalf." Dale startled. "Yes." Len turned and said plainly, "Our proud cavalry, the Black Knights, will one day follow your command. They are your knights." Dale was a little confused but accepted proudly. "Dale's knights, not Han Zheng's. This will be my first battle as commander. Yes, this time will be different." Dale stepped forward and declared, "The march begins now. Advance, proud blades of House Saxon. Yes, young Master Dale. All troops take your positions." The thunder of hooves rang out, heralding a new journey. In this campaign, 250 cavalry and an elite raiding unit were stationed at White Mountain. The Eastern Scout unit also participated. They quickly reached a large waterfall, the campaign target, about 1,000 orcs. The orcs had crossed the mountain range, moving upstream along the Saxon River to escape the cold and find food. They would soon pour downstream. The tactical plan? Strike by crossing the Saxon River. There was only one way for 250 troops to cross this deep river quickly. From afar, Esfia stepped forward calmly. "Please stand aside." Her voice was cold and decisive. "I will form an ice bridge." Dale called out joyfully, "Master Esfia, she herself has come to assist." Though normally a proponent of moderation, in the blink of an eye, Esfia created an ice bridge so solid and strong it was unbelievable. When finished, she held out her hand and invited, "Everyone may cross now. May you return victorious." Len bowed in gratitude. "I am grateful for your assistance." Dale stepped forward to say goodbye. "Master, I'm off." Esfia watched the small figure of him fade into the distance. A heavy, indescribable feeling rose in her chest. Strange. Why would an apprentice make his master so anxious? A while later, at the orcs' temporary camp, the hidden Eastern Scout raiding unit opened fire. Flaming arrows streaked forward. Tens of thousands of arrows lit up the sky, slaughtering swathes of orcs. Hiomut immediately ordered, "Now, battalions 1, 2, and 3, assume combat stance." He signaled the spearhead formation to charge. Watching from above, he turned and asked, "Well, young Master Dale." Dale calculated silently. Hooves hit the ground about twice per second, roughly 40 km/h. Add the weight of armor and rider. The penetration force would be enormous. A 3-4 meter lance locks position and is enhanced by aura. Even orcs would struggle to stop it. He said aloud, truly overwhelming. Len murmured, "This is the pride of the Duke's cavalry." Hiomut smiled. "Not time to relax yet, young Master Dale. This is only the beginning." The orcs immediately assumed defensive position. The battle between justice and evil unfolded intensely. Hiomut reported, "Ambush successful but not enough to annihilate them." A voice from the rear called out, "We'll withdraw, regroup, and attack in turns." A signal cannon fired. Soldiers shouted, "Retreat signal, all units fall back." The cavalry immediately withdrew to the base. The orcs were baffled, not understanding the righteous side's next move. They roared in anger. Harris also received the order to fall back. But the orcs wouldn't relent. They hurled javelins at him. A sharp spear pierced hard, knocking Harris from his horse. From his high vantage, Dale froze. He thought seriously. A rider screamed, "He's beyond saving." Dale gritted his teeth, already beyond saving from just this. House Saxon's proud sword lay powerless before the enemy. Dale turned. Why is everyone just standing there? Len and Hiomut were pensive. Neither made a move. The orc had lunged very close to Harris. Dale knew spur the horse now would be too late. From this distance, you must pierce an orc's thick hide in a single strike. Orc skin is many times tougher than other beasts. I have to tweak the ice bolt formula, add precision sniping enchantment, seal the projectile path, optimize stability. Dale immediately cast Ice Bolt spell technique La Magnum. The orc lunged straight at Harris, but from above, Dale's cold strike pierced straight through its body. Hiomut marveled, such accuracy at that distance. He asked, "Young master, are you going to lead the charge?" Len raised a hand to stop him. "Let it go, Hiomut." Hiomut flinched, your grace. Len thought silently. At this age, he's already created his own spell technique with that firepower. Len and Hiomut stood there, observing the boy's every move. They sensed Dale's inner world was nearly complete. Dale paused, as if remembering something. The others had already regrouped. He calmly assessed. Harris was frozen, stunned from falling off his horse. My original spell technique is too long, not optimal for combat. I need to shorten it, like the identities a plus B, a minus B. He calculated seriously. Ice 98M, a bit long, huh? Try this. Dale focused intensely, muttering, Ice Bolt. Harris was wounded and had no strength left to fight back. A shard of ice, sharp as a bullet, aimed straight at the orc's head and pierced through in an instant. The creature was killed instantly. Harris gasped, Young Master Dale, why did you come all the way here for someone like me? Dale didn't answer. He simply dismounted in silence, stepped closer, his voice warm. Don't worry, House Saxon never abandons a loyal blade. Other orcs charged in, causing Harris to panic and cry for help. But Dale remained composed. He used to move, shadow blade. Dark currents immediately swirled around the orcs. He smiled, absorb. The currents continuously drained the orcs' life force, causing their bodies to contort and disintegrate, until only skeletons remained. Still alive, huh? Dale laughed, fired another ice bolt, and the remaining orc exploded. He wiped the blood from the orc's face and said, It's done. Harris exhaled. Young Master Dale, my leg won't move. Dale paused for a moment, then cheerfully lifted him up. It's a success. He turned and said, Leave the rest to Uncle Hiomut. Hiomut immediately took the order and sent his cavalry squad forward to support. All the soldiers surged forward in a resounding shout, for House Saxon, for young Master Dale. A while later at the Saxon encampment, a report voice rang out. Dale, the mission to eliminate the orcs was successful. Len immediately spoke sternly. I called you here because I have something to ask. Why did you charge into the enemy alone? For what damned reason did you act so recklessly? Dale trembled slightly, worried at being scolded. Why am I being yelled at? Len continued to question. Why did you charge into the enemy alone? Dale explained. Yes, father. You said the Saxon knights would one day be led by me. I only acted to live up to that honor. Len looked pleased but remained stern. Your reason is too weak. Dale briefly thought. Father is famous for valuing his knights. Why would he say that? He asked, May I ask, why did you stand by and watch a knight be killed without saving him? Len replied. The Northern Demon King's territory under Saxon control constantly faces waves of monsters. Knights who raise their swords on the front line are not positioned to be rescued. Dale still didn't understand, but I wanted you to save a loyal knight. Len countered, like you did. You expect those on the battlefield to hope someone will come rescue them. How many knights with that mentality do you think can survive? Our territorial knights must constantly keep their blades honed to face danger that is always lurking. Only when they reach their true limit do we intervene. That is the noble duty our family must bear. Dale snapped awake, right? I knew this all along, how could I forget? Len patted his shoulder, but your decision to act on your own will is commendable. Don't lose that spirit. Dale bowed his head. I understand, father. Light from the doorway shone on him like a halo. Len drew back the curtain and said, Let's return to the castle. The story of the young heir of the Duke, who charged into a horde of orcs alone to save a single knight, quickly became the Empire's favorite topic. Some said he single-handedly cut down thousands of orcs. Others embellished it, but it spread like wildfire. Though Dale blushed with embarrassment, the tale still breathed new life into the Saxon domain. A few days later at the training grounds, everyone cheered in unison. Young Master Dale has arrived. An honor to meet you. Welcome, young Master Dale. He blushed and waved his hand. I told you there's no need for all this. Hiomut laughed teasingly. Puff out your chest, young master. For young Master Dale's future, we must grow stronger, understood? All together, understood, sir. Dale wondered, why are they so enthusiastic? Suddenly you ran up from behind and reported, Young Master Dale, a guest from the O family has arrived. Dale smiled. Ah, thank you. Hiomut asked, shall we go, young master? Dale thought briefly, about to meet a special guest. Martial artist Ohat, the head of the O family and keeper of the sacred blade of Bakdu. Once a great noble of the fallen Tonia kingdom. But when the empire went to war, disaster followed. The kingdom, the sacred blade, and the O family were all consumed by fire. Dale glanced at Hiomut. His expression was somewhat different. He must be remembering the sacred blade, the one who raised him to knighthood. Len's voice, you arrived at a good time. Just finished training, right? Dale replied, yes, sir. The steward entered. Young Master Dale, your guests have arrived. A woman's voice added, treat them with proper respect. His mother and Len entered. Dale thought to himself, they came all the way here without any attendance. The woman bowed, I am Vanessa O. I respectfully greet Duke Saxon. Welcome, Len answered. Vanessa turned to her daughter. This is my daughter, Charlotte O. But Charlotte was displeased, frowning as she said, Mother. Her attitude made Dale puzzled. What attitude is that? Charlotte snapped. Why should we bow to them? Vanessa scolded. Charlotte, what are you saying? Still, Len calmly continued. I'm sorry. You both must have had a hard journey. Then turning to Dale. Dale, could you escort Miss Charlotte on a tour of the castle? Dale politely, yes, sir. He invited, Miss Charlotte, would you like to walk with me? But Charlotte snapped back, don't. She shoved her hand sharply, don't touch me. Dale stood frozen for 5 seconds. Len was also baffled and didn't understand why. Charlotte, strong-willed and proud, went on. The Empire's nobles are shameless. Vanessa flushed with embarrassment. Charlotte, what are you doing? Apologized to the young master at once. But the girl, sulking, spun on her heel and walked away. Dale hurriedly called out, wait, Miss Charlotte. Vanessa said sternly, please forgive her rudeness. She's not usually like this. She's just been unstable lately. Lucia, hearing this, sympathized. What's happened? Vanessa sighed. Not long ago, Count Brandon Bird was assigned to govern our territory. You too must have heard of him, the Empire's holy knight. Her voice trembled. The higher his reputation, the greater the scandal. There's a reason they call him the Pig King. There are rumors that to secure a talented heir, he plants his seed in every promising swordsman. Even my underage daughter, Charlotte, barely escaped with her life. Still, that horrific memory can't be erased. Vanessa pleaded earnestly, I want to protect her. But as a fallen noble, my power is limited. Please, take my daughter into the Saxon household as a maid, so he can no longer lay a hand on her. Dale looked for an opening to speak again. Miss Charlotte, do you know where you're going? But Charlotte replied coldly, I don't care. She thought, why are they bringing me to the training ground? Charlotte suddenly asked, is your hand all right? Dale cheerfully answered, I'm fine, don't worry. She gripped the sword's hilt. Good. Charlotte thought, I wonder if he's holding a grudge about earlier. He's a bit petty, but still just a child. Suddenly she drew her sword from its sheath and said sternly, fine, duel me. Charlotte frowned as she ordered. Dale of House Saxon drew his sword. The move startled him and he blurted, what? You can't just do that. Charlotte remained cold, pointing her blade at Dale. Duel me. Dale calmly, there should be a reason. She replied, I've heard a lot of rumors. A prodigy who single-handedly wiped out 1,000 orcs to save a fallen knight. Hearing that, Dale blushed awkwardly at a loss for words. Charlotte went on, I will defeat you, the Empire's so-called peerless, and prove I'm stronger than you. Then I'll prove I'm the one who can protect my family from that man. Dale, curious, that man. Charlotte answered, Count Brandon Bird, the holy swordsman. At the name, Dale grit his teeth. I didn't expect to hear his name here. That imperial dog stabbed me in the back. If our goals align, we could cooperate. But first, this girl needs a dose of reality. He turned away coldly, leaving Charlotte stunned. Dale called back, his gaze full of contempt. You're just a child who doesn't know what she's doing. Then he took up his sword. Strike with everything you've got. Charlotte, furious, I plan to do exactly that. She immediately launched a powerful attack. But to Dale, it was still too light. Seeing it had no effect, Charlotte changed her rhythm, delivered a different strike, her eyes resolute and cold. Dale was slightly surprised by her true strength. Charlotte quickly realized, I counter instantly, using wrist and aura to support the blade, but he still parries. Just as a mage forms mana through circles in the heart, a knight uses aura to surpass the body's limits. Dale thought to himself, truly a real knight. Charlotte smirked wickedly, preparing another strike. The blade flashed like lightning, but Dale still dodged it easily. The duel grew tense. Charlotte grit her teeth. If this continues, I'll gain the upper hand. Mother said I must protect the family in father's stead. I am the proud daughter of the Holy Sword, she remembered. The kingdom fell, the clan decayed, but Charlotte's sword never stopped. Sweat ran down her face as she growled inwardly. Why? I can't touch him. The strikes kept coming, but she felt something was off. Charlotte mustered all her strength and charged once more. The sword's edge drove toward Dale, but it was blocked as if nothing had happened. Huh, she panicked. With a single wrist movement, Dale counterattacked. Charlotte's blade flew out of her hand, skewered into the ground. She despaired, why can't I win? Dale calmly, because you're not the Holy Sword. Her pride in being his daughter was not misplaced, but with her current strength, she can't protect the family from him. The Holy Swordsman's blade is 10 times stronger than mine. Charlotte regained her composure and asked, then what should I do? What must I do? Dale said plainly, I, Dale of House Saxon, swear on my family name. Will sponsor House O until the day you are strong enough to defeat him yourself. House Saxon and I will be your shield. Charlotte confused, why? Charlotte wiped her tears, choking up. How could I refuse? I, Charlotte O, swear on the honor of a knight. Though it sounds like a child's promise, that resolve is enough to count as a real oath. That night in the Duke's office, at Miss O's request, Charlotte would become a maid of House Saxon. Len, surprised, I didn't expect her to accept without hesitation. What happened between you two? Dale answered honestly, we made a promise to each other, father. I vowed to protect House O in the name of House Saxon. Len asked, you're not using our name out of pity, are you? No, sir. So what do you hope to gain? Dale replied, "The last bloodline of the Holy Sword. Her talent is extraordinary. What I want is for the new Holy Sword to raise its blade for our family." Len pleased, good. Dale thought to himself, the last blood of the Holy Sword under our roof. Enough to give Brandon Bird a really painful hit. At the same time, in the old capital of Teotonia, Mio Bach, a shout rang out. Those idiots dared to act first. A wine glass was smashed on the floor, shattering. Brandon Bird roared in fury. The soldier trembled. I'm sorry. Brandon slammed the table. Idiots, you couldn't even catch one girl. We sent assassins, but they were killed before they reached House Saxon, we suspect. Charlotte O was the one who acted. Brandon Bird closed his eyes, his fierce face tightening. He stepped outside, thinking to himself, those useless fools. Brandon rested his hand lightly on the table, briefly thinking. How good those days were. He recalled the moment he stabbed Dale in the back. Brandon stroked his sword and spoke. Do you agree, Holy Sword Durano? My beloved fiancé, just wait a little longer. He schemed. I will create the perfect heir for you at any cost. Brandon immediately ordered contact with the Thieves Guild, sending people to the Duke's domain. Whatever the price, bring that girl Charlotte back here. During her time getting used to the Duke's castle, Charlotte diligently completed the strict training to become a maid, while sparring daily with Dale. In the blazing training yard, Piglet loudly, ready. Dale took up his sword, smiling confidently. Of course. Across from him, Charlotte also looked at him with determination. Piglet closed his eyes, smiling calmly. Then, begin. Charlotte and Dale crossed blades as soon as Piglet gave the command. Dale's sword technique was extremely proficient. Charlotte's gaze remained sharp. She tried to parry each of Dale's successive attacks. Piglet watched intently, thinking to himself, is this what kids sparring looks like? He's not even officially a knight yet. The match grew more and more intense. Suddenly, Dale's gaze paused slightly. He pulled his cloak up over his face. Charlotte instantly grew alert, preparing to strike. The two swords had just crossed when Piglet stepped in, stopping them. Very good. He nodded with satisfaction. Both of you fought well, Miss Charlotte. Charlotte grimaced. Don't flatter me. Where did I go wrong, Piglet? Piglet asked slowly. Do you know the most essential thing when wielding a rapier? Charlotte hesitated. It's to thrust accurately, right? Piglet shook his head. No, the core is the footwork. He explained. Young Master Dale dodged the thrust and closed the distance. At that moment, you should have stepped back to find an opening. With a rapier, bending the arm kills its strength. If the blade isn't steady, accuracy is lost. Honestly, miss, your fundamentals need to be torn down and rebuilt. Charlotte startled. What? Piglet continued. I've noticed. Your stance and footwork are too sloppy. She frowned because I've never had a proper teacher. Piglet softened his voice. Now you have me. We'll fix that odd thrusting posture of yours. Charlotte's face flushed. Odd. Piglet burst out laughing, patting her head. I'm joking. You're adorable. Dale, standing beside them, thought, I wonder how fast Charlotte will improve under Piglet's tutelage, one of the greatest sword masters on the continent. I have to work harder so she doesn't catch up. The process of forming a mana ring is quite similar. Feel mana flowing through the heart, wait for the mana channel to form firmly, then carve it into a complete magic ring. The problem is, this process can take decades. Sophia asked in surprise, You've completed the second ring already. Dale nodded. Yes, ma'am, he explained. A one-ring mage usually reaches 300 revolutions per minute, 300 RPM. Currently, Ring 1, 2000 RPM. Ring 2, 400 RPM. To open the next ring, you only need 300 RPM, so I'm qualified to open Ring 3. Dale tested. Basic ice bullet enhancement. Increase molecular cohesion. Simulate a large-caliber barrel. A spiraling beam of light erupted from his fingertip. The armor-piercing round launched, piercing the wall in front of them. Damn, have armor-piercing rounds always been this easy to fire? Sophia clapped. You've been learning so fast. Dale politely. It's all thanks to my master's instruction. From rescuing a knight from orcs to Charlotte's growth, Dale was gradually becoming someone who knew how to use his power properly. Sophia hugged him, soothing. Truly my proud disciple. Dale's cheeks flushed. This is a bit too close. Dawn in the Duke's Manor courtyard. Dale winced, thinking, Master really startled me. He probably still sees me as a child. I can't focus. Now's not the time. Dale's expression hardened. Time to train. In the middle of the yard, a huge wall of ice rose up. Dale unleashed power into his palm. Ice rounds 12 fired out in succession like cannon blast. The ice spheres exploded, shining brilliantly. Dale stood behind the ice shield, smiling. Next time try slag rounds. Suddenly a voice called out, Dale. Charlotte ran up, sweating. You're training too. Dale nodded, yes. And you, Miss Charlotte? She replied, just practicing the footwork that Piglet taught. Dale asked, you really like swordsmanship, don't you? Charlotte blushed. Huh. Oh, yeah. A few seconds of silence passed, then she spoke. Hey, I'm sorry for acting rashly. I was too rude to Dale, young Master Dale. He nodded. Yeah, I'll admit you were rude, but I'll let it slide this time. Just this once. Charlotte brightened really. Dale nodded. Yeah, so don't be so stiff. She quietly said, all right. They leaned against the trunk in the pleasant morning chill. The weather here was really nice. Charlotte said, even if I train until night, my body cools down quickly. Dale smiled softly. Is that so? I didn't expect someone to think like me. The sight of Dale and Charlotte chatting happily made Lucia and Lai stand at a distance, smiling. Lucia said, time really flies, our boys have grown so much. Lai added, they look good together, don't they? Lucia nodded, we should keep an eye on the two of them. It seemed what the girl needed was right here. A mother's duty is to guide her son to be honest with his feelings. Not long after, on the outskirts of the Duke's domain, the villagers bowed politely. Thank you as always, madam. Lucia smiled lightly. It's nothing. Please continue to take care of your health. The slums, full of beggars and homeless people, were always where Lucia personally went to help. Every week she brought food, supplies, and helped them find work. Dale looked at his mother, thinking, starting this year, Charlotte and I will accompany mother. Over there, Charlotte was hurrying. A boy in tattered clothes grabbed her sleeve. Help me, my mother is dying. The boy sobbed, crying out, please help me. Dale ran after Charlotte, thinking warily, suspicious, leaving the escorting knights and running into an alley like this. Then targeting only Charlotte, it's obvious. On a rooftop, a shadowy figure watched. Dale immediately recognized. That man was from the Thieves' Guild, probably sent by the Holy Swordsman. Just as I thought, the target is Charlotte. The boy stopped. Wait a moment, I'll call my mother out. Charlotte hesitated. Oh, okay. From the shadows, a man stepped forward, grinning maliciously. A noble kid wandering into this dangerous area. We only want that little girl. I advised the young master to turn back. Right now the plan is for you to get hurt. Dale sneered, shouting, I, Dale Saxon, have sworn to protect the O family's daughter from trash like you. The thugs burst into laughter. Oh ho, how gallant. But judging by the situation, the kid's about to take a beating for experience. Charlotte whispered in panic. Dale, I don't have a sword. Dale smiled reassuringly. It's fine. This is the perfect chance to test the new shadow image technique. Under the guise of legitimate self-defense, Giant's men rushed in from all sides. Dale immediately activated his power. A gigantic black-purple vortex flared up, sweeping all the thugs into it. Giant shouted, dodge, you idiots. Dale thought wryly, quick reflexes. Their rank isn't bad either. The difference is the shadow image move Dale just perfected. When you stack two mana rings on top of each other, the image creature becomes a parasitic form. It moves on its own and turns victims into undead. Giant began to tremble as he watched his men pulled into the vortex, each one easily taken down. A giant figure appeared behind Dale, rubbing its belly. I'm starving, so hungry. One of those caught in the vortex screamed, that's an undead. Giant yelled, what are you waiting for? Kill it. He clenched his teeth, charged aura, and prepared to leap. A green light flared on his hand. No one can stop my cursed dart in this alley. But Dale's dark magic armor fully blocked the aura projectile. Damn it, Giant gritted his teeth. He lunged down from the rooftop. But at that moment, the armor opened a small gap, and Dale's water spheres shot through his body. Blood spraying everywhere. Charlotte hid behind a wall, staring at Dale in shock. The Giant went mad, ravenously tearing into Giant's henchmen. Giant was still standing, blood streaming from his mouth, looking at Dale with a crazed gaze. Not yet. As he roared, Dale's dark power cleaved his body to pieces. Beside them, the undead continued to wildly claw and tear, blood spraying everywhere. Dale withdrew his power cold. Charlotte trembled on the ground. Dale stepped over. Are you all right? She stammered, and no. A surviving thug ran up and saw the horrific scene. He immediately fell to his knees. I'll tell everything. Please don't kill me. Dale tilted his head. What do you know? All right, I'll speak. Sploosh, a water sphere passed through his forehead. Dale sighed. Can't ask again, Charlotte looked around in horror. Dale replied calmly. This is the Saxon family's true face that people fear. But it's also the power that protects you. He asked, how do you feel? Are you scared? Charlotte nodded slightly. A little. But it's okay, you were fighting to protect me. Right. She knelt before Dale. I've decided since the vow. Your family is my shield. So one day I will raise my sword for you. Thank you for showing me what the future really is. I'll grow stronger still. Dale looked at her with a different expression, surprised then softened, partly because of Charlotte, and partly because Dale still carried regret for Master due from his past life. Dale reached out gently, so Charlotte choosing to become Dale's sword. Charlotte blushed, but happily placed her hand in Dale's. For her, the meaning of that handhold was deeper than Dale realized. At the same time, at Count Brandon Bird's manor, his face was as dark as night. Damn it, I know this is difficult, but I must go to the Duke Saxon's domain. Len's grave tone in the letter. Please, for the sake of the friendship between our houses, accept the invitation. This is the Black Duke's summons to investigate responsibility. Even if you are a great holy swordsman, you cannot defy the order. Brandon Byrd clenched his fist, his face full of killing intent. A few days later at Duke Saxon's castle, Dale sat in a chair and said slowly, "I'm glad the Count took the trouble to come here." Brandon Byrd stared at him in fear, unable to look away. Len continued, "I didn't expect you'd arrive so soon. Please forgive this modest reception." Bran awkwardly placed his hand on his chest. "There's nothing more urgent than the Duke's summons, sir." The old man's gaze shifted to Dale and Charlotte, showing clear wariness. After the uproar in the Duke's domain, anxious murmurs spread across the Empire, and there was even a daytime kidnapping. Brandon Byrd continued, "I believe I know why you called me here, but as a sword loyal to the Emperor, I myself could not be involved in such a shameful incident." At that moment, a surge of dark power with a purple-black light flew toward Brandon. He tried to resist with his sword, but it was useless. Two of Brandon's men were withering away. They panicked and begged, "Sir, every part of our bodies is being burned away, please spare us." Brandon retreated in fear. Even the Holy Knights of Magdalene couldn't withstand it. His face went pale. "This magic is high-level dark sorcery, the Void Storm." Bran shouted. "Duke," Len sternly ordered, "kneel." "Holy Swordsman," Brandon Byrd said harshly. "Duke, do you understand the seriousness of your current actions?" Len replied coldly, "I advise you to listen carefully, Count." Brandon ground his teeth in anger, thinking, "Next time there won't be a warning." He worried, thinking, "Damn, even if the Black Duke has his reasons, I didn't expect he'd go this far." Brandon's knees buckled. He said sternly, "You know well I called you here for the sake of peace, but if you dare lay a hand on any Saxon child again, I will wipe every remnant of the Brandon Byrd house from the earth. I require you to engrave that in your heart. It's been a long journey, you're probably tired. Count, rest and warm yourself." Brandon bowed his head, murmuring, "I am profoundly grateful for your generosity, Duke, but unfortunately the situation won't keep me in your domain any longer." Len nodded. "Understood, then pray your journey home is without mishap." Dale gave a sinister smile. "What my father granted Count Brandon Byrd, one of the Emperor's most loyal retainers, will become the fuse that turns the Empire into a torch. Right now it's only a small spark, but it won't be long before the flames catch, and our duty will be to sever the Holy Swordsman's head. When the world learns the Holy Swordsman was forced to kneel before the Black Duke, the Empire's pillars will tremble." In Duke Saxon's office, Len boldly removed the cloth to show everyone what lay beneath. Sephia hesitated. "This is," Len explained, "these are the bodies of the Thieves' Guild members who attacked Dale." Sephia's face went pale. All of this was Dale's doing. Body parts scattered, riddled with holes, organs spilled out. For the first time in her life, Sephia had to doubt her methods of instruction. Len said slowly, "As you can see, guiding Dale's extraordinary talent onto the right path will require your wisdom, Sephia. I wish to appoint you chief advisor." It seemed Sephia understood. No longer merely a tutor, but officially under the Saxon banner. Len continued, "Dale very much needs you, Sephia. Even I cannot teach the boy alone. With your support, everything will change." Sephia pondered for a moment, then mustered her courage and replied, "I understand. Understanding how that child views the world is the top priority right now." In the Grand Great Hall, time passed, and Dale's 10th birthday arrived. Unlike last year, this time representatives of the Emperor's faction also attended. Suddenly someone approached Dale. It was a young man with red hair. "Welcome, Marquis Eurus." He smiled slyly. "It's an honor to meet young Master Dale." Earlier in the splendid hall, "Oh my, look at these dishes, truly worthy of House Saxon. What a beautiful scene. It's hard to believe we're in the Northern Territories. And indeed, managing a duke's domain so far from the capital does seem excessive." Dale listened intently to every word of the guests. He glanced at the central nobles from the capital, the Emperor's faction, the greatest power with the widest influence in the Empire, acting in the Emperor's name. The reason they attended tonight's banquet was obvious. It was a subtle warning, a message from the Imperial Court that they would not overlook any insult to the Holy Swordsman, and the envoy chosen to deliver that message was standing right before him. "I am Marquis Crimson Eurus. A pleasure to meet you." Dale thought, he's the Red Mage Tower's lord, the one who seeks flame, fury, and power within the bounds of order. The mages of the Red Mage Tower are notorious across the Empire for their fanatical belief that the strong are right, and so they've never hesitated to act as enforcers of insane ambitions. "I was once the subject of all kinds of transformation experiments by the Red Mage Tower," Eurus said crisply, a prodigy of House Saxon. "I've heard you possess a magical gift unlike anyone in the entire Empire. To protect the family's knights, you single-handedly wiped out a whole pack of orcs. Only 9 years old." Dale smiled confidently, truly the Duke's son. "Have a pleasant evening. They throw such a big birthday every year. It's exhausting." Honestly, Dale would rather be training with Charlotte, but she's serving as Alina's maid right now. If rumors spread that the Holy Swordsman's daughter is sparring with him, It could spell trouble for her. Suddenly, a terrified scream came from behind Dale. Be shouted to intimidate. Stand still, you brazen servant. Dale frowned. Could that scream mean? He ran quickly toward where the commotion was, and saw why sobbing. Please, I beg you, I'm from House Saxon. Petro snarled angrily. A lowly servant like you dares invoke the Duke's name. Everyone's busy celebrating the young master's birthday, aren't they? Instead of wasting time standing here, wouldn't it be more fun to go enjoy the women? If you resist, I'll slit your throat. He began pinning Y against the shrubbery, forcing her to comply. Dale suddenly appeared from behind loudly. What do you think you're doing? Petro spun around in panic, stammering. Young Master Dale. Petro held a knife and backed up. Dale stepped forward and asked, What are you doing here? Petro stammered. Have you ever enjoyed a woman's pleasures? You look so green. Surely you have no experience, right? Or let me teach you a thing or two myself. Y was being held by the throat. Young Master Dale realized the man was drunk. Petro smiled leeringly. I'll give you a night you'll never forget. Suddenly Dale summoned magical power, his gaze sharp and reassured. Don't worry, I'll get you out of here. In a world built on rank and order, no one expected the servant to be the first to act. A razor-sharp ice bolt suddenly shot through Petro's ear. He collapsed to the ground instantly, letting go of Y. Dale remained cold, unwilling to back down, even knowing that opposing the Emperor's men was absolutely not a wise choice. Petro shouted, What do you think you're doing? Young Master Dale, are you ordering me to kneel before you? Y couldn't believe her ears. What? Dale's face hardened, didn't you hear? He pointed to the ground. Kneel down and apologize to Y. As she said, she serves our family and is a member of House Saxon. Petro gritted his teeth in anger, that Saxon brat. Young Master Dale, I'm afraid it's regrettable, but today I stand here as the Emperor's representative. Insulting me to protect the honor of a lowly maid is an insult to the Emperor himself. Dale replied calmly, Then let me ask you this, does His Majesty take pleasure in noblemen wrapping servants? Petro grimaced, stammering. How dare you speak such nonsense? Dale growled, enunciating each word. This is your final warning. Eurus, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but laugh, then knelt down, and said excitedly, What a fascinating development. Len suddenly barked, Dale, what's going on here? Dale answered, This man attempted to assault a Saxon maid. Len said sternly, And because of that you show insolence toward Lord Petro. Petro nodded frantically. Yes, Duke, the young master overreacted. Dale still refused to back down, shouting, Did I give you permission to stand up? The honored guests from the capital bear the duty of acting on behalf of His Majesty. Yet this man dared commit a shameful act, attempting to rape a lowly maid, thereby staining His Majesty's reputation with his own hands. Therefore I cannot stand idly by and let such disgraceful conduct go unpunished. Eurus suddenly laughed loudly. Ha ha, well done, truly a sharp young man. Indeed, everything you said is the truth. Think about it, the one entrusted with a mission from the Emperor is the one committing a vile act against a maid. Petro cried in fear. Lord Eurus. A spot of burning flame suddenly appeared in the palm of Eurus's hand. Petro's face went ashen with terror. He sprang up and fled, shouting, No, spare me. But Eurus's demeanor grew terrifying as he smiled wickedly. A whirl of flame shot from his hand toward Petro. He was burned away by the fierce blaze, screaming in agony. Eurus slowly told Dale, You are not wrong. It is my duty to eradicate the vermin who dare disgrace the Empire and the Imperial House. I very much look forward to your future. Dale returned Eurus a stern, piercing look. At that point the matter settled. The Imperial faction departed, restoring peace to House Saxon. Later, on a morning after the castle banquet, Dale stood silently by the bedside and gently said, Time to wake up. Y, still drowsy, replied slowly, Thank you for waking me. She bashfully, It's nothing, sir. Did you want to say something? Dale continued, Do you have something? Y hesitated. Thank you, sir. It is an honor to serve the young master. Dale thought to himself. She only hesitated because of that phrase. I've lived between two worlds, yet this feeling still feels strange. I'll have to get used to it. Dale's expression softened, and he smiled happily. Thank you. Y is the eldest child of House Saxon. I understand the weight of that name and will exploit it to the fullest, so long as the Empire falls. Len said solemnly, You're very clever, Dale, but your recent behavior has seemed odd. Why have you been speaking like that? Dale answered slowly. If the otherworldly hero and the holy sword Baxter had not both died in that battle, then the next place the hero's sword would point is the Duchy of Saxon. Len was shocked by Dale's words. That's blasphemy. How can you be so sure? Dale's demeanor changed, for he had learned of the Empire's plot against House Saxon from his previous life. Dale continued. The Empire abandoned the hero. They feared that once the chain of that golden gift snapped, the hunting hound would run mad. Even though the otherworldly hero defeated the Demon King, the Empire still did not root out the evil from the Demon King's domain. On the contrary, they issued a mad decree to turn the Demon King's land into royal territory, and unilaterally force our house to sacrifice. And they even granted that land to Father. If the darkness on that land is not fully purged, our blood will continue to be spilled. Moreover, both those inside the empire and beyond the northern border regard House Saxon as a cursed family. Just as they discarded the hero, they will try to eliminate threats from within, meaning those among us who could become dangerous. Len asked again, "Abandon the hero?" Dale interrupted his father. "This is only the inference and reasoning I've drawn from the records I've read. Logically, nothing fits better. Nominally, the hero died honorably after the battle with the holy sword Baxter. It's understandable to be surprised, because in truth, very few people know the real circumstances of the hero's death." Dale continued, "If my hypothesis is correct, then the Empire is just a giant that wants to crush all the smaller states." Len gazed at him thoughtfully, sensing that his son's wisdom far exceeded his years. "So what do you think House Saxon should do?" Dale answered slowly, "House Saxon cannot coexist with the Empire." Suddenly Dale's expression darkened, and he stressed his point. Len's attitude likewise turned grim. "We must destroy the Empire." The air in the study grew stifling. Len growled, "Do you understand what you're saying?" Dale replied calmly, "I don't mean we should raise an army and go to war right away." He paused in thought, then added, 10 more years?" Len asked in surprise, 10 years. Dale explained, "Right now, anti-imperial movements across the continent are pushing for independence. Even vassals like you, Duke Saxon, are afraid the Empire will level its sword at you. The economy is failing, banditry runs rampant daily. And even though the 7 Continents Unification Treaty has ended, the war's aftermath keeps worsening. By then, we need to build forces to protect the house against the Empire. We will support the abandoned regions, and I have presented a plan to overthrow the Empire until the sun sets behind this magnificent castle." Dale paused and asked his father, "What do you think of what I've just laid out?" Len suddenly smiled slyly, saying nothing. After a moment he laughed heartily. "Your talent truly knows no bounds. I am confident you've seen a vision I never could. No wonder you're my son. From today on, you will not only be the Duke's eldest, not just a 10-year-old child anymore. I will regard you as my heir. You will lead House Saxon." Dale was surprised. "Well," Len said gently, "as head of the house, I will listen to and value your words." Dale thought to himself that he had waited a very long time for this day. "When I have enough power to change everything and raise House Saxon's authority with my own hands." He smiled and continued, "Don't hesitate, father. What will you let me do for our house? You said you'd treat me as an equal, right? Then allow me to take the magical challenge in the necropolis." Len pondered. The magical challenge is a contest that determines a mage's rank, where they must face the guardians of the Demon Tower. Defeating a higher-tier guardian elevates the challenger's status, and the strongest receives the title Tower Chief. The very top becomes the Demon Tower Lord. Len asked, "Do you really want to go to such a dangerous place? You could die. It's still too early. You haven't completed the 3rd tier yet." Dale replied confidently, "I'm almost there." Len worried, "Normally you have to be in your early 20s to reach 3 tiers. Even for you, moving from tier 2 to 3 is extremely difficult." Dale's determination showed. "This decision is for both me and House Saxon." Len, surprised, "Why?" Dale explained carefully, "If I can prove myself through the Tower Challenge, my position as heir will further solidify your status, and I will gain reputation to silence all the slander." Len gently asked, "Is that why you want to enter the Tower Challenge?" Dale answered firmly, "Yes." He nodded, "Very well. I'll leave this to your judgment." Dale, excited, "Thank you, father, I'll prove it to you." A few days later, at the vast necropolis city, there were people waiting in front of the city gates. The Duchy Saxon carriage had just arrived. The servants bowed solemnly to welcome the Black Duke. Dale walked beside him, his expression slightly sour, thinking to himself, "Here we go again, over the top once more." Whispers rose, "Look, Duke Saxon and young Master Dale have arrived. Ha ha, they say he's an unprecedented magic prodigy in the Empire, is that true? But he looks weak today, doesn't he? I've heard his swordsmanship rivals the knights in the ducal household." Velix curled his lip in mockery. "Ridiculous. I, Velix, valedictorian of the Academy, am the one destined to win this tower trial." Tom added, "That noble looks so frail he'd fall with the slightest touch." Eris appeared and bowed formally. "Greetings, Tower Master." Len gently, "Long time no see, Eris." She smiled, "It's an honor to serve you." Len turned to Dale. "During the trials, she will be your assistant." Dale nodded, "Yes, father." Dale cheerfully greeted, "I look forward to your help, Eris." Eris guided, "Yes, young master, please this way." There were a total of 59 graduates waiting for Dale. All would participate in the trial. The door suddenly opened before Dale and Eris. Revealing countless people inside, Eris announced, "Greetings to everyone present. I am Eris, Tower Chief and Chief Administrator. Now I will explain the first round of the Black Demon Tower trial. Please check the necklace around your neck. That is the life necklace. This trial is a survival challenge, a match of life points. Each necklace contains a protective magic shield for its wearer and 1 life point. When you hit an opponent by directing the scattered undead on the battlefield, the opponent's necklace will trigger its shield and shatter, which means elimination. A valid attacker strike adds 1 life point to their own necklace. Any contestant who accumulates 3 points will be promoted to the next floor. Finally, anyone who uses a magical device is considered cheating and is immediately disqualified. Dale thought it over. These are all the rules. A quick way to thin out the weak. Suddenly Dale's gaze sharpened, but Velix suddenly shouted, "That monster, how is he already a third-ring mage at such a young age? I'm telling you, take down that freak first." Tom asked awkwardly, "Are we allowed to attack him?" Velix reassured him, "Don't worry, once we stepped in here, we're opponents." Dale smiled inwardly. He's so sure of himself. Let's see what he can actually do. Immediately, the group of students began casting spells, all targeting Dale as the trial began. Velix swept his hand, and the summoned undead appeared before their eyes. They grabbed weapons and charged at Dale. A massive undead propelled itself and leapt down from above, but Dale quickly formed a shadowy barrier to absorb the blow. Everyone was surprised by Dale's reaction. Right behind him, a giant undead emerged, standing firm and roaring to display its power. Velix was stunned to see his undead frozen. Realizing this was water element magic, the giant undead leapt forward with razor-sharp claws. Don't tell me he's a dual-element mage, because Velix's undead was frozen. Dale's undead easily dispatched it in a single strike. Velix roared, "You dare touch my army of death spirits." At that moment, the giant undead wrapped an arm around Dale to protect him. He smiled, "It's useless. I've reinforced them with ice armor." Dale continuously commanded his undead to fight fiercely. Velix pointed and shouted, "Using water-based magic isn't against the rules. You're only allowed to use necromancy and undead control spells. All other enhancements are forbidden." Dale replied calmly, "True, but there's no rule banning reinforcing undead with ice magic, right? If the trial wasn't stopped, then it seems I'm right." Velix still didn't give up. "You two, stop those death spirits and focus your attacks on him. Overwhelm him with numbers." Waves of undead continued to pour out from Velix's spell, trying to overwhelm Dale by sheer numbers. But Dale's expression only briefly turned pensive. He studied each attacking undead carefully, then suddenly took a running start, easily passing through them at astonishing speed. Dale's demeanor wasn't fearful but supremely confident as he charged into the fray, dodging strikes in the blink of an eye. He gripped his sword tightly, got it. He discarded his weapon, swung a fist filled with power into the opponent's arm, then swiftly seized the undead's massive weapon and firmly delivered a fierce counterstrike with the blade. Tom panicked. "Impossible, my necromancer soldiers were cut down that easily." Velix exclaimed in astonishment. "That sword is not normal." He reforged bone to reinforce the blade's durability. A purple light was glowing along the sword. The undead began the fight, with a downward swing of its sword toward the ground. Dale immediately leapt into the air, his face confident. The undead was felled easily after a single strike from him. Velix frowned. "He even defeated my last death spirit, a mage who wields a sword so skillfully." Dale defeated all his opponents in an instant, and then approached Velix. Velix stammered, begging, "Please, Master Dale, I surrender." Dale laughed loudly. "It's not like you're going to die, so why be afraid?" As soon as he finished speaking, Dale tapped Velix's head with the flat of his sword. He staggered, muttering, "Freak." Everyone in the stands shouted. The outcome was clear. Young Master Dale passed the solo trial with 60 life points. Dale raised his head proudly. "Look closely, this will be my starting step." At that moment, the guardian creature of the Level 2 trial, the flesh golem, appeared. Usually, the surviving Level 1 contestants would cooperate to take it down. But this time tradition was broken, because Dale had eliminated all his opponents. The rules for Level 2 were also different. Now all magic schools could be used, but artifacts were forbidden. For Dale, that was more than enough. This is the chance to test the limits of Round 3. The golem slammed a massive fist into the ground, causing the earth to explode. It paused for a few seconds, waiting for the dust to clear with a triumphant grin. Suddenly, Dale's magic enveloped his entire muscular arm. See, the golem stood stunned while Dale stood proud amid the rubble. Not a scratch on him. He cast dark magic with a smug smile. Accelerated rot. Len watched from the side with curiosity, and Eris praised approvingly. The young master's magic is truly unique. Why did he choose to target the center instead of destroying it outright? Dale silently watched the golem's body disintegrate, thinking, "In my past life, when facing monsters like this tactic was precise and delivered heavy firepower. It was called biochemical warfare." He withdrew his mana, pinched his nose in disgust. "That stinks. I wonder if they understand what they're witnessing." The grotesque process of biochemical warfare is now being simulated with dark magic. That day, Dale passed the Level 10 test and set a new record. He was given 4 days of rest before entering the 11th trial. In the meantime, to recover from the Level 1 massacre, a retest for the remaining 59 contestants was held, of course excluding Dale. That night, standing dazed by the fountain, Dale was suddenly called from behind by someone. "Dale, you did excellently." On hearing that, Dale joyfully shouted, "Master Esphia, it's all thanks to your teaching." Esphia nodded with satisfaction. "Hearing you say that makes me very proud." Then Dale suddenly went tongue-tied, stammering, "Master Esphia, would you go on a date with me?" She was so surprised she repeated, "A date." While Esphia was still flustered, Dale quickly added, "There's a festival down the street. Let's go." Esphia, resigned, finally indulged him. "All right then, let's go." She thought to herself, a date? That's not entirely wrong. Oh my, Dale probably misunderstood the word date. Meanwhile, he thought differently. Is this what people call a wicked heart? At the Necropolis festival, the crowds were bustling and lively. In a secluded corner, Esphia asked quietly, "That trial was hard, you must be tired." He shook his head and smiled, "I'm fine. Besides, there are still a few days before the next test." She smiled kindly, "Is that so? Then that's good." As they talked, both suddenly froze at the unusually quiet atmosphere. To ease the tension, Dale changed the subject. "The moon is beautiful tonight, isn't it?" Esphia looked that way and agreed. "Indeed." Dale sighed heavily, suddenly at a loss for words. But the quiet felt comfortable. It had always been like this when he was with Esphia, perhaps because she had trusted him from the start. But the more time passed, the more Dale wanted to be close to her. A few days earlier, when Dale reached round 3, he finally understood what confronting the inner boundary meant. Dale's nose began to bleed from overexertion. He pinched his nose, resolute. To surpass the limit, I must push the mana overflowing from round 2 outward. Only by enduring the rampaging mana could he hold round 3. The interlacing magic circles gradually revealed themselves. Suddenly, a silver sword welled up from deep within Dale's heart. He regarded it pensively. The black sword now stood beneath a sky full of snow. He looked around, endlessly searching inside for an answer. "This place is," suddenly Esphia's voice echoed. "When you calm deeply, the inner realm will open." Dale bowed his head and suddenly understood her meaning. So this is it. This is the inner realm, the world of his consciousness. There was originally nothing here, just an absolute void. And within that empty world, Master Esphia reached out her hand to him. Perhaps that is why she was the light who came into his world. Thinking this, the words slipped out of Dale's mouth. "Master, I like you." Esphia couldn't believe her ears and asked to confirm. "What did you just say?" Dale stood up straight and declared clearly, "I said I like you, Master." She smiled softly, still seeing him in her heart as a child. Esphia bent down and hugged Dale tightly. "Is that so?" She answered him in a warm, low voice. "I like you very much, too." Dale could only accept that response, even if it wasn't exactly what he wanted. "Thank you, Master. Living 2 lives does have its benefits." A few days later, on a peaceful morning at Dale's manor, inside the level 11 trial tower, Dale gloomily lamented. There's still no progress with Esphia at all. She probably just sees it as childish affection from an 11-year-old. Now focus on the test. Eris announced the trial format. This is 1-on-1. The winner advances to level 12. Dale's opponent is the 3-round master, Anbak Rosen. He spoke up. "Don't expect me to hold back just because you're a kid." Level 11 trial allows the use of all kinds of artifacts and magic, meaning even a life amulet might not save you. Artifact limits have been lifted. I don't have to hold back. I must crush him immediately to make an impression and expose the gap in power. Before the referee finished speaking, the first move was launched and the match began at once. Anbak unleashed a killing blow that Dale could barely defend against. He sneered and warned, "I'm not like the academy rookies you've faced. Your winning streak ends here." Anbak used magic to create a barrage of sharp arrows, called shadow bolts, aimed straight at Dale. Dale's face showed clear annoyance at the provocation. "Let's see how you block this one." Dale continuously dodged one attack after another, and successfully escaped the danger zone. He was angry that his opponent had cheated, attacking before the signal, but the judges showed no sign of intervening. Perhaps they were curious about his abilities. Dale thought to himself, "Damn talent system, that's why I hate mages." After a burst of attacks, Anbak began chanting a summoning spell. "O those who swore to serve me for eternity, servants from the night deeper than Blood Night, rise up." The incantation made Dale feel embarrassed. Seriously, what a ridiculous chant. But I have to admit it's stronger than the average academy rookie. Dale continued to dodge the attacks from Anbak's minions. The henchmen kept charging, their sole target Dale. Unable to stand still any longer, his magic began to take effect. Dale swiftly wiped out all of Anbak's minions. He curled his lip. "This victory is mine. Do you have no more tricks?" The secret spell he'd been hiding was unleashed, causing the minions' bodies to swell and explode. The successive explosions threw everything into chaos. Anbak didn't hesitate to declare, "Today I am the victor, young Master Dale." But the smile on his face vanished, replaced by panic. "Wait, since when? Where did they go?" While Anbak was still groggy and searching, a shadow rose up from behind. Dale appeared mocking. "You look terrified." A clever sneak attack, magic engulfed Anbak. It was demonization. Fear showed in Anbak's eyes. "But to defeat me, not a chance." From beneath him, spectral voices moaned. "Hungry, so hungry, can we eat?" "Eat, eat." They begged with Dale's mysterious smile. "Please let us eat." The moment he nodded, they lunged, though they warned each other not to overfill. The other students who witnessed it felt a chill down their spines. Wails of agony echoed across the arena. The phantoms almost devoured every ounce of essence from Anbak's body. They seemed so hungry they were getting excited. Anbak kept begging, "Spare me." Dale wasn't completely heartless and ordered them to withdraw. The outcome was clear. The loudspeaker announced, "The winner of this round is Dale." Dale filled his chest, closed his eyes, and whispered. Behind him, the other contestants trembled. Now everyone's faces went pale, thinking about what might come next. Who wants to go to round 2? No one dares face Dale anymore. "I surrender, I want to live." Dale only smiled faintly, for things were going as planned. From round 3 onward, no one in the tower could match Dale. He won overwhelmingly in every round except the first. Dale continued to hone and perfect his 3 magic circles while defeating each guardian in turn. By the time he reached level 20, a truly formidable opponent finally appeared. It was the Headless Knight, the Headless Warrior, a creation of one of the senior Black Tower lords. This was an entirely different kind of opponent. Even as young Master Dale, you won't rise any higher. Dale raised his hand, magic surged powerfully. Things going exactly as planned would be boring. The Headless Knight's milky white eyes widened, as if signaling the monster had awoken. The magical current began to close in on the knight, making the atmosphere tense. What's happening? Down in the arena, for some unknown reason, the Headless Knight bowed before Dale. Everyone in the stands was astonished. The Headless Knight was kneeling. Who would have known that something different was happening inside Dale's inner world? The knight respectfully handed his sword over for Dale to decide. Dale didn't hesitate to command, "End your own life." And then the battle ended without any resistance. Dale gave the knight a wry smile. So loyal, he abandoned his duty to protect. But suddenly he realized the problem didn't stop there. He was dead. Dale looked up at the stands and saw so many people frozen like statues. He'd clearly gone too far. It made sense. A creature that betrayed its maker and swore loyalty to him proved Dale's power matched that of a Black Tower lord, even though he had no intention of showing off. Not thinking further, Dale left. He'd made his point, time to go home. People behind him whispered and gossiped. Where is he going? Is that the exit? Why is he leaving? Dale told himself that although he could push further, there were limits he shouldn't cross. Above was a place even monsters feared, something no one had known. And with that, Dale's trial was over. Outside, all the students fell into neat rows. The trial tower was the same. The Dark Tower Master had arrived, and the entire Black Tower stood at attention like a parade. Both nobility and tower chiefs pledged their loyalty. Every mage in the Black Tower showed respect to Dale and his family. Thanks to Dale's outstanding display, the Northern Territories once again rallied under the Duke's banner. A few days later, in the Northern Empire in the Duchy of Saxon, knights were pouring their strength into wiping out the monsters. With a single strike, they had nearly finished the job. As they attacked, they shouted the slogan, "For young Master Dale, for House Saxon." For successfully completing the trial tower, Duke Saxon appointed Dale commander of the Orc Extermination Unit. Wherever his extermination force went, monsters were destroyed. It was a task not every 10-year-old could take on. Yet no one doubted Dale's leadership. Thus, the heir of the Dark Duke gradually unified the North. Early one morning a few days later, at Dale's manor, he stood at attention and reported, "Duke, we have killed 145 orcs." Len asked directly about cavalry casualties. Dale reported only 3 minor injuries, no fatalities. Len followed up to confirm, "Did you use magic to protect them?" Dale answered plainly, "No." This was entirely the result of Saxon steel. After hearing that, Len didn't forget to praise him. "Well done." Hiomut immediately turned to boast to the Duke. "Duke, young Master Dale has truly grown used to commanding large cavalry." Dale modestly patted his head and declined the credit. "It's all thanks to you, Hiomut, for your instruction." He remembered the past days with excitement. Uncle Hiomut had taught him swordsmanship, tactics, and military strategy, placing all his hopes in him. "At this rate, it's not long before the young master can lead territorial wars," Hiomut observed. Though excited, Dale patiently waited. "Territorial war? I'm always ready for the next phase." A moment later, Saklot swung her sword as if in a match, and her opponent this time was Dale. She kept unleashing powerful spiraling sword strikes, but Dale managed to dodge each one in time. Not stopping there, Dale slipped behind her, catching her off guard and leaving her unable to react. A second later, Saklot swung her sword up in time to block his thrust. They fought from one end of the arena to the other, neither giving an inch. For a fleeting instant, Saklot nearly landed a hit on Dale. He offered praise and encouragement. "You've improved a lot." Saklot bristled, refusing the compliment. "Still not on your level." Dale laughed with pleasure. "Am I teasing you too much?" Saklot, annoyed, didn't bother to reply. After all, Dale was already a three-circle mage and had passed the tower's second level. Since then, everyone talked about young Master Dale non-stop. Wasn't it tiresome? Seeing her like that, Dale wanted to reassure her. "Don't worry, you'll get stronger." Hearing that, Saklot's face flushed. Dale thought to himself that at only 10 years old, Saklot had already exceeded any standard. Although embarrassed, Saklot tried to act noble. "Hey, don't treat me like a child." Dale corrected, "But you are a child, so am I." He pointed at himself and wondered aloud. "Me, I'm grown up, okay?" Saklot waved her hand dismissively. Whatever, forget it." Quickly, their duel came to an end. Now young Master Dale and Hio Moot sat opposite each other, arranging pieces on the board. Today's lesson was the hammer and anvil tactic in combat, with cavalry positioned on one or both flanks. Predicting the outcome, Dale said immediately, "The key is for the cavalry to break through the enemy flank and encircle them. Meanwhile, the infantry attacks." Hio Moot affirmed. "Exactly. The hammer and anvil tactic is named for placing metal on the anvil and striking it with a hammer. This strategy relies heavily on the cavalry." Dale rubbed his chin, thinking, "Indeed, this only works with black cavalry. In any world, the approach is similar." Suddenly, he realized something. That's right. "How is Saklot's training going?" Dale asked. Hio Moot stroked his chin, thought for a moment, then answered. "Saklot's progress, while not yet comparable to yours, is still extraordinary. The young lady has a solid swordsmanship foundation. Soon she will master the aura and Saxon sword techniques." However, Hio Moot appeared concerned. Dale guessed what he was about to say. The compatibility between Saklot's sword style and ours, right? Mages refine mana into magic through the circles within their hearts, while knights refine mana through techniques that convert aura. Mages build magic towers to master philosophy, while knights form legions to pass on sword techniques. Among them, the black cavalry of the north are like war chariots charging straight into the lines. The power of the Night Raven cavalry is a prime example of crushing the battlefield through sheer force. The problem is Saklot's swordsmanship focuses heavily on speed and graceful movement, using a fast, agile blade. With that talent, she could reach the lowest rank of the 7 great swordsmen, but she would never be like the #1 sword. Her sword would combine strength with fluid grace. The head of the 7 great swordsmen, a position that had once belonged to her father. Thinking of that, Dale was momentarily distracted and blurted out, "Flower sword." Hio Moot understood, his face filled with sorrow for her. If only that sword technique still existed. He recounted the disappearance of that secret method. It was lost along with the fall of the knightly kingdom. Dale stared at the knight piece on the board, full of pity. "Is it really gone from this world?" he sighed. After that, Dale's days had even less rest. He had to balance monster hunts with his studies, and his fame kept growing. It was time to show the results of his training. When Len heard the news, he exclaimed in surprise, "What? The neighboring territory under Baron Parker has declared war to claim your copper mine?" The merchant affirmed, "Yes, sir." Dale rubbed his chin in puzzlement. In this world, borders between lands and states were vague, but a low-ranking noble challenging a higher one was unthinkable. As he reported, he pulled something from his coat pocket. "If I refuse to hand it over and accept the declaration of war, then Count Brandenburg has taken the Baron's side, and with this letter, they are prepared to send the Order of St. Magdalena Cavalry in exchange for a share of the mine's profits." Hearing this, father and son immediately understood what was happening. Dale gritted his teeth, furious. So they want to play that game. He hadn't forgotten the humiliation of that day. Fine, then we'll give them a taste of their own medicine. Dale frowned and thought, "Count Brandenburg, are you planning to play a game like that?" He glanced toward the old man Brandenburg kneeling on the ground. Since that day, he has surely been fixated on avenging the humiliation he suffered before the Black Duke. Indeed, the man's face had shriveled with shame, but launching a direct territorial war would be extremely difficult. So he chose a border region, a place where he couldn't appear directly to settle things. Truly a despicable coward, he spoke up, "Father." Dale stepped forward. "I'll personally command this campaign along with the Saxon family knights." Unexpectedly, the head of the house, Alan, rejected him immediately. "No." He glanced at his son and said, "It is still too early for you to take command. Don't speak so carelessly. Warfare with other humans is entirely different from taming monsters." Those words truly stung him. Alana looked down and said, "Baron Jinbel, please do not worry. I will protect your mine." He thanked her, "Thank you very much." As for Dale, he was dejected. He went back and began to complain. "I thought I could do better than anyone. Why won't they listen to me?" Helmut tried to console him. "Please, young master, don't be too upset by the Duke's words." He encouraged Dale. "The young master is disappointed, but surely the Duke has his own reasons." Then Helmut changed the subject. "Instead, I prepared something for you, young master." He brought out a game board and handed it to Dale. "Would you like to learn to play a game with me?" Dale stared. The game looked a lot like chess, but it's called by another name here. "The war game, Dale?" Helmut smiled. "So the young master already knows it." He explained, "It's a game that simulates real warfare. The rules are complex, but mastering it is very useful. If you compete with me, young master, we can discuss the art of war in depth." Before Helmut finished speaking, the board was snatched away. Dale happily grabbed the board and ran off. It had stunned him. "Young master, where are you going?" Alan impatiently watched his son Dale dash off with the war game board. "If you win this match, will your father allow you to join the territorial campaign?" He sighed helplessly. "Even after everything I've said, you still won't change your mind." Dale remained firm. "I've come to understand that war is not just a clash of force, but a deep contest of strategy. Please judge me by this game, father." Helmut awkwardly said, "Forgive me, your grace, I will try to persuade the young master." Unexpectedly, Alan agreed. "No need, let it be. If you win, I'll allow you to do as you wish." Dale was overjoyed and hurriedly replied, "Thank you, father, for trusting me." Alan added, "But if you lose, you must give up taking part in this battle." Dale made his move. He was playing against his father. In Helmut's presence, he looked at the board in amazement. Oh my. The outcome on the board was clear. Victory belonged to him. Helmut glanced at Alan in surprise. Although Lord Saxon had given young Master Dale advantages in pieces and favorable terrain, he still managed to defeat Lord Saxon with a score of 2-1. Dale said happily, "So, father, you'll keep your promise, right?" The head of the house could only sigh in resignation. He seemed to inquire, "When did you learn this game?" Dale quickly made up an excuse. "I found a rule book in the library a few years ago and started studying it." He thought to himself, "Of course that's a lie. If I don't say that, everyone will think I'm even more of an oddity." Alan stood and said, "Once you make a promise, you must keep it." He declared, "In the name of House Saxon, I entrust you with command of the knights in the upcoming battle." Helmut still found it impossible. "My lord," the head of the house warned his son, "no matter how much I hope in you, with the honor of House Saxon foremost, failure is absolutely unacceptable." Alan's gaze pierced him. "I'll ask you one last time. Can you truly bear the full responsibility of this battle?" In response, he met his father's eyes with complete confidence. Dale assured him, "Yes, please trust me, I'll prove I can succeed." Alan smiled approvingly. "Very well. Return only when you have demonstrated the results of your training." Some time later, at Malberg Castle of Count Brandenburg, shouts rang out. "Are you drinking and carousing in the slums again?" Philip snapped angrily. "I've heard the young master of House Saxon himself will command the knights. So what on earth are you doing?" He was still reeling drunk. "Don't worry, father," he said with full confidence. "Our opponent is only a 10-year-old kid. Let me and your knights crush that arrogant brat from House Saxon." The more he spoke, the angrier old Brandenburg became. He slammed his hand on the table. Brandenburg berated him harshly. "You just called him a 10-year-old? Philip was stunned. "Yes, father, it's what he shouted. That arrogant Saxon brat, is it? He's a monster. You wouldn't be worthy to touch his cuff in 100 years. Philip was scolded until he collapsed to the floor. Brandenburg remained furious. "You useless insect, beaten by a 10-year-old. The old man also lamented bitterly. "I should have kept Charlotte earlier." Brandenburg assigned, "In this battle I will hand over command of the knights to you." Philip, seeing this, pledged, "Yes, I understand." Instead, he was scolded again. "What are you so pleased about? You have nothing to do on the battlefield," he asked irritably. "I don't understand your meaning, father." Brandenburg clarified again. "The entire operation will be commanded by Milvas. You will serve only in name." He ordered it. Milvas immediately escorted Philip out. Philip struggled and called father. Brandenburg fumed. "Damn it, if it were me I'd lead the forces myself, but I can't go all out against a child." "Could this have been your plan from the start?" Duke Saxon. By then Dale had achieved his goal and was extremely pleased. A few days later, at Greenbelt Castle, Baron Greenbelt stood anxiously waiting. The sound of horses' hooves arrived. The soldiers shouted, "It's an honor to meet young Master Dale of House Saxon. You must be tired from the long journey." In truth, the men secretly looked down on him. "My word, he's just a child. I don't know if he even knows how to hold a sword, but they say he's a prodigy. Let's wait and see." The Baron stepped forward to greet him. "Having the young master here gives me much confidence." Dale politely replied, "Thank you, Baron Greenbelt." He was burning with worry inside. He hadn't expected they'd actually send a 10-year-old boy. Even with black cavalry escorting him, the boy was too inexperienced to command outright. The Baron remained cordial. First, please join the welcome feast prepared in the castle. Unexpectedly, Dale said, no, we don't have time to waste. His face went pale immediately. Sorry, what do you mean? No sooner had you drawn your sword and pointed it at the Baron. Dale suggested, first, I want to inspect the condition of your forces. Among those under your command, who is the strongest? The Baron had Dale's blade aimed straight at him. Dale repeated, I'll ask again. Among the men you lead, who is the strongest? Suddenly someone spoke up. It's me, young master. A burly knight stepped forward. Young master, there hasn't been anyone here who could beat me yet. He sneered at Dale. That runt got his place because of his house. How dare he carry a sword? The knight looked at him with contempt. I'll give you a real match. Dale, of course, saw the man's prejudice, and now he sheathed his sword. Dale said, it seems you here doubt my abilities. He dropped his voice challengingly. Such an important battle was decided without consultation, and it's being entrusted entirely to a child of only 10. He then drove the sword tip into the stone floor. Dale mocked those in front of him. I also doubt the competence of your soldiers and the Duke commanding them. The surest way to resolve our doubts is with swords. Then he added, but hey, Dale said sarcastically, the strongest knight your Duke prides himself on is a drunk soldier. At this point, even if I didn't doubt you, haven't you proved it yourself? Are you planning to get drunk for courage? The red-haired man flew into a rage. He drew his sword and replied, I understand, young master. Then he swung his blade hard toward him. He challenged, I, Harbuk, hereby stake my honor as a knight to prove the strength of the Baron's house. Dale's face remained full of confidence, the two of them standing in an open patch of ground. Dale asked him, you've heard about my sword, haven't you? The man responded with a mocking laugh. I know all about the young master's strange swordsmanship. You wondered where this guy gets his confidence. He must have some backing. Harbuk drew his sword, I'm coming up. Like a blade, he lunged forward. Dale also took his stance to meet him. Their swords crashed together with force, the redhead struggling to hold against his confident smile. Blow after blow was swung. Dale silently assessed his opponent. There was no aura power on the blade, since only a very few high-ranking knights could wield an aura blade. Still, with his opponent going all out, he should respond in kind. He also began to use mana to assist. A strong stream of mana flowed from Dale. The man was shaken by the display. This time, the mana stream surged forward to strike Harbuk. He tried to hack away at the onslaught, but as one layer was cut away, another waited. Damn it, the attacks won't stop. That damned relic is distracting me. Dale simply cast mana and watched the man struggle, boredly assessing. His strength is pretty average. Suddenly, Dale's pupils widened. The red-haired man, unable to keep up, collapsed and began to feign injury. The Baron rushed over, Sir Harbuk, are you all right? Sir Harbuk. Was Dale really surprised by this? He was puzzled. Did he fall so easily? The Baron looked at him questioningly. Young Master Dale, what's going on? An important battle is approaching, and one of your elite knights has lost his ability to fight. Hearing that, he was furious. Dale asked coldly, Duke Greenbelt, do you not understand the situation you're in? He declared contemptuously, with that level of strength, only House Saxon will suffer in this battle. Do you intend to stand by comfortably and watch? That remark left the Baron speechless. What is that? Dale continued, is this really the strongest knight you boast about? Dale raised his sword and declared, House Saxon will not hesitate to be the shield for loyal houses. But that does not mean you may neglect your duties. Those words shamed the Greenbelt lords. Dale proclaimed, therefore, until the battle occurs, our Duke's knights will become your sword. He asked solemnly, now make your choice. Follow me or lose the foundation of your lives. The knights immediately dropped to their knees, all of them prostrated before Dale. They shouted, I swear absolute loyalty. At the Duke's manor, Elena was crying her eyes out. Alan comforted her. Don't worry too much, he soothed his wife. That child is beyond what we can imagine. He's a child who possesses many things. When Dale grows up, the scenes that child will witness, even I can hardly picture them. Saying that, a gentle smile crossed Alan's face. Our son will one day become the master of this world. Little does he know he's tearing his hair out. There's no cure for him. He felt utterly powerless. I'm like a frog at the bottom of a well, realizing how terrible the outside world truly is. It's full of incompetence. The more he thought, the angrier he became. The Sword Saint must have known the state of this domain when appointing Duke Greenbelt's territory. If so, I have my own plans. The next day, in the Baron's domain, Harbuk was straining to drag a huge stone. He collapsed onto the grass. I beg you, please stop. Around him, other knights lay strewn about but were still being scolded. Already flattened like that, Dale sat watching from a distance, then stood up. Such a weakling dares call himself a northern knight. The redhead tried to protest, no, I'm a wounded veteran. Dale complained, how long have you been at it, and you're already whining? He ordered, train the Baron's knights in every detail, starting with physical conditioning because none of them meet the standard. The subordinate replied, yes, understood. Dale gave another order also, send someone to Duke Parker's domain to convey that I wish to propose negotiations. A nearby knight asked curiously, negotiations? He replied, yes. Dale had it all calculated. He's not about to accept any humiliating treaty, he just wants to see one face before the battle. The negotiation site was on the border between the two baronial domains. Inside the tent, Dale was already seated waiting. He thought to himself, we have at most a few weeks, because the Knights of St. Magdalena are on a long transcontinental campaign, and with their poor supply situation, they're likely to strike first. Moreover, Baron Parker's knight force should not be underestimated. A nearby knight suddenly announced, Lord Philip has entered. Dale was not surprised. As expected, they had sent those two. He looked at that pompous fellow and thought, a completely hollow puppet, Commander Philip. They even patted him carefully before sending him out. But Dale shifted his attention to the man behind him, Lord Milovs, the true commander of this campaign. He spoke first. Greetings, Lord Philip, which was met with a fake smile in return. Philip sneered, you want to negotiate after all this time. His tone was cutting. You brat, afraid you'll soil yourself facing a real battle, are you? Dale remained calm and casual. He went straight to the point. Why did you agree to my request to negotiate? Philip seized the chance to bluster an excuse, only for Dale to cut him off. I'm not asking you, he said coldly. What did you say? He replied matter-of-factly, I'm not speaking to the puppet sent out as the face of this battle. I'm speaking to the real commander behind you. Dale named him directly, Lord Milovs the Sword Captain. Those words shocked Philip. What did you just say? He answered now, is that true? If not, why would a sword saint entrust battlefield command to someone with no talent at all? That hit a sore spot for Philip. Milovs hurried to intervene. Lord Philip, do not let his words sway you. Philip forced himself to hold back and curse the damned brat. Milovs thought to himself that Count Brandenburg's contempt for Philip was a secret known only to a few of them. So how the hell did this kid find out? Dale continued the negotiation. How does it feel to know that even your respected father doesn't trust you at all? Milovs suddenly shouted, this negotiation is over. Lord Philip, we have no reason to stay here any longer. Let's return at once. He was trembling with anger but still restrained himself. Indeed, Dale wasn't about to let them off that easily. Do you even need permission to speak? You're bowing to take orders from someone beneath you. Every word from you is an insult. You might as well be a slave. Is that the bearing befitting the eldest son of a noble house? It's like a dog on a leash for its master, Philip hissed in fury. A dog on a leash. Milovs tried to calm him. Lord Philip, don't listen to him. But unexpectedly he was told to shut up. The enemy camp began to fray from within. Dale then suggested, at this point, I'm honestly not sure whether you're the Sword Saint's puppet or Lord Milovs' puppet. While they continued to argue, he had achieved his goal. My whole tactic was to disorder the enemy command. I never intended to actually negotiate. He ordered Lord Bale, step outside for a moment. The knight bowed and reported, at your command, Lord Dale. After his knight stepped outside, Dale finally spoke up, can we speak privately now? His tone dripping with sarcasm. Just the two of us, but the true Supreme Commander is the one responsible for this battlefield. Philip ground his teeth in anger and stormed out. All right, leaving Milovs flustered. Lord Philip, he snapped, let us discuss this, Lord Milovs. Philip protested indignantly, did you not hear what I, the Supreme Commander, said? Milovs also stepped forward, but Lord Philip still yelled in fury. Dealing with that Saxon brat is my responsibility. Milovs nervously rubbed his brow. This is bad, he's completely fallen for it. Well, as a knight I must obey orders. Now Dale got down to business. Thank you, Lord Philip. As I said earlier, my request for this meeting is solely for negotiations. Philip retorted, you mean you have something that can convince me? Dale confirmed, yes. He proposed that if the Order of St. Magdalena's Knights withdrew from this battle immediately, House Saxon would supply all the food necessary for your army's journey home. Those words provoked Philip. What? He shouted angrily, you dare call that negotiation? Dale remained calm and replied, yes. His tone softened. And I apologize if my earlier words offended you. However, please withdraw your forces. Then came a blunt declaration of war. If you do not, your army will be destroyed and hundreds of knights taken prisoner. Moreover, the Sword Saint's reputation will collapse and your name will be sullied. This is your last chance to preserve even a shred of dignity. Those words left Philip speechless. He pointed at Dale and exposed him. Lord Milovs was right. You intended to mock us from the start, but you remain unperturbed. What a pity this is your last chance. Philip flinched. What did you say? Aren't you afraid? Dale asked him. Dale threatened coolly. When this battle fails, the one who will be blamed will not be Lord Milovs the commander, but the eldest incompetent son of the Count. Philip had indeed been struck in a raw spot, but he still held back. Don't be ridiculous. He tried to regain some composure. You won't be smirking for long. Soon enough, I'll prove myself before everyone here, he added. And Dale silently wished him to maintain that confidence as long as possible. Thus the negotiations failed. A while later in the Baron Greenbelt's domain, Milavs was watching from afar to observe the enemy's movements. Scout reports House Saxon's knights have begun mobilizing. Milavs frowned inwardly. That Saxon child, the look in his eyes, that calm, he was extremely wary. Scout reports House Saxon's knights have begun mobilizing. Milavs frowned inwardly. That Saxon child's aura, that gaze, that composure, he was highly alert. Though only a 10-year-old, he is not an opponent we can underestimate. But this is our chance, while he is still just a 10-year-old. Milavs drew his sword and declared, "Take him down and end his growth." He shouted, "We'll teach that insolent brat what silence means." On this side there's also a report, Lord Dale. The enemy's main force has begun to move. You're still preparing to meet them. Well done. Dale mounted his horse and raised his sword, calling out, "O swords of House Saxon, your time has come." All of you lifted your blades in unison to answer. Today, show them the blood worthy of that name. The bugle sounded. Both armies charged at each other. Milver and Philip urged their horses forward as well. Milavs commanded the first cavalry to charge. He silently formulated a strategy. The key of this battle is to stop House Saxon's Black Cavalry Corps. However, the current situation still doesn't allow assessment of the Black Cavalry's firepower. Therefore, to guard against unexpected incidents, Prince Philip must be positioned at the center of the formation, not the front line, and Baron Parker's forces will be placed on the left wing to pin down Greenbelt's cavalry. Milver confidently attacked. Meanwhile, the elite force of Brandenburg under my command will strike at the flank of House Saxon's Black Cavalry. Milver confidently attacked. Meanwhile, the elite force of Brandenburg under my command will strike at the flank of House Saxon's Blackhawk Cavalry. He instantly ordered, "We must not miss this opportunity." Some charged forward with swords raised. For the Count's house, 2 swords on the battlefield clashed loudly. The soldiers behind them surged forward as well. Suddenly Dale spurred his horse over from somewhere and said, "It won't go the way you hope." The Baron's soldiers saw him and breathed a sigh of relief. They shouted with joy, "Young Master Dale! Young Master Dale has personally come to the front lines." He also ordered to rally the troops. No one is to fall back, fight to the end. Dale and the entire force surged forward for House Saxon. They crushed the Count's battalion. Milver stood at a distance, evaluating. It seemed from the start he intended to use his main force to decide the outcome. Using himself as bait was indeed no small tactic. He grinned slyly, but this was exactly what I wanted. Immediately Milver spurred his horse and charged back into the fight. For Magdalena the army shouted. For the Brandenburg Counts, Dale's troops roared too. "Don't let anyone near the young master. All forces charge." All troops charged. The 2 sides met in fierce combat. Mana explosions burst on impact. Milavs urged his horse forward, strike quickly and win quickly. He ordered the first cavalry. "Follow me, take down the young master and end this battle." Milavs roared, "Prove your elite status here today." At once he began slaughtering soldiers. Suddenly a soldier launched an attack on Milver. The tip of a spear was almost at him, but Milver cut down the enemy. He slaughtered them in a rage. After the slaughter, he suddenly stopped. Milavs worriedly asked, "What is it? Is something strange going on?" He wondered skeptically, how could we be overpowering the enemy's elite like this? The Black Raven cavalry is being pushed back more easily than I expected. Suddenly a Black Raven rider shouted, "Retreat, retreat, reform the ranks." Milver Vers was filled with anxiety. Wasn't the opponent the Black Cavalry, famed as the battlefield's destroyers? Why this feeling of unease? Suddenly a rider galloped up to report. "Report, cavalry commander. Report, Baron Parker in charge of the left wing is powerless to hold." Milavs was horrified. What left wing? Baron Parker's flank was being swept clean. They were panicked. How could Greenbelt's fools be using aura? A report arrived that left Philip bewildered. Young Master Philip requested reinforcements for the left wing under Baron Parker's command. The soldiers were anxious. Knights of House Saxon were punching through Baron Parker's line. Impossible! How could aura-bearing knights have reached there? They urged young Master, "What will you do now?" He recalled Dale's taunt. After all, the blame would fall on the Count's useless eldest son. Philip ground his teeth. "I won't let things play out according to that brat's plan." Another dispatch came. "Young Master, this is a message from Lord Milver. He's consolidating the center and rear cavalry into Baron Parker's left to strengthen the defense." Philip flew into a rage and barked, "Shut up." He began issuing orders. "Gather all rear cavalry to my side. We'll punch through the right flank." Philip was beside himself with fury. "Before the left collapses, I'll eliminate that damned brat Dale." Milavs had also received word. The Cavalier commander, young Master, was personally leading the rear cavalry toward this side. He was terrified. What? Milavs was utterly helpless. I told him to go relieve the left, that damned brat. He calculated that the right wing's forces already held the advantage over the enemy's weaker left. Sending more troops in would only make the ranks overcrowded and hinder mobility. He reasoned the same. The right wing already had superiority over the enemy's weaker left. Reinforcing it would only create congestion and reduce flexibility, ignoring an ally's call for help and making a grave misjudgment. At this rate, the left will be completely pierced and will be encircled by the enemy. A rider spoke up to advise retreat. Commander, withdraw at once. But Milov said no, not yet. He looked back to observe and saw Dale advancing. The battle was not over. Milov snarled with hatred. That look of certain victory, I'll break it. Immediately the sword was raised high, and he commanded his troops, 1st Cavalry Regiment, there is only one way out. The soldiers echoed, order us, please give the order, give the order. The soldiers swore upon their blades in the name of Saint Magdalena, praying this pure sword be blessed, praying the goddess Sistina's protection, praying the love and mercy of the sister goddesses remain with us. Milov's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He roared his command. From now on we will pierce the enemy's line, take the enemy general's head, raise your swords, and follow me. The troops surged forward at the command. A loud chorus of battle cries and the thunder of hooves rose from behind. For Saint Magdalena. The loud shout drew Dale's attention. He smiled to himself, thinking, finally decided to give chase. The view of someone on the front line is always easily narrowed. The pressure and urgency of war will cloud their judgment. Perhaps even Lord Milov's couldn't escape that burden. Seeing the move Dale was about to unleash, Milov's blurted out, magic? Dale. Dale immediately used his ice volley technique and taunted, what? Seeing magic for the first time. No sooner had he finished speaking than the arrow in his hand was released, flying straight forward, piercing a horse and bringing it down instantly. Witnessing that display left Milov's utterly astonished. A strike while riding with that level of accuracy. The radiative magic itself was astonishing. But without the combination of superior technique and skill, that maneuver couldn't even be imitated. Dale. Confidently, he reached back and commanded, rise up, O walls of ice. As soon as the words left his mouth, a gigantic ice wall erupted before Milov's men, completely blocking their path. One soldier cried out, the road is totally blocked by an ice wall. Sensing the opportunity, Dale turned to urge his men on. At that moment, the whole army counterattacked. At his call, everyone charged straight ahead. Don't let their blades reach the young master. Give your lives to shield him. One by one they were cut down. Milov's now clutched his head in anger. I've been completely trapped. Their goal wasn't to kill me, but to protect their commander and buy time. On top of that, Philip had made the worst possible move. Because of young Master Philip, the center infantry massed on the right, distorting our entire front line grotesquely. He cursed in fury. Damn it, then the only option left was, without hesitation, he swung his sword and charged straight at the ice wall, shattering it and confronting Dale. He shouted, this ends now, young Master Dale. Let me personally send you off. Seeing the blade come at him, Dale remained composed. Then blood spurted. By dusk, Milov's entire battalion had been defeated, some taken prisoner. Dale looked toward them, sighed, and thought, that overconfidence in the power of an Aura Knight still hasn't changed, has it? The combat doctrine that Saint Magdalena's order built sometimes becomes its deadliest weakness. Because the jailer who watched over me in my past life was the sword saint who led that order. Whether I wanted to or not, I knew Saint Magdalena's knights inside and out. From behind, someone came forward to report. Young Master Dale, Baron Greenbelt's knights have broken through the left flank. The left commander, Baron Parker, has also been captured. This was not unexpected by Milov's. He ground his teeth and cursed because of that idiot Philip. Dale stepped forward and said, seems you really don't trust young Master Philip much, do you? He replied despondently, you set a trap from the start to lure us in. Dale continued, the battlefield is always chaotic, and no one can predict what will happen. Bringing about doom amid successive chaos was ultimately the result of their own stupidity. He declared confidently, following the great traditions of the Empire, I will grant mercy to those who beg for their lives with a few coins. Will you beg for your lives? Hearing that, a soldier angrily shouted, don't mock us. I'd rather die than beg. Dale put on an amused expression. Oh, really? Then go die. He snapped his fingers, and a magic bolt pierced straight through the soldier's chest. Then he turned and asked, Lord Milovs, what will you do now? Milovs fell silent for a moment, then bowed his head to the astonishment of the soldiers behind him. He said, my Lord General. He thought to himself, I cannot die here. I must warn the knights that this man is truly dangerous. He ordered the soldiers, all of you kneel. We will surrender under imperial custom and request to be treated fairly as prisoners. Dale, rather surprised by this choice, said, you even kneel to beg for your lives. He thought to himself that further provocation was pointless. But suddenly his thought was interrupted. He cheerfully ordered, "Kill them all for me." Even the knights of the Black Raven cavalry were momentarily stunned, holding their breath at that command. By imperial custom, ransoming knightly prisoners was normal. Still, Dale's voice remained utterly resolute. One by one, Dale's soldiers sent them to the other world. To the knights of House Saxon, Dale's orders were absolute above all else. And on that scene, one last man ultimately brought doom upon himself. Milavs gritted his teeth and cursed, "That filthy thing." He leapt up and shouted, "You think I'll fall that easily?" But no sooner had he finished than a spear from behind thrust forward. Piercing his chest, he collapsed helplessly to the ground. Dale whispered, "Lord Milavs, do you remember my death?" The cryptic words startled Milavs. Dale cheerfully recalled that night. "I remember your face being there. Your commander drove a dagger into my back. And you were there too. I'll ask you once more, young knight, do you remember my death?" Realizing something, Milavs cried in fear, "No, it can't be. You actually survived that? That damned false preacher." Not letting him speak another word, Dale unleashed dark magic, driving countless strikes through his body, his face now wearing a touch of madness. A female soldier swung her blade hard at the opponent, striking him and sending him reeling backward in pain. Philip sat on his horse with a terrified face, watching his side being picked off one by one. He felt a twinge of worry by the time he came to his senses. It was already a lost cause. Philip surveyed the dire scene. The right cavalry wing had been crushed. Lord Milva's and all his knights were dead. Thinking of the desperate situation ahead, he panicked and clutched his head. The left flank had long been broken, and the black cavalry were surrounding headquarters. Philip spat. Damn it. He thought of Dale and grew even more flustered, the look in his eyes. That mocking smile, why did those images keep appearing in his mind? A knight behind shouted urgently, "Young Master Philip, please make a decision." The knight beside him cried anxiously, "Young Master." But Philip, too panicked, babbled that they couldn't lose like this. The brown-haired knight was bewildered, and the blonde beside him looked confused. "Your lordship, what did you just say?" He went mad, pointing his sword at the two knights and shouting, "All troops, fight to the last. Do not retreat, our order of knights must never kneel." The blonde knight began to interject. "But young master, will be wiped out." Philip snapped angrily. "Do you dare defy the Supreme Commander's orders?" He shouted frantically, storming in one last assault. The rider behind helplessly called out, "Young master." Philip looked toward the purple-haired rider, shouting, "Hick." As soon as he finished speaking, he lifted his sword forward and gently withdrew it. "So the battle's over now, you don't need to be alive anymore, right?" Sensing something was wrong, Philip hurriedly shouted, "Wait." He cowardly pointed and said, "Fine then. I'll accept your challenge. I'll gladly accept a duel that stakes the fate of the battlefield," as Dale of House Saxon demanded. Bale, upset, muttered, "This guy, what nonsense is he spouting?" But Dale waved it off. "No need to worry, it's fine." He accepted indifferently. "All right." Dale continued, "I accept the challenge." At those words, Philip's expression shifted from cowardly fear to cunning. Wasting no time, he lunged toward Dale. He'd seen an opening. Philip smiled smugly. "I knew you'd accept." But Dale stared at him with utter calm. "Go to hell, you arrogant brat." Yet suddenly Philip was flung hard backward. A streak of purple light quickly clung to his hand, filling him with terror. Philip clutched his arm in agony and writhed on the ground. "Help me, no. Please spare my life, I beg you." Hearing those pleas, Dale could only look on with weary contempt and sneer. He watched Philip writhe and cry out in pain and said, "In the end, you couldn't even keep a shred of dignity just like that. This noisy battle ends in a ridiculous scream." The next day, many people stood ready, blowing trumpets. Everyone rejoiced at Dale's return. "Young Master Dale has arrived. The young master has returned victorious." A man standing at a distance smiled happily and told his companion, "I heard he successfully executed an ultimate encirclement to annihilate the Knights of St. Magdalena." The other man eagerly added, "The enemy bodies were countless." Suddenly someone cloaked in black appeared behind them and spoke up. "It's not exactly a thing to celebrate. Wasn't a lot of blood spilled in that battle?" The man gently removed his hood and cloak, smiling as he asked, "Does the god truly wish to kill everyone?" With a kind face he said, "The tip of that child's sword is now pointed at the enemy. But he is Cardinal Nikolai of the Sistina Sisterhood." Nikolai then jabbed, "There will come a time when he will strike without hesitation even against allies." The doors of the audience chamber quickly opened before Dale and Bale. Dale suddenly widened his eyes in surprise at a voice calling, "Brother." He cried out suddenly, "Lies." The little girl ran up joyfully, "Brother Dale." Dale hugged Lies, patted her head, and asked, "Did you miss me a lot?" The little girl beamed, "Yes, I missed you so much." Helmut chuckled, "Congratulations on your first victory, young Master Dale." Dale smiled back, "Thank you, Uncle Helmut." Soon after, Dale took Lie's hand, and they entered inside together. He gently passed by Sephia and Charlotte as he went. Dale approached Alina and Alan and then knelt before them, proudly and formally placing his hand over his heart. He declared, "I am Dale of House Saxon. I hereby officially report to your grace the victory here." Alan gently praised him. "You led that victory superbly." Dale replied humbly that victory was thanks to the sword of House Saxon, sir. He looked to Bale and added, "Sir Bale, thank you for guiding Dale so well." Elena smiled kindly and said, "You must be tired from returning straight from battle." She gently admonished, "First rest and regain your strength." Dale obediently replied, "Thank you, mother." Then he smiled and looked up at Elena and Alan seated above. Dale watched them happily with lies and thought, "The Saxon ducal castle, how many months has it been? It's been so long, it really feels like coming home." Meanwhile, at the same time, Brandenburg clenched his fists in anger and ground his teeth. He glared at the two wounded knights and shouted, "Where? Philip, why are only you two left?" The black-haired knight trembled in fear and stammered. Lord Milvas and the entire Knights of St. Magdalena, including the Aura Knights, were killed, and House Saxon captured young Master Philip and a few attendants as prisoners. He panicked. "They're demanding a huge ransom." Brandenburg replied coolly, "I see." But then he blew up and yelled, "You lost so badly and still have the nerve to run back here." Brandenburg asked cruelly, "Are you prepared to pay for your desertion?" The remaining knight sobbed in fear, "We have no face left, please. We beg your mercy." Brandenburg ordered, "Take them to the dungeons. I'll make them beg to die." Terrified, the two cried out, "Barbarin." He was furious. That day's battle was called the Black and White Retaliation, and people had begun exaggerating its details. The image of heroic Dale emerged. From that day on, before enemies who wailed and begged for mercy, Dale was called the Black Noble, the one who offered no mercy at all. He walked on tensely, and so Dale turned 11. A voice rang out, "You're 11 this year, aren't you? I have a gift I want to give you." Alan said gently, "At the official birthday ceremony soon, I will grant you the title of Viscount of the Saxon ducal domain." Hearing this, Dale was astonished and gaped. Then he imagined himself standing beside him. A Viscount is a rank that can exercise the authority of a lord's representative. So father had kept his promise to treat me as an equal head of the household. Dale replied happily, "Thank you, father, for saying that." He quickly said, though sudden, "There is one thing I want to do as the Duke's representative." Alan asked, "What is it?" Dale answered bluntly, "People are saying that the Black Noble in that battle showed a brutality that spared no prisoners." He spoke coherently and explained, "Because the knights armed with the faith of the goddess church became sacrifices to my cruelty, the church will likely be displeased about this." Dale smiled with confidence. "Therefore I want to make a pilgrimage to the papal domain of Sistina. There I will confront directly the weight of the ill repute I have sown." Alan frowned deeply and remained silent for a long moment. After a beat he spoke slowly, puzzled. "I cannot understand. Fear is a tremendous asset nothing can replace, and yet you intend to reject your notoriety to win favor with the church." Dale remained resolute. "That is a power worth accepting that trade-off for." Seeing his determination, Alan somewhat grasped his thoughts and asked frankly, "Do you have any other schemes?" Dale did not hesitate to admit it. "Yes, I do." Then he briefly and vaguely outlined his plan. "I intend to make them an offer they can't refuse." However, there was one line he only dared keep to himself, and did not speak aloud, that he would also seize the forbidden grimoires. A few days earlier, at the third watch of night, Dale, asleep, suddenly had trouble breathing. His chest clenched, sweat drenched his body, and a low voice whispered in his ear, "Do you remember? Do you remember my death?" The skeletal figure said as it propped him up, its eyes blazing as it stared at him. Dale half awoke and mumbled, "I remember our death." As soon as he finished, the skeleton uttered a single admonition, "Remember death, memento mori," and then lunged straight at Dale's heart. He writhed in pain and coughed blood. Everything felt so real, but it was only a dream. He kicked off the covers in terror and sat up gasping. Dale clutched his chest, wondering whether that nightmare had been the abyss of thought, and that invisible skeleton had in fact been the darkest landscape of the mind forced open to reach the third circle, where good and evil harmonize, where control and discipline of one's inner world begin and end for a mage, precisely what Dale was searching for. After brooding for a while, Dale tightened his fist and thought ruefully it was almost laughable that he suffered loneliness and nightmares. Because of that very world, what an unbearable disgrace. He stared absent-mindedly at his clenched hand and vowed to himself, "I am still too weak. I need a much greater power to fully control my mind." Just as a sword walks beside a knight, beside an excellent mage there must be a grimoire. And that is precisely why Dale carried out today's plan. At dawn the next morning, the carriage left the magnificent castle far behind, heading straight into the deep forest. This forest may look simple, but deep within it are thousands of mysterious tailies. It once marked the border between the domains of Baron Greenbelt and Baron Parker, the site of the Black and White battle. the end of the Empire's northern lands, and the beginning of the central region beyond Duke Saxon's reach. At that moment, following the rattling carriage, a few bandits gave chase. For Baron Parker, who had been defeated by Dale, there was only one choice left. "Turn to banditry," the scar-faced leader shouted, ordering the archer in the rear fire. 4 sharp arrows were loosed, striking down precisely in front of the carriage to block the road. The 2 horses, spooked, neighed wildly. The bandits moved up to inspect the horses. One shouted absurdly, "How dare you pass through Baron Parker's domain without permission?" Bale looked at the crafty men before him and asked coldly, "What do you want?" The man brazenly replied, "It's normal to pay a toll when entering a noble's territory." Dale answered reasonably, "I understand. As it happens, I've prepared a small sum to pay the toll." Hearing that, the scar-faced leader smiled in satisfaction and praised him. "Not bad looks like you know how to behave." 2 of his henchmen were tasked with checking the purse. They opened it. What met their eyes was a pile of glittering gold coins. One of them chuckled with delight, a generous toll indeed. Having reached the desired agreement, the scar-faced leader and his men stepped aside to let the carriage pass. Grinning broadly, he feigned generosity. "All right, out of respect for your sincerity, I'll make an exception and let you through." Another added with a mocking half-joke, "Come by again next time." The carriage moved on, clattering forward. The bandits watched them go, all wearing sly smiles. The carriage peacefully sped through the deep forest again. Suddenly, a man standing on a cliff above shouted down at their carriage, "Order it to stop." It was the same band of bandits, this time with another man among them. From the bandits' obsequious greetings, Bale and Dale could somewhat infer his identity. Baron Parker of the Timberlands, show respect before the Baron. Parker stood with his arms crossed atop the height and domineered down at them. "Do you dare pass through my domain without paying a toll?" Hearing this, Bale asked back, "A toll." He then appealed to reason and law, telling them, "We just paid that to your subordinate. Collecting a toll twice in the same domain is illegal." The bandits, brazen and shameless, doubled down and lied, "Paid. What nonsense are you spouting in broad daylight?" They showed no shame at all, arrogantly self-righteous. "We've just met, remember. We're the ones who uphold imperial law more than anyone." At that, Parker spoke up again, not with reason but with a loud threat. "If you value your lives, hand over everything now." The man beside him took the chance to flatter and boast. "Yes, this is the survivor who made it through the famous black and white battle. The veteran warrior Baron Parker," he added. Hearing that, Dale not only felt no fear but laughed loudly. Seeing him laugh so wildly, the group were stunned. One even let out a puzzled "What?" Then Dale removed his hood and cloak, revealing his face. He sneered mockingly, "A veteran warrior. How very different from how I remember you." Seeing his true face, Parker froze stiff. When he saw Bale remove his hat as well, he panicked and cried out, "Could it be young Master Dale?" Parker recoiled in fear, pushing his soldiers to stand before him. Though terrified, he barked loudly, "Don't panic, there are only 2 of them, just 2. We'll win this fight," he shouted, then ordered the troops on both cliffs and the archers aim and fire. Bale and Dale showed no fear, calmly watching them. Bale respectfully addressed him, "Please give the command, young Master Dale." Dale replied coolly, "Very well, the performance ends here." Parker panicked, trying to look fierce as he pointed at the 2 of them and shouted the order, "Kill them all, fire." The soldiers immediately obeyed, raising their bows in unison and losing arrows at the 2. Arrows rained toward Dale, but he remained composed. With a graceful swing, Bale's sword cleaved every incoming arrow in 2, shielding him. He said coldly, "At your command," then stared intently at the soldiers. The men holding bows froze at the sight. One stammered, unable to finish his shout, "Aim, aim." But before he could finish, Bale had already seized his sword and rushed forward. He struck him with a sudden, unexpected blow, and seeing his severed arm, the man screamed in agony, "My hand, my hand." Bale coldly raised his head and looked away. Wherever he went, men fell. The humbled soldiers begged and pleaded, "Please, have mercy," witnessing this. Parker trembled and stammered, "This can't be." He immediately dropped to his knees before Dale and Bale, begging and swearing, "Young master, please spare me, I swear I will be absolutely loyal." Begging for the compassion of the goddesses, he spoke. Hearing him, Dale scoffed. Half mocking, Dale asked, "Why should I do that?" Parker, seeming to realize his fate, went pale and nearly fainted. Dale had already walked past countless marauding nobles and knights, crossing the continent's heart and enduring long days and nights in these deep forests. Weeks later, Dale and Bale crossed a clear blue river together. Bale slowed the rowing and told Dale, "We've finally arrived, young master." Directly before them stood a grand, opulent palace. Bale briefly introduced, the papal domain of Sistina, the Star City Pucelle. Dale's face was expressionless. Inwardly, he thought wryly that calling it the Star City was ridiculous. Though they said the purpose was pilgrimage, in truth it would be more like judgment. At that thought, Nikolai's face unconsciously came to his mind. Dale and Bale stood before the gate of the Sistine Papal City. Both of them entered. Entering the central hall, Dale and Bale knelt to perform the ritual before Nikolai, paying their respects. The cardinal smiled kindly at the two. Nikolai Makia, he is Cardinal Pontiff Nikolai Makia. Dale slightly raised his head, eyes serious as he observed. A white mage of 6 circles, and one of the 12 holy office holders at the pinnacle of the goddess church. Nikolai sat on the chair, smiling as he inquired, "I heard that the battle that day shed a great deal of blood, my lord." Hearing that, Dale immediately continued, "The sacrifice of the brothers of Saint Magdalena is truly regrettable. The outcome of the great Black and White War is also deeply lamentable." He bowed his head, voice full of remorse. "My misjudgment caused unnecessary sacrifices, so to atone for that bloodline's fault." Hearing those false words, Bale was stunned, looking at Dale in disbelief, recalling the cruel, arrogant demeanor he displayed in that battle when he had hidden his power and status to come directly to the papal domain on pilgrimage. Nikolai looked at Dale with sympathy, hoping this sincerity would not be wasted. Dale of House Saxon, son of the Dark Mage Tower Lord, rumored to be the Empire's #1 genius, is that right? Seeing Dale's serious expression, he wondered inwardly whether the brutality of the battlefield had created some sort of guilt complex. After all, no matter how outstanding, he was still only an 11-year-old boy. On the surface, Nikolai smiled kindly, but inwardly he was full of delight. "That's good. The goddess's mercy is always open and equal to all. My lord, there is no sin in this world that cannot be washed away." Dale bowed his head, silent. After a moment he suddenly asked, and Nikolai immediately shrugged and said nonchalantly, "You said there is no sin that cannot be washed away?" "Yes, of course." Dale sneeringly pressed on, causing Nikolai to falter for a moment. "So you betrayed the goddess's nation to the Empire." He forced a smile. The boy's joke was a bit much. Dale looked at Nikolai with contempt, which made Bale beside him flinch in fear. Just before the church was forcibly annexed by the Empire, it was said that 12 cardinal bishops had persuaded the previous pope to accept annexation. The previous pope resolutely refused, despite the cardinal bishop's earnest persuasion. Cardinal Nicola was present there, yet the previous pope refused the Empire's annexation treaty to the end, and, before he could react, he was stabbed from behind, and the result was, the traitors coldly stood and watched the previous pope's body. Because of the betrayal by the White Mage Tower and the cardinal bishops, the pope was eliminated by the Empire's hounds. Dale stood upright, voice thunderous as he demanded, "Has the goddess forgiven your eminence for the crime of betraying the homeland?" Nicola gritted his teeth, staring at him. He glared angrily as if he wanted to devour Dale alive. "You say you wish to atone." Then Nikolai, in a burst of fury that unleashed his power, roared, "How dare that mouth mention such forbidden truths? Do you believe the goddess's compassion will side with you? Ridiculous." But he did not tremble. Coldly he responded, "Do you think killing one representative of the duchy can bury the matter?" Despite the tremendous pressure, Dale continued, "The Duke did not come here to trace the church's stain. What we seek is only a small price for silence." That said, he was thinking otherwise. Of course it was all lies. Duke Saxon could not even imagine what was happening here. Nicola could no longer maintain his dignified composure. His face contorted with anger. But in the end, he still shut his eyes, forcing himself to calm down. The power gradually faded, and the space returned to calm. Seeing this, Dale curled his lips in a smug smile. "What do you want?" he said lightly, startling Nicola. "I heard there is a secret library at the bottom of the Apostles' basement that houses the church's forbidden books." Dale proudly made his request. "Allow me to read it. The Hell Library. On its lowest level lies the most terrible grimoire in the world, sleeping. The basement library is covered in dust. It is the Black Mountain Yang book." He took a lantern and slowly descended the steps. The only person permitted to enter the Hell Library is the young master alone. Before Dale went down, Nikolai set a clear condition. Whatever happens in Hell, the church will not intervene. He added that only one grimoire may be taken out. Nothing else may be removed. Dale looked at Nikolai seriously and replied firmly, "In return, I must swear eternal silence about the church's stain. As heir of the black-colored Duke, I swear on the honor of House Saxon." After speaking, Dale and Nikolai clasped hands as proof of the sacred oath. They made a pact beneath the statue of the goddess, Gesh the pact. As the oath was sworn, magical chains appeared and wrapped around his hands. "I will take both our hearts as guarantors." When the pact was complete, both their hearts were chained and locked. Thus he and that cardinal established an oath through the magical pact Gesh, the pride of the White Mage Tower. Back in the present, Dale casually descended the stairs, thoughts racing. Now there is no room for doubt. If the cardinal breaks the contract, Gesh will blow up my heart. After all, it's not such a huge secret. He stopped before the great door of the library. This was the gate of hell. Dale stepped forward, raising his lantern to illuminate the words carved on the door. "Abandon all hope, ye who enter here." When his fingertip touched the door, he suddenly looked up. The door immediately opened, and a strong gust of wind blew out. Dale calmly looked inside. He decisively stepped in. This place was not called hell for nothing. Inside were countless shelves, thousands of grimoires neatly arranged. As Dale walked and pondered, he realized this was a vast prison masquerading as a library. These forbidden books were uncontrolled treasures capable of bringing calamity. Dale shivered slightly, uneasy, yet like a famed knight with his sword. For a mage, a grimoire is as meaningful as a knight's blade. No matter how dangerous or flawed, the desire to possess an excellent grimoire is obvious to any mage. He stopped abruptly, alert, and looked up. Before Dale, 4 corpses were approaching. Are these the place's guardians? Their eyes were bloodshot as they glared at Dale. Those who preach about the light end up commanding corpses no different from the Black Mage Tower. At once they lunged with the speed of light, raising their swords to strike him. But Dale's power of darkness immediately manifested and shot straight at them. Then he confidently cast spells. After all, no one here could see him. There was no need to hold back. The power fired forth, passing clean through their bodies, haunting projectiles. Dale watched the corpses collapse across the floor. Not having to hide his power felt truly exhilarating. Then he took out a knife and sliced his hand. Now to finish what needed doing. Dale let his blood drip onto the ground. I, Dale of House Saxon. Blood dripped onto the cold stone floor as the legitimate descendant of the house that inherits the immortal Duke's blood declared it here. He clenched his hand to let the blood flow. O Black Mountain Yang, who rules 1,000 beasts of the forest, fulfill the pact you signed with the Shadow Clan and manifest before me. Suddenly a voice rang out, causing Dale to pause. Blood carries a very powerful force. Immediately countless chaotic voices rose. He listened in silence. Fresh mage's blood longs to bind with us. Come here, child, I will grant you power. Dale looked up with annoyance. Back off, that child is my contracted one. The surrounding space began to change, shifting into a blood-soaked realm with corpses scattered at his feet. He could sense the hatred and murderous intent, the scent of killing. Dale observed the scene before him, pondering. Is this the world inside the book? From behind, a figure appeared and a tempting voice called. Swear a pact with me and I will slaughter all your enemies. He startled and whirled to face the demon. I will open a bloodbath feast on the corpses of those who stand in your way. He offered, I will slaughter every one of your enemies. At the same time, he made a sweet promise. I will hold a feast atop the corpses and seas of blood of anyone who dares oppose you. Dale silently scanned the surroundings, taking in the scenery. This is the Munscup of a grimoire, the Massacre Grimoire. From what he'd learned, the Massacre Grimoire contains the essence of the most vicious blood magic, the quintessence of mass slaughter. Its power and value match its name. Beyond description, he thought to himself. Then Dale ordered withdraw. He said coldly, You are not what I'm looking for. The demon screamed in madness. How dare you refuse me? It challenged further, do you think you can leave here alive? Dale sneered, nothing is impossible. No sooner had he finished than a tide of dark energy appeared around him. At the same time, Dale revealed, This is only a world within a book. Your world cannot invade mine. He smiled hollowly and said, But my world is different. He realized the anomaly. A world swallowing another world. He could not believe it. His world was the mind of a heinous war criminal who had cast a forbidden great destruction spell. A sixth circle high mage's realm. How could it be so easily pushed back? Clearly he was unwilling. Why was he being devoured by the world of a brat? Moreover, Dale boasted. The number of people your master killed is nothing compared to me in the past. I can't even remember all the cities. Dale emphasized that it was because he had killed too many. Enraged, he raised his axe and swung directly at him. Struggling stubbornly, he spat, Do you think I'll meekly be devoured? But before the axe blade could touch Dale, his body was torn apart into pieces. His eyes widened. He could not imagine his current fate. He cried out in unwillingness, Impossible. He took a moment to offer a silent condolence for the one who fell at his feet. Watching the space begin to crack, Dale whispered, Returning, are you? The moment he returned to the familiar place, a little doe girl called, Big Brother. The girl hesitated and asked, Did you call me? She also expressed, Nice to meet you. I've been very lonely lately. The girl shyly suggested, Will you play with me? She even pouted, It's so cold and boring here. From what he knew, the Black Mountain Yang Grimoire was the forbidden book Frederick, the immortal Duke, wrote to reach the truth beyond death by sacrificing his own little daughter. Dale thought to himself that this was why the grimoire's avatar took the form of a little girl. But she was absolutely not the Duke's real daughter. So he proposed, Make a pact with me, daughter of the Black Mountain Yang. The girl happily agreed, All right, then show me your world. Dale replied, satisfied. Very well. Seeing the snow, the girl exclaimed joyfully, Is this your world? It's so beautiful. She teased playfully, I really like you, you know. But then she hesitated, but, from a distance, Nuckola and his subordinates, faces pale, asked, What are those things? They were in utter panic. Young Master Dale, who would have thought that Brat actually obtained that book. Seeing them, he bowed politely. Your Eminence Cardinal Nikolai, why have you come here? He stammered. I was just. Suddenly Dale read aloud a line from the pact. Regarding things that occur in hell, the pact maker bears no responsibility. Then he sneered, You seem uneasy. Apparently the Gesh covenant alone wasn't enough to put you at ease, was it? At the same time, he exposed the truth. You came all this way to eliminate me, but this is a world of darkness. Dale mocked further, You've chosen the wrong place for a light-aligned mage. Nikolai tried to explain, I only was extremely worried for you. Suddenly the girl interrupted, Big brother, can I eat those things? He smiled teasingly, If you get a stomachache, I'm not responsible. The girl replied delightedly, Yes, wonderful. She was excited. It's been a long time since she was full, so she's thrilled. He panicked and prayed, In the name of the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit. Nuckola muttered a plea, Lord, have mercy on us. Grant us your compassion. Then he sincerely declared, May the Lord will it. May the mercy and charity of the goddesses be with us. He prayed that the light of the Lord would cover them, praise him, and destroy that minion of Satan. Seeing the formation set up, Dale was at a loss. Indeed, it wouldn't be easy. The angels were poised to attack him and the girl. Dale swiftly dodged those assaults, watching the deathly arcs of the blades before him. He immediately counterattacked with haunting projectiles. Seeing the miss, Nikolai jeered in anger. Damn, you dodge well, truly befits my angels. He said smugly, Even if he's a prodigy, he's only reached Circle 3. The Black Mountain Yang Grimoire can't unleash its full power through him. At the same time, he pressed the advantage, praising the Lord. Next, Nikolai murmured incantations that made him, and the little girl clutched their heads in pain. The girl snapped angrily, Noisy, noisy, it's too noisy. Then she manifested fully and shouted, But quiet. The seraphim immediately responded, Ket, the tentacle has been severed. One of them pronounced judgment. Now suffer judgment, you fallen one. Just as he was gloating, a tentacle suddenly impaled him. The remaining members met the same fate. He asked anxiously, Are you all right? Now the seraphim kept murmuring, Praise the Lord, praise the Lord. Praise him, they lost all control. Mouths repeating endlessly, Praise the Lord, praise the Lord, praise the Lord, praise the Lord. Nuckola gaped, Praise the Lord, impossible, how can this be? A grim demonic voice circled the soldiers' ears, Praise, praise. They went pale, racked with pinprick pains and breathless, clutching heads and chests. The chanting continued, Praise, while their flesh seemed to be flayed, streaming gore. Kythur watched them writhe and scream in agony, growing more exhilarated as she laughed maniacally. Oh my. It's been so long, that scent, she said, then guided a jet-black tentacle close to one of them. Then using that same tentacle, she tightened it around his neck. Kythur laughed, inhuman and perverse. We must savor it slowly, very slowly to reward the wait. Only when the man bled out and ascended did she release him and retract her tentacles. Nikolai watched the chaotic scene, sweat chilling his skin, frozen stiff. He gripped the crucifix like a talisman of hope, and in that moment realized much. The evil god gnawing at angelic flesh, the summoner, the dark scion, was not merely an 11-year-old child, not a being describable with words like the Duke's prodigy or the Empire's top genius. Thinking this and looking at Dale, he unconsciously stepped back in fear. He also understood that the Dale before him was, in fact, a child of the demon. Realizing he had no way out, Nikolai collapsed and cast aside the crucifix. Only then did Dale speak slowly. The parties to the pact bear no responsibility for what occurs here. Those were your words, weren't they? Nikolai had no presence of mind to answer, only begging repeatedly, I want to live, please. Hearing this, though he didn't get the answer he wanted, Dale did not grow angry but instead asked back, Do you truly wish to live? In return, what can you offer me? Seeing Dale offering him a way out, Nikolai, still stunned, quickly answered earnestly, Anything. Wealth, I'll give my riches and my titles. If you wish, even the ecclesiastical power I command, he said, glancing nervously at Dale's face. Then he hurriedly added more terms of negotiation. Unthung you ask, I'll give all I have. Dull let out a quiet chuckle. Out of nowhere Dale said, Sounds agreeable. Hearing that, Nikolai, cautiously hopeful, asked, Which part do you accept? Dale suddenly reached out his hand. Nikolai flinched inwardly. Dale smiled nonchalantly, Overthung you have. He stammered in panic, as if to say, Shulla you don't mean. Before he could finish, Dale brazenly continued, Perhaps we should rewrite the contract. Nikolai froze, speechless, the Gesh compulsion of absolute obedience bound by the covenant. Before he could finish, Dale brazenly continued, Perhaps we should rewrite the contract. Nikolai was immediately stunned into silence, the gesh binding of absolute obedience enforced by the covenant. Kaitha smiled brightly and sweetly called Bug Brother. Standing before Dale, the girl happily said, "Playing with Big Brother is so much fun." Then she affirmed, I really like your world, so I'll wait right here, okay?" Suddenly Kaithur smiled and stared at him. She then asked, "Aren't you afraid of me?" Dale replied at once, "Not afraid." Kaithur softly said, "Oh." Neither of them said anything more. Dale lowered his eyes in thought. Her existence was too dangerous to summon casually. Recalling the earlier battle, Dale worried further. This power was not something he could fully control yet. It wasn't meant to be swung about recklessly, but kept as a secret weapon for decisive moments. Kaithur then cheerfully twirled her tentacles and came closer, asking, "Will I get to play with you like this again?" Dale promised, "Of course, we'll meet again." Hung his agreement, Kaithur grew even happier, exclaiming, "That's a relief." Dale firmly repeated, "Promise me, you'll play with me freely again." Kaithur obediently murmured, "Amemha." Then briefly, "I'll look forward to seeing you again," she said, and quickly vanished. Dale returned to his familiar bookroom. Dale stood there for a moment, then let out a slight smile. The chaos in hell had ended just like that. The head of the Saxon family had received a formal apology from Cardinal Nikolai as negotiated. Dale slowly walked up to Nikolai. Nikolai had no choice but to carry out the rites for Dale. Moreover, as a goodwill bridge between the Saxon house and the church, a formal ecclesiastical ceremony was performed as an unprecedented precedent. On the way back to the duchy, Dale was no longer a pilgrim needing to hide his identity. For that reason, no one dared stand against the Black Scion's sword. After the ceremony ended, Dale smiled contentedly. A few months later, in the training ground, Charlotte stared pensively at the sword in her hands. Helmut approached seriously and said, "Then let's begin, young lady." Charlotte shouted determinedly, "Yes, sir." With that, she immediately entered a focused state and closed her eyes. Her whole body began to emit a powerful aura. The energy swelled. Charlotte raised the sword in her hand. Then someone announced, "Ready," and those around began to loudly cheer her on. Helmut couldn't stop praising her. "Amazing. Young lady, at this age, you've reached a perfected sword aura state." At that moment, Dale appeared from nowhere and called out, "Charlotte of the Uhuts." Without needless preamble, he introduced himself and went straight to the point. "I, Dale of House Saxon, ask you, by the honor of your liege and house, and for all you must protect, do you swear to take the oath as a knight?" Charlotte fell silent, thinking for a few seconds. Then she plunged the sword's tip into the ground. She knelt, placed her hand on her chest, and solemnly swore, "I do swear." Dale immediately withdrew the sword and laid it on her shoulder. He continued, "Do you vow not to waver for personal gain, to protect the weak, and to punish evil?" Charlotte answered again, "I do swear." Dale finally proclaimed, "In the name of Saxon, here and now, I dub Charlotte a knight of my order." After the ritual, Charlotte smiled and stood up. The two of them strode off side by side. Dale suddenly turned to her and asked, "Is this really all right?" Charlotte murmured, "Mm." Then she confessed a little, "I like the Saxon family's sword. That very blade made me who I am now." Hearing her words and recalling her relentless training, Dale thought to himself that she had used her will to choose the Saxon greatsword instead of a rapier. She must not be clumsy with it. Perhaps I underestimated Charlotte's talent, he thought, giving a slight crooked smile as he glanced at her. Then he relayed recent news. "Charlotte, intelligence reports that large orc legions are assembling beyond the Dark Lord's territory. It seems the orc battlefield is directly leading the army. Father has personally summoned the duchy's forces and the northern lords, and I will join the battle too," Dale said. Charlotte listened to every word seriously. "But when he proposed, 'In that battle, I want you to guard by my side,' she was slightly taken aback." Dale continued, "As my knight to the end." Charlotte fell silent for a few seconds, not answering. Then she looked at Dale's serious face and replied resolutely, "Yes, I understand. I will become the sword that protects my liege," she said, placing her hand over her heart as if taking an oath. She reiterated, "My sword will be raised for you alone, from start to finish." Dale only smiled faintly and said nothing more. In a closed meeting room, Alan listened thoughtfully as the man beside him reported, "We've detected a large-scale southward movement of orc legions from the Dark Land, the northern stronghold of the Dark Lord." Then the man anxiously asked, "Could the great migration of the demonic tribes be about to begin again?" Those hearing this tensed. Someone worried, "It seems likely. Long ago, when heroes and the Imperial Army campaigned against the Dark Lord, people thought peace had returned. But the invasion was actually a portion of the demonic tribes moving south to seek survival from the barren Dark Land, later called the Barbarian Invasions. And now such a migration may be happening again." After a moment of silence, Alan finally said, "I've ordered the Northern Lords, Black Mages, and all knightly domains under our command to be summoned. This will be a battlefield on a scale unlike before," he said, unable to hide his worried frown. Suddenly he turned and called Dale. Startled at his name, Dale turned. Alan solemnly announced, "Now is the time to teach you how to use soul-summoning techniques on the battlefield." Dale looked slightly incredulous. Dale slowly entered the workshop. That afternoon, in the Black Duke's underground forge, facing Alan, the first lesson on applying necromantic arts in battle began. Alan spoke. "Dale, what do you think is the difference between a Death Knight and a Revenant?" Dale's answer made Alan purse his lips. "Wasn't it the difference between a knight and a soldier?" Alan asked again. "So where does the difference between a knight and a soldier come from?" Dale was silent a moment, then replied, "I think it's a disparity in martial power." Alan shook his head, half right and half wrong. He turned toward the bed where a knight lay. "Being powerful isn't enough to make one a knight," Alan said. Dale, puzzled, asked, "Then is it whether one possesses a sword aura?" Alan answered, "Exactly." He then motioned for Dale to look at the person lying there. Hesitantly, Dale asked, "Thus person is?" Alan replied, "Yes, a knight who fell in the recent Black and White War." Alan explained, "This Aura Knight, when knighted, vowed that even in death he would devote his body to House Saxon, and then he snapped his fingers, and a stream of black chi immediately poured out of the knight." Alan watched the knight's body sit up and said, "When alive, the higher a knight's aura level is, the more capable he is of becoming a powerful Death Knight." Alan continued as the knight rose before Dale. Dale stared at the knight in astonishment. Alan said, "Whether living or dead, you must remember that they remain knights of proud honor." Then he turned and signaled, "Come with me." Dale pressed his lips together when he heard, "I have something I want to show you." The two of them slowly descended deeper. Dale followed Alan in silence. He looked around, wondering just how deep they were going. Alan tilted his head to Dale. "Do you know about the progenitor of House Saxon, the immortal Duke Frederick?" Hearing that, he pondered. "If it's immortal Duke Frederick, then his grimoire now lies within my heart." Dale answered, "I only know from books and what my father told me." Alan said to him he was a monster of truth. Alan continued as they walked, saying he did not hesitate even to use his own daughter as a sacrifice. Alan explained that what he was about to show Dale was what Frederick once pursued, and also the debt House Saxon still carries, the darkness of the old era. They stepped through a purple gate. Alan said, "Only the true bloodline bearing Saxon blood can enter here." Dale gaped in astonishment. Before him was a battalion of knights. Dale muttered, "What on earth is this?" Alan stood before the knights and explained that the method of operating the dead without continuous mana supply was a great leap discovered early by the immortal Duke, and successive heads of House Saxon had continued. He looked at Dale and continued, to begin building an army of death called the Death Order. In Dale's horror he said, "I am also inheriting the will of the immortal Duke." Dale ground his teeth, thinking everything had been made clear. He recalled Alan's words, "The image of you proving your will through action is impressive. Don't lose that, Dale." Clenching his fist, Dale thought the reason House Saxon cut itself off from the outside world, and why the Black Duke stressed morality while controlling dark power, was all to keep the Death Order secure. He looked up at Alan. The moment he understood everything, his first thought was that it was nauseating, hypocritical. Alan raised his hand toward the knights and said, "Thus is our darkness, and this darkness is also the shield that protects us." Dale bit his lip in silence. Alan asked Dale, "Are you ready to accept this darkness?" He clutched his chest, where his heart was wrapped in black mana. After a moment of silence, Dale replied, realized that from the start." He furrowed his brow and declared, "Dale of House Saxon, I am willing to accept it." Dale thought bitterly that no matter how illegitimate or evil the power was, he, under the guise of a son, was a hypocrite nurturing power for revenge. Many days later, in the catacombs, Dale lifted his hand toward the body of the dead knight. He used his power, channeling black mana into the knight's body, and the man slowly stood up. The knight drew his sword, then he planted the sword point into the ground. The knight suddenly lifted his sword and began slashing repeatedly at the air. Alan praised, "The concentration of pure mana is unbelievably high." Dale looked up and replied, "Because I'm studying under the best master." He looked at the knight who had now knelt and said, "But I still can't command a Death Knight without supplying mana like the Death Order's knights." Alan sighed. "It's still too early for you to learn that." He explained, "What we teach you only covers the use of necromancy on the battlefield." Alan raised his hand and continued, "You need to focus your cultivation to prepare for the upcoming battle." Mana immediately shot toward the beds not far away. The golems, supplied with mana, slowly rose to their feet. They immediately surged toward the knight kneeling before Dale. Before they could attack, a sword stabbed straight into a golem's flank. The knight rose and swept his sword in a circle, instantly destroying all the remaining golems. Dale then stopped supplying mana to the knight. Alan murmured in admiration, "It's astonishing. Death knights raised by necromancers are not all the same. He pondered that commanding the dead is the necromancer's duty. Many may never have wielded a sword in life. The swordsmanship Dale had just displayed reached heights surpassing even the living Raven Knight's techniques. Truly incredible. What exactly is this child's talent? Sephia bowed her head, lost in thought. What on earth is this? She watched Dale training and fell silent. Sephia lowered her head, wondering what this feeling was. She recalled Dale's words, "I like you very much, miss." Safa reflected that day he had feigned naive innocence, but through the world Dale displayed then she had perceived. She bowed her head sadly, thinking of the bitter cold, the unimaginable darkness, and the hidden desire within, clear beyond doubt. The longing of a man who truly craves love. At that moment Dale shot mana through a large tree. Sephia commented, "Your control of water magic has improved a lot." Dale smiled and replied, "Yes, because I promised to become a son my father can be proud of." She exclaimed, "What determination!" Yet Dale remained silent. Sephia noticed and asked, "But your face looks worried. What's the matter?" Dale hesitated and said, "Miss." He worriedly asked Sephia if she would still like him, even if she saw his ugly side. He lowered his head and continued, "One day, when I accept the dark corners of my house, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed to see that side of me." A hand was placed on his face. Sephia lifted his face up. Seeing Sephia's sorrowful face, Dale called Miss. Sephia looked at him and said, "An elf's life is very long, even later when you have become a true man." She continued, "I will probably remain much the same as I am now." Sephia bowed her head, wondering why she cared for this child so much. Sephia remembered the people's gossip. When the tale of the Black Young Lord's great victory in the Black and White War and the annihilation of the enemy spread, though the Empire praised Dale's talent, they also debated that scandal. She turned away, thinking she could not truly be glad about it. Sephia recalled Dale's appearance on the battlefield. The Reaper's massacre. Dale surely possessed the talent to turn the wheel of history, yet she did not want this child to walk that path of slaughter. Sephia smiled and said to Dale, "Until you later realize your true feelings, I will always be by your side." She added, "Not as your teacher then." To Dale's surprise, Sephia continued, but as a woman. She promised him, "So you won't have to be lonely." Immediately after, Safa blushed and turned her face away in embarrassment. After composing herself, Sephia turned back and said to Dale, "Now, let's begin the lesson." He suddenly lunged forward and hugged Sephia. Dale spoke, "Thank you, miss." He blushed and said, "I really like you, Sephia." She smiled when she heard him and said, "Then wait for me, okay?" Sephia replied gently, "All right," entrusting his body to a warmth that made one forget loneliness and the chill in his heart. That was the unforgettable promise of childhood days. Some time later, the knights were summoned. They stood before the manor awaiting orders. To oppose the mass migration of the demon tribe, the northern lords had gathered at the ducal domain. A man shouted, "Wilhelm of House Giul." He knelt in salute as he announced, "I bring 30 knights, 100 heavy infantry, and 400 foot soldiers, seeking an audience with your grace here." Alan and Dale sat on the seats while other leading knights bowed and continued their introductions. Kenneth of House Valdeberg. The minor and mid-tier lords had assembled under the command of the Grand Lord, Duke Saxon. Wilhelm spoke, "Also, our eldest son Bate is present. Among them, of course, are ambitious nobles who seek to win the Duke's favor." Dale sat above, bored as Bate made pledges. "As my father said, I stand ready to give my life for the Duke." Dale thought to himself, "These people all plead, 'Look after my son,' and then compete to recite their children's deeds." At the feast, people conversed. Even before the coming battle, aristocratic socializing was an indispensable ritual. For the Grand Lord, gathering subordinates and winning hearts was an essential duty. A red-armored knight bowed before Dale, as did the northern nobles and their offspring. They knew exactly whom to flatter at this moment. He said, "Hail, Black Young Lord." Determination burned in his eyes as Bate loudly declared, "I, Bate, eldest son of House Giul, will stand beside the young lord to prove my valor on the battlefield." Dale hesitated, thinking, "These people are truly dependable." A young lady quickly appeared before him. "Young Master Dale, you are even more majestic than the rumors." She continued flattering him, "I couldn't imagine you being such a composed and handsome man." Dale silently sighed. Being the center of attention is exhausting, such is politics. A purple-haired knight suddenly stepped forward and said, "Young Master Dale." He proposed, "I've heard that despite your youth you possess martial skill on par with grown knights. I wish to see your prowess with my own eyes." Someone exclaimed in shock, "Yons, that ungrateful one. How dare he speak so disrespectfully to the young master?" Dale shoved away the man who was about to rise and seize Yons. He stepped before Yons, who was kneeling in salute. "Are you the second young master of Baron Kenneth, Lord Yons?" Yons answered, "Yes." Dale spoke. You want to witness my martial skill in person. Jans recalled Dale's title, the Empire's #1 genius. He suddenly said that Dale possessed overwhelming talent in both swordsmanship and magic, led the Black and White Battalion to a great victory at a very young age, and turned the Knights of St. Magdalena into a sea of blood. Jans bowed and continued, I do not doubt the young master's abilities. I only, he thought, consider you a martial prodigy standing right before me. Jans explained, I merely wish to learn a few moves through the young master's sword. The older knight behind him immediately scolded, that bastard. In Dale's cold laugh, he shouted, how dare you be disrespectful to the young master? Get out of here at once. Dale suddenly asked, second young master of the Kenneth family, Lord Jans, I've heard you're leading a company of 100 mercenaries. Is that true? You continued, you've set out to train as a wandering knight and built that company from scratch. Dale thought, mercenaries, huh? Dale pondered that as a baron's younger son. Under succession laws, it would be hard to inherit the domain from the firstborn, so he used gambling-like methods to prove himself. Without backing, how could a wandering knight raise 100-strong mercenary band? You secretly smiled and remarked that was rather useful, then happily agreed. Fine, I accept your challenge. A moment later, the two stood facing each other in the hall. Alan sat on a high chair observing the match. The duel between the Kenneth heir and Dale suddenly began. This fight was a good chance to settle ranks before the war started. Jans slowly drew his sword, and the Black Duke had no reason to refuse it. Dale suddenly asked, you surely know that my sword is different from ordinary swords, right? Mana gathered in your shadow. Jans replied, yes, I have also heard of the young master's shadow sword. Dale suggested to Jans, use your aura. You smiled and said, use your full strength to counter me. Dale continued, this is an order. Jans gripped his sword and answered, understood. Mana immediately erupted and spread throughout the great hall. Dale looked at Jans in a ready stance and observed, still not a knight who has reached the realm of using an aura blade, huh? You gave a faint smile and noted internally that his mana control was extremely neat. Your shadow immediately moved forward. Dale thought, very well, so will I. A black sword rose from Dale's shadow. Jans watched you slowly grasp the sword in astonishment. Could that be the Black young master's blade? He pressed his lips together. Dale ordered charge. No sooner had he spoken than Jans lunged forward. He thrust straight at you, but Dale quickly tilted aside to dodge. Dale raised his head slightly. You silently crossed swords with Jans. He moved again, lifting his sword high. Jans swung hard at Dale. You coolly used the black sword to parry. Jans looked at you and thought, Black young master, you are different from me. You were born with everything. They forced their blades apart and stepped back. Jans vowed to himself, I will prove it. He gritted his teeth and silently thought that someone with nothing could still defeat someone with everything. Jans rushed in and thrust hard at Dale. You quickly tilted your body left to avoid it. He immediately turned his sword toward you and swung. Jans raised his sword high and realized, I see an opening. The sword came down hard toward Dale, parry. The match begins. Sir Jans, the mercenary captain, swings his sword in a powerful slash. His face shows determination as he pours all his strength into this opening strike. But his opponent, Dale Jackson, the Jackson heir, easily dodges. Jans' blade whistles by within an inch. As soon as Jans loses momentum, Dale immediately counterattacks. Darkness pours up from beneath the boy's feet, blasting Jans backward. Spears of shadow surge from the ground, forcing Jans to leap back to keep his distance. Standing amid his dark weapons, Dale only smirks. The fight seems completely under his control. The boy launches into the air, preparing for a new attack from above. Tendrils of darkness rain down, as Jans can only raise his sword to block. One of the dark spears is stopped by Jans, but he's been pushed fully onto the defensive. Dale speaks up, acknowledging Jans' skill as befits a mercenary captain, declaring Jans a worthy opponent who forces him to show his strength. That condescending remark enjars Jans. He grits his teeth, unable to believe a child is daring him to stand still and take it. Furious, Jans shouts that Dale will regret underestimating him and swings his sword down. Clang, Dale easily parries Jans' blade with one hand. The boy's strength far exceeds what Jans imagined. Witnessing the unbelievable scene, the northern lords watching from afar are stunned. A woman smiles, while the man beside her praises the elder Jackson son's dignity as being on another level. Everyone is amazed at the power of an 11-year-old boy. Jans steps back, challenging Dale to dodge another of his strikes. But this time, Dale doesn't dodge. He stands still, letting his dark blades do the work, easily knocking Jans away. Jans suddenly realizes the air is dominating him, as if toying with a child. The target from the start wasn't him, but the lords and their children watching the match. I can't be toyed with like this. Jans roars, refusing to accept the harsh truth. He screams, pouring all remaining strength into one final desperate attack. Jans frantically forces himself to move faster. He won't accept this unbridgeable gap in power. All his years of hard training seem meaningless against what is called genius. Perhaps the greatest talent the Dark Prince possesses is the world's injustice itself. He realizes that any further resistance is pointless. The gap between them is too great. Completely defeated, Jans collapses to his knee, planting his sword into the ground. With a bitter expression, he whispers in despair, admitting he no longer knows how to overcome the boy. Jans lifts his head, looks directly at Dale and declares, "This is my defeat." Dale is also reflecting on his power, wondering if it's the Black Goat book that made his demonic heart so strong. He didn't expect to so decisively beat someone using their full aura. Throughout the fight, he felt as if the world around him slowed. Now the dark sword has become part of his body, controlling the black blades like tendrils. A mysterious feminine spirit appears within him, smiling. Dale thinks to himself that the match with Sir Jans let him feel the change in his power. However, he still needs to set an example for the others. And with that, he snapped his fingers. A barrage of razor-sharp dark blades suddenly appeared, pointing straight at Jans, leaving him stunned. An invisible pressure bore down on Jans, forcing him to buckle, struggling to hold his ground. Dale stepped forward, looked down at the kneeling Jans, and loudly asked if anyone else wanted to challenge him. He swept his gaze across the hall, daring anyone who doubted his name. His youthful yet authoritative voice echoed everywhere, and no one dared answer. To finish the display, Dale swung his sword, creating a gusting slash that tore up the marble floor. Before that absolute power, Jans' mercenary squad all dropped to their knees. They all shouted a vow of loyalty to the heir. Dale only smiled in satisfaction. His plan had succeeded. In that moment, Dale recalled something his father, Duke Jackson, often said: "Fear secures loyalty." And the scene before him proved that saying entirely true. That night the lords and nobles celebrated, but in another corner, Jans and his men left the banquet. One soldier anxiously checked on their captain. Jans tilted his head back and drained a bottle of wine, cursing this damned world, while his comrade worried that he looked terrible. Bitterly, Jans replied that no matter how many times he swung his blade, he couldn't touch that boy's heel, so how could he be all right? The other soldiers fell silent and listened. He mocked himself for having once believed the hollow saying that a man's worth isn't set at birth, but can be changed by effort. He ridiculed himself for believing that a person's value could change through hard work. Jans considered it a lie. Facing a genius like the Dark Prince, he felt like he was up against an impenetrable wall. The angrier he got, the more Jans decided to set it all aside. He invited his men to drink, and they gladly agreed, saying nothing in life beats wine. In the falling snow, Jans and his soldiers sat around the fire, trying to forget their humiliating defeat. Jans drank and complained about the sight of noble ladies crowding around an 11-year-old kid. A curious soldier asked what they looked like. He sneered that the ladies flattering themselves for a child's favor were disgusting. The other soldier burst out laughing, agreeing that the nobility had no shame. The mood grew rowdier as they traded insults about the nobles, saying that without titles they're all the same. On the battlefield, there's nothing special about them. Jans sneered again, wondering if that brat even knew how to deal with women. The soldier replied that after all, he's still a man, Captain. Suddenly, a youthful voice sounded right behind Jans. "Oh, is that so?" Dale Jackson had appeared before Jans noticed, making him jump. The mercenaries jumped up in alarm. Jans stammered, asking when the boy had arrived. Without warning, Dale casually sat down next to Jans, freezing him with fear. The boy picked up a bottle, smiled, and told Jans not to sit there stiff, take the drink. Jans could only mutter an anxious yes. Dale suddenly asked if Jans felt the world was cursed. Taken aback, Jans hurriedly denied it. But Dale continued, asserting that the world is inherently unfair and absurd, where people can't truly decide their own fate. The boy philosophized further. Given innate talent and one's environment, is there any fate we can truly choose for ourselves? Jans could only stammer that there was. Dale patted Jans lightly on the shoulder. Then he smiled and told Jans not to blame himself too much, because in this world, destinies that we can change with our own hands simply do not exist. Dale's words stunned Jans. Hearing that, Jans laughed, a smile of bitter relief. He covered his face and admitted the heir was right. No matter how hard he tried, there had never been a chance from the start. After loosening Jans' mind, Dale got to the point. He addressed him directly, Sir Jans, the second son of Baron Kennet, and said, "I like you." Dale continued, saying he liked both him and his mercenary company. Then the boy made an incredible offer. "Would you wield your sword for House Jackson under my command?" The invitation left Jans completely shocked. What? Jans could only exclaim in astonishment. Dale's proposal opened a new path for the desperate mercenary. By the campfire, Dale made an offer that stunned Zeke, the mercenary. He proposed that Zeke and his men join House Jackson's banner, promising they would be trained by his knights before the upcoming battle. Dale elaborated. They would be taught everything from how to wield a sword to techniques of aura, step by step. Zeke could hardly believe his ears, trained by the legendary Night Raven Knights. It sounded almost impossible. To Zeke, Dale was the one who had shown him how unfair this world could be. Yet now the boy was offering him an opportunity no one would dare dream of. Zeke stammered, asking why Dale would do all this for him. Dale looked directly at Zeke and smiled mysteriously. He answered simply that he happened to need someone like him. Dale concluded that that was how it was. He was there, and that was how the world worked. The boy's words left Zeke stunned. Everything he thought he knew seemed to be changing. Zeke had always believed this world was inherently unjust. But when faced with Dale, even that injustice seemed to be forgotten. The boy had a force of personality that compelled others to follow. Sometime later, at the grand mansion of House Jackson, in the council chamber of Jackson Castle, Duke Altsane Jackson, head of the house, demanded a report on the state of the battlefield. A general reported that a vast mountain range lay between the Demon King's territory and the Duke's lands. Fortresses were densely built along the passes, and knights were fighting fiercely to hold those positions. The latest updates showed the defensive force of the Winter Watch unit had begun withdrawing from the fortress on the 9th mountain alongside the northern lords. The general added that before retreating, they had burned all supplies that could not be transported. Hearing this, Duke Altsane nodded, affirming that everything was proceeding according to plan. Their plan was to withdraw in stages, waiting for the enemy to tire near the upper reaches of the Jackson River. Then they would intercept and annihilate the enemy's main force as it tried to cross the river. Another general suggested it was time to deploy the field army. Duke Altsane ordered the lords to prepare to deploy. Immediately, the commanders rose to accept the command. As everyone departed, Duke Altsane asked Dale to stay. He had something to discuss privately with his son. He announced he would place the mobile strike force of Night Raven Knights under Dale's command. It was an enormously significant responsibility. Duke Altsane tasked Dale. When the large-scale clashes on both fronts began, he would lead this elite strike force. Not only that, he added that Miss Sepia would support Dale. At the mention of her name, Dale couldn't help but be surprised. Dale wondered aloud, since the Blue Tower's stance was not to interfere in secular conflicts. But his father replied that Sepia had been appointed Jackson House's chief advisor. Moreover, he argued that fighting demons could hardly be considered a mere secular dispute. Dale remained puzzled as to why his mentor would join the war. He asked his father directly whether this was Miss Sepia's wish. Duke Altsane replied tersely with a single word, yes. Duke Altsane placed his full trust in his son, reminding him that Dale had proven his abilities by winning the black and white match, and he believed Dale would perform well this time too. Dale clenched his fists, his eyes filled with resolve. Dale accepted the mission, but said he had one other request to make. Duke Altsane looked at his son, expectant, signaling for him to state his request. Dale made a surprising request. He wanted his father to assign the Holy Sword Youth, Charlotte, to his unit. It was a trump card he wanted to hold personally. Charlotte took up her helm, her golden hair neatly braided and pinned. This moment marked her acceptance of the new role. Clad in glossy black armor, she stood firm, gazing toward the distant snowy mountains, the posture of a true knight ready for any mission. Watching Charlotte's back, Dale murmured to himself, admitting that she really did look reliable. Dale smiled with pride. He thought to himself that, after all, she would be the knight escort for the famed Black Prince across the world. He nodded in agreement with his own thought. Now Charlotte looked like a proper knight, no longer just a girl. For a moment, the image of his powerful father returned to Dale's mind, reminding him of the harsh lessons that shaped who he was today. Back in the present, Dale looked at Charlotte and suggested they make a promise together. The sudden proposal surprised her, and his promise was only 2 words, "Don't die." Charlotte was completely bewildered by this strange request. She objected at once, arguing that risking her life for her liege was a knight's duty. Dale asked again whether she wanted to know what a knight's true duty was. Charlotte fell silent, waiting for her young lord's answer. He declared boldly that that duty was to never betray the trust of one's lord. Dale smiled, his gaze sincere, and said he did not want her to die. His trust was placed on her life. Hearing this, Charlotte blushed, her heart stirred. Dale affirmed that this was not the battlefield where she should lose her life. Charlotte solemnly promised she would engrave those words deep in her heart. Dale smiled in satisfaction, The promise was set. Sometime later, the sound of hooves echoed as the march officially began. To counter the orc armies moving south, the main force led by Duke Jackson himself had launched the expedition. Meanwhile, Dale, together with Surveil, Charlotte's escort knight, and Sepia, personally led the Night Raven Knight's cavalry strike force upstream along the Jackson River, a few miles from the Duke's main camp. Mounted on his horse, Dale was intensely focused. The first battle he commanded was about to begin. At this moment on the battlefield, Sepia was no longer just Dale's teacher. She was an advisor, an important part of his command. At dawn that day, upstream on the Jackson River, the current ran swift beneath the late moonlight. The camp of the mobile strike force under Dale's command had been established, ready for the decisive battle. Under the moonlight, Sepia stood quietly, her gaze fixed on the river, as if sensing something. Dale stepped up from behind and called to her, "Miss Sepia." Sepia turned and answered his call. Now he was her commander. She noticed Dale had stayed up late and asked if he couldn't sleep. The air carried some tension before the battle. Dale went straight to the point, asking why Sepia accepted his father's offer. Sepia only smiled, a smile both warm and mysterious. She replied that she was simply fulfilling her duty. Sepia recalled her earlier promise that she would always be by his side. The remark surprised Dale. He seemed to have forgotten that vow. Dale smiled faintly. He whispered a sincere thank you. The bond between them ran deeper than teacher and student. Suddenly, Sepia sensed an abnormal surge of energy. She flinched, an omen that something bad was about to happen. Without a second's hesitation, Dale shouted orders for the entire strike force to prepare for battle and move immediately to the river crossing. When they reached the cliff overlooking the river, the sight stunned Dale. The orcs were already there much earlier than expected. Dale ground his teeth. Those damn orcs had struck first, completely wrecking his ambush plan. Just then, Surveil rushed over, calling out loudly for his young lord. Dale turned around. Surveil's face was extremely tense. He was ready to receive orders. Surveil nearly shouted, begging Dale to give the command. A cold decisiveness flashed in Dale's eyes. He quickly assessed the situation. Thousands of orcs were risking the river crossing, a natural fortress, signaling they were in desperate straits. Dale issued orders at once. Surveil would lead 4 cavalry battalions in a frontal assault, tasked with wiping out the orc vanguard before they could establish a bridgehead. Dale continued that he would personally command the remaining 2 battalions to strike at their rear. Surveil stood at attention and accepted the orders without hesitation. The battle erupted. Archers on the bank yelled warnings as the orcs surged forward like a storm. A commander roared orders for the archers to fire, vowing not to let the monsters touch the shore. "Fire!" came the command. A rain of arrows descended, driving into the orcs crossing the river. Blood stained a stretch of the water red, yet they pressed on frenziedly. Meanwhile, Dale's cavalry thundered forward, swinging around to strike the enemy's rear. Leading the force, Dale thought to himself, "Hold on a little longer, Vale." His entire plan depended on whether Sir Vale could hold the enemy. But unknown to them, as Dale's cavalry swept by, a mysterious figure in a black cloak had been watching them from the shadows. Concealed behind a boulder, the stranger with glowing red eyes wore a sinister grin. Every move Dale made was within his sight. Atop the cliff, a crisp command rang out. The archers in black cloaks raised their bows in unison, ready for a preemptive strike. Then a rain of arrows poured down. Below, the wolf-riding orc horde surged forward, unaware of the danger awaiting them. Still, the orcs charged madly. They nimbly dodged the incoming shafts, refusing to give the defenders time to regroup. A war-wolf and its rider lost momentum and plunged straight into the rushing water. Amid the chaos, one orc broke through the arrow storm. Its wolf leaped up, heading straight for the archer's position. It lunged and tore an archer apart in an instant, blood spraying everywhere. The defensive line began to show cracks. One by one, the orcs started crossing the bridge. A soldier screamed in despair as he saw his comrade fall. With bloodshot eyes, the orc commander roared, declaring they'd pierced the lines and were heading straight for the bridge. But the Jackson clan soldiers did not falter. They vowed to hold to the death, driving the orcs off the bridge at all costs. At that moment, from behind the orcs, the Jackson clan's heavy cavalry emerged, charging toward the battlefield. Dale Jackson, the young heir, had anticipated the situation. He reasoned that the enemy had marched far and their rear must be cut off. His plan was clear. While Bale's unit held the enemy at the front, he would lead troops around the shallow water and ambush the enemy's exposed flank. At the front, Sir Vale, tasked with holding the line, could only grit his teeth and urge his men to hang on a little longer. The battle grew fiercer. Another soldier fell amid cries of anguish. The orc commander loomed, swinging his menacing axe at 2 soldiers backed into a corner. But that was the moment they'd been waiting for. A soldier shouted, signaling the rear assault. A sudden explosion erupted in the orc rear, leaving them stunned and unable to react. Dale Jackson led the cavalry in like a storm. Spotting Sir Vale still holding, he shouted the knight's name. On the heir's order, Sir Vale immediately rallied the troops to press the line in concert with Dale's attack. Sir Vale, with the authority of a knight, announced the enemy was isolated. He urged the soldiers to tighten the encirclement. The final command was given. No mercy! The slaughter began. The orcs were trapped between two pincers with no escape. Dale calmly surveyed the battlefield. A violet aura enveloped him and his warhorse, signaling a powerful skill about to be unleashed. He cast Shadow Bullet. Condensed dark energy fired out at terrifying speed, piercing the orcs' bodies and leaving them no chance to fight back. Witnessing Dale's overwhelming power, the soldiers cheered excitedly. They took pride in having a brilliant leader fighting alongside them. Yet the danger wasn't over. A massive orc suddenly appeared behind Dale, swinging its weapon straight at him. But Dale remained unshaken. He barely dodged the blow as an armored knight rushed in to assist. The knight plunged his sword into the orc's flank with all his strength, making it roar in pain. Dale smiled confidently, assuring the knight to leave it to him. Suddenly Dale's teacher, Sepia, appeared. Frosty energy poured from her hands, ready to support. Dale issued orders at once. He warned that if they delayed, the orcs would reform, and they would withdraw before being fully encircled. The battle raged on. Sir Vale charged left and right, ruthlessly cutting down foes to carve a bloody path. Dale's entire force began withdrawing as planned, while the orcs frenziedly pursued from behind. A panicked soldier reported that the orc riders were turning back. It seemed they had realized the trap. Without hesitation, Dale shouted, ordering the entire army to retreat immediately. The Night Raven cavalry instantly wheeled their horses and galloped out of the forest, leaving the chasing orcs behind. Dale maintained a calm expression. He believed their objective had been achieved. It wasn't necessary to secure an overwhelming victory in every engagement. His plan was to lure them far enough that reinforcements couldn't arrive in time, and then annihilate the enemy. Once he had drawn the orcs to a safe distance, Dale halted. Then he froze, sensing that something was wrong ahead. The pursuing orcs also suddenly stopped, as if they too had detected another threat. From the shadows, a mysterious rider emerged. Not an orc, but a human mounted on horseback. The cloaked stranger raised his hand. A swirl of blazing fire began to gather in his palm. Sepia was the first to recognize the deadly danger. She turned, her face filled with horror. She shouted a warning for Dale to be careful. Dale stood frozen, unable to believe what was unfolding. Wasting no time, Sepia immediately cast a spell, a wave of cold enveloping her and the horse. She stomped her staff into the ground. A massive ice wall sprang up instantly, blocking their retreat and the enemy's advance. But the fire rider paid it no mind. He simply raised his hand toward the ice wall, preparing to unleash his magic. With a cocky sneer, he concentrated all his energy into the attack. A gigantic fireball was hurled, streaking toward the ice wall with terrifying heat. The fireball slammed into the ice wall, producing a horrific screech as the two magics collided. But the heat was overwhelming. The ice wall began to melt and crack before shattering into fragments. The ice wall collapsed. The savage flames engulfed a fleeing rider. His screams echoed and then died away. All that remained was a charred black silhouette, which then disintegrated into the air. The fire was truly monstrous. Dale was stunned. This magic incinerated everything, leaving not even a bone. He began to suspect the enemy's identity. Immediately, Dale ordered the formation to scatter to avoid being wiped out at once. He shouted that the attackers were the Purge Knights of the Magic Tower, the notorious Fire Mages. The Purge Knights were battle mages raised for a single purpose: to burn the enemies of the Empire and the Red Magic Tower. Sepia said tense that a Red Tower mage showing up here was unusual. Dale admitted bitterly that they were targeting him. Sepia immediately ordered the soldiers not to stop and not to bunch up. Dale spurred his horse, leading the team forward, trying to get out of the mage's attack range. He gritted his teeth. This was the worst-case scenario he could imagine. Facing these overwhelmingly powerful fire mages head-on was tantamount to suicide. But if they dispersed too much, the orc riders chasing them would pick them off one by one. They were trapped in a dire dilemma. In a desperate moment, Dale considered one last option. He had to use that power, the power he had always tried to hide. "Dismount, Dale!" Sepia's voice suddenly rang out, pulling him from his thoughts. She looked at him with a determined gaze, as if she'd made up her mind. Sepia said to let her fulfill her duty as a teacher. She would stay behind to buy time for him and the others. Dale was silent for a moment, then his eyes hardened. He had made up his own mind. Instead of fleeing, Dale leaped from his horse and landed decisively. He would not abandon his teacher. He turned to face the soldiers, and ordered the rest of the cavalry to continue the mission. He assigned Charlotte, instructing her to go inform her father of the situation. But Charlotte hesitated. Charlotte stammered that her duty was to protect him. Dale spoke sternly, emphasizing that this was the Lord's command. Dale told her not to worry about him. Once mounted, she must never stop. Charlotte swallowed her tears and silently accepted. Seeing she understood, Dale gave a relieved smile and said, "All right." Charlotte and the remaining knights immediately wheeled their horses and galloped away, leaving Dale and Sepia to face the enemy. Dale exhaled. He turned to Sepia and said that now there was no longer any way for them to run. Sepia asked if he planned to flee. Dale smiled and answered decisively, no. He affirmed he would never abandon his teacher. The two stood side by side, ready to face the roaring host of fire mages advancing, their eyes blazing red in the darkness. Dale sighed long and low, whispering to Sepia that now there was nowhere for them to run. He turned to her with a mischievous look, pretending not to understand her meaning, but Sepia replied curtly with a single word, no. Hearing that, Sepia smiled faintly, her tone suggestive, and asked how she could possibly abandon her pupil. She reached out, and a stream of icy blue mana began to gather. Mana surged fiercely from Sepia's hand. She thanked Dale for trusting her. At that moment, the ground trembled. The orc raiders riding wolves had arrived. Without a moment's hesitation, Sepia aimed the icy orb of energy at the snarling horde charging toward them. She began to chant, and glittering ice crystals formed in the palm of her hand. With a single command, "Freeze everything!" a gigantic wave of ice swept across the battlefield. In an instant, the entire orc cavalry and their war wolves were frozen solid. Seeing that scene, the two Red Tower mages watching from afar couldn't hide their anger. They hadn't expected her to freeze such a wide area. Sepia spoke coldly, asserting her identity as an elder of the Blue Tower, a Sixth Circle mage, and warned that if they wanted trouble, they should be prepared for this. She challenged their target, questioning why the Red Magic Tower was cooperating with savages. But all she received in return was silence. Suddenly, one of the Pergiers spoke up with contempt, declaring that in their eyes the two were nothing more than targets to be burned away. With that, the two Red Tower mages simultaneously launched a massive fireball, shouting, "Offer your end to the Red." Facing the devastating attack, Sepia remained calm. Her ice magic collided head-on with the fireball. The opposing energies exploded, creating a terrible impact. Thanks to Sepia holding the enemy mages in check, the tide of battle shifted. Dale seized the moment and shouted orders to the Saxon knights that the enemy's strike had been nullified. He pointed ahead, urging them to raise their lances and advance. With the final command, "All troops charge!" the Saxon cavalry surged forward like a storm. The remaining orcs were quickly cut down under their furious assault. A chaotic battle erupted. The Saxon knights fought bravely, utterly overwhelming the enemy remnants. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Duke Jackson was speaking with a group of young mages. He warned that what they were about to face was no simple fight. He continued in a grave tone that what awaited them was an abyss of battle, where the stench of blood mingled with chaos, fear, and despair. He advised the young mages not to be obsessed with victory or defeat, but to let the chaos and death temper them. Duke Jackson went on, telling them to carry their fear but never submit to it. Every death they witnessed today would be the price to forge them for tomorrow. Then he sternly ordered the mages called Saxon to advance, to etch the deaths of this day into their eyes, and turn them into the power that will change the future. After the speech, the Duke called the name of the woman standing beside him. She immediately replied, addressing him as Tower Master. He commanded Eris that the time had come to bring the children to the crossroads. She complied respectfully. Just then, a mounted knight arrived in a panic, shouting the name of Duke Saxon. It was Dame Charlotte. She panted, her face full of worry. She reported that the young master was in danger, then immediately spun and shouted. At Charlotte's command, the entire Night Crow cavalry surged forward. Seeing the cavalry charging, one of the Pergiers instantly prepared a giant fireball to block their path. Dale realized the attack was too strong and shouted that they wouldn't be able to get through. But Sepia was ready to act. She immediately raised a massive wall of ice, completely stopping the fireball and shielding the cavalry. Dale looked at the wall, thinking that although it blocked the cavalry, it was better than letting them suffer casualties. He decided it was time to return the favor. Dale planned to use shards from the ice barrier to create countless ice spikes to strike back at the enemy. Thousands of ice fragments shot into the air, turning into a rain of sharp spikes aimed straight at the Red Tower maid. However, the ice spikes were intercepted by a curtain of flame from the enemy and melted away. Dale clicked his tongue in annoyance when he saw his attack had no effect. He realized that the fiery armor wasn't merely defensive. Its power had allowed them to withstand Sepia's earlier strike. At the same time, the Night Crow cavalry reached the enemy, declaring that their fire would end here. But one Pergier easily produced a blast of fire, sending the entire cavalry flying. The cavalry was completely overwhelmed and could not reach the Red Tower mages. Seeing the cavalry neutralized, the Pergiers shifted their focus to the primary target, Lady Sepia. Seeing Dale preparing to rush forward, Sepia hurriedly held him back. A wave of dark energy began to emanate from him, but Sepia couldn't stop him. Dale broke free of her grasp, unleashed the dark power, and charged straight at a Pergier. The mage collapsed under the sudden attack. Dale stood over the defeated man and coldly demanded his true purpose. The Red Tower mage only curled his lip and asked back why they were targeting him. He didn't answer Dale's question. Instead, he uttered a terrifying prophecy that soon everything in the world would be submerged in a sea of fire. He laughed maniacally, shouting that in that burning world, they would rise from the ashes. His body began to emit tremendous heat. Dale froze. He began to understand something. The mage's entire body was engulfed in flames. Dale finally realized the armor's true purpose wasn't protection. It was a self-destruct device that would burn its wearer alive. Sepia called Dale's name in desperation. He turned and shouted at her to run, but the Pergier only grinned savagely, declaring it was already too late. Just before the explosion, Sepia shoved Dale away. He screamed farewell. Then his body detonated. A horrific magical blast leveled a vast area. The ground shook and flames spread everywhere. The force of the blast was devastating. When the dust settled, the battlefield was a blazing ruin. Dale struggled to sit up. Beside him, Sepia lay motionless. He hurriedly checked on her. Fortunately, a thin layer of ice armor still wrapped Sepia's body. She was safe. Dale recalled that just before the blast he had received her ice armor, which saved him from a fatal wound. But because she tried to protect him, Sepia had taken the full force of the explosion. Worse, Dale looked around and realized that even the Night Crow Knights had been caught in the blast. They were all down. The remaining Pergier saw Dale still alive. He cheered with glee, declaring the young master would be his. But as he rushed to attack, a deadly light flashed in Dale's eyes. He roared, "Die!" Dale easily dodged his opponent's strike, and in an instant, with his sword wrapped in dark energy, Dale severed the mage's arms. He gave the man no chance, his gaze blazing with hatred. A burst of darkness hurled the last Pergier away, finishing him off. Dale stood up and coldly declared, "That's two." Rage erupted within him. Dale told himself he had endured and waited for this moment, never forgetting the days of torture and re-education, not a single day of rest. His eyes flared with hatred, warning the remaining foes they would not escape. He vowed to repay the pain he had suffered many times over. The battlefield lay in ruins, strewn with corpses and raging flames. The beautiful Sepia was badly wounded, lying motionless amid the rubble, looking truly pitiful. Sepia forced herself up in pain, stunned as she took in the scene around her. She could hardly believe the once proud Saxon knights were now soulless corpses. Dale Jackson had become the Wraith, fighting frantically against the Purifiers. He swung his sword decisively, determined to make them pay for their cruelty. Shrouded in a purple-black aura, the young man Dale charged forward and cut down another enemy. He was nothing short of a true harbinger of death, spreading terror among his foes. The Purifiers' leader curled his lips in a sly, hateful smile. He seemed to be plotting something terrible to turn the tide of battle. A terrifying explosion erupted, smoke and fire billowing everywhere. The mad mages were attempting a suicide move to drag Dale down to hell with them. Amid the ashes, the silhouette of a dark steed emerged, looking extremely cool. The bleak scene pressed down on anyone who witnessed it. Sepia froze as she saw the Saxon knights she had tried to protect collapse in the sea of flames. She was in agony, but could do nothing but stand and watch. The Purifiers laughed uproariously, mocking the noble's honor. They regarded death as the ultimate glory and seemed utterly fearless. But life is twisted like a dream when a sword suddenly plunged through an enemy's back. Dale Jackson counterattacked just in time while they were lost in their frenzy. Dale began activating his Wraith transformation. A pitch-black aura surged outward. He became a merciless shadow, roaming the battlefield to harvest lives. Seeing their suicide tactic fail, the Purifiers decided to swarm Dale. They wanted to overwhelm the young man with numbers at any cost. Dale Jackson appeared exhausted after repeatedly using Wraith's extreme power. He collapsed, breathing heavily amid the wreckage, looking pretty done for. But the villains wouldn't relent. They kept pressing their attack on Dale's position. The youth was forced to raise his sword again to defend himself. He unleashed a razor-sharp stroke, flinging back those charging at him as if they weren't there. Despite his fatigue, Dale's eyes remained razor-sharp and terrifying. Dale was bearing excruciating pain as he shouldered the dark power. He struggled to stay upright, refusing to be broken by the fanatics. The Purifiers' leader stared in shock, unable to believe Dale still had the strength to resist. He began to feel uneasy seeing how stubborn the young man was. A burst of black energy erupted violently from Dale Jackson's sword. He struck back fiercely, terrifying his enemies with his wrath. The Purifiers screamed in agony as Dale's power swallowed them whole. His dark aura was gradually overwhelming everything around. Another massive explosion rang out, wiping every trace of life from the battlefield. The scene was now little more than a bleak heap of ash and ruin. The Purifiers' leader sneered, calling the whole affair ridiculous. He remained arrogant despite his comrades being wiped out en masse. He taunted Dale as the embodiment of burning hatred. Clearly, he was trying to provoke Dale into losing his composure. The man declared that Dale Jackson had miserably failed in his duty to protect the Knights. Looking at the wreckage, his words sounded somewhat convincing. He laughed with glee, daring Dale, saying he would never be able to kill him. The man's overconfidence was infuriatingly arrogant. He pointed to the pile of corpses and asked Dale if this was truly a victory. The remark sparked the madness about to erupt from the loyal henchmen behind him. The Purifiers howled like lunatics, declaring that even if the dark magic tower ordered death, they would not fear so-called death. They were willing to sacrifice their bodies to serve that insane ideal. One of them lunged forward, preparing to trigger a final suicide blast aimed at Dale. Dale Jackson stood frozen, stunned by the enemy's blind recklessness. He hadn't imagined they could so casually throw away their lives. The man shouted a slogan of loyalty to the Empire while channeling fire magic into himself. A horrific explosion was about to detonate on this battlefield. A staggering blast erupted right before Dale. The terrible shockwave hurled everything aside, just swallowing the boy's small form. But as the smoke cleared, Dale Jackson reappeared with a stunned expression. It seemed some overwhelmingly powerful force had intervened in the explosion. The Purifiers' leader also stood dumbfounded, not understanding what had happened. He should have died, yet there he was, oddly unharmed and standing intact. Behind them, a tall figure and a warhorse emerged from the darkness. Their presence radiated authority and dominated the area. It was Duke Noir, Dale Jackson's father. He appeared with solemn dignity, the air around him freezing under the oppressive killing intent of a sovereign. Duke Noir coldly asked if any of them were truly willing to die. The question sent a chill through the fanatics. He said the greatest courage wasn't the willingness to die, but the will to survive. His philosophy was brutally harsh. The Purifiers flew into rage, accusing him of nonsense and charging to attack. They wanted to prove that dying for an ideal was the highest honor. Another explosion erupted, this time from Duke Noir's dark magic. He wasn't going to let them die so easily. The Purifiers' leader realized in horror that his suicide plan had failed again. He began to sense that something was seriously wrong. Duke Noir advanced, his figure looming over the enemies. He coldly asked if they still hadn't recognized the bitter truth they faced. He bluntly declared that he would not permit them to die. To him, death was a privilege these traitors did not deserve. He said the path to death did not exist here for them. A grotesque purple mana began to gather in his hand. Duke Noir formally cast the forbidden spell, Curse, Loathsome Fusion. A terrifying curse was about to descend on the hapless Purifiers standing there. The leader's body began to warp, melting like hot wax under the curse's effect. He screamed in unbearable pain and sheer terror. A pitch-black energy enveloped them all, twisting and howling. Duke Noir watched with an emotionless, chilling gaze. To him, forcing them to live on in that humiliating state was 100 times more painful than releasing them with a merciful death. A massive, deformed mass of flesh appeared, fused from the bodies of all the Purifiers. Faces and limbs writhed in grotesque agony. Duke Noir couldn't care less why they had betrayed him or sided with the orcs. Those who throw away their lives had no right to moral debate. He condemned them to live forever in that monstrous form. It was a steep price for traitors, existence worse than death by his design. Cut to Dale Jackson's side, he was keeping watch over Saxon. The red-haired knight was dying, whispering his last words to the young lord. The red-haired Saxon knight weakly begged Dale Jackson to let them continue the Night Crow Order's mission, even if they fell on the battlefield. Dale listened silently to the final testament, his eyes showing deep sorrow for the sacrifice of his steadfast comrade at his side. He vowed that the Saxon family and he himself would never forget this brave knight's devotion for as long as they lived. The knight's hand fell limp. He had finally breathed his last on the cold, ravaged battlefield after a brutal fight. Dale Jackson stood motionless before his comrade's body. Duke Noir stepped forward from behind, witnessing the sorrow and torment of his son. Duke Noir observed that there had been too many casualties in this battle. Dale bowed his head in acceptance of blame, offering no excuses for his mistakes. He asked whether Dale was tormenting himself as a commander. Dale admitted he had led the Saxon cavalry down a path of death. Duke Noir's gaze remained cold and unfeeling. Dale wished he had ordered their withdrawal earlier to avoid such a tragic outcome. Seeing his son so racked with guilt, he told him not to be too hard on himself. In war, sacrifice is often unavoidable no matter how skilled the commander. He asked if Dale and Sepia truly thought they could single-handedly take on hundreds of orc knights and the lunatic purifiers out there. Duke Noir gave a faint smile, encouraging him that he had done all he could. His presence always imposed tremendous pressure on those before him. Dale Jackson remained silent with his head bowed, his heart heavy with grief. He knew he still had a long way to go to become strong enough to meet expectations. Suddenly, a pitch-black aura emanated from Dale, enveloping the red-haired Saxon knight's body that had just fallen forever on the field. The knight's eyes flared bright. Dale decided to accept the final wish, allowing them to continue fighting beside him in wraith form. He honored the Saxon cavalry's request, permitting them to carry on their sacred duty even after their mortal bodies had decayed. Night fell across the Empire. Meanwhile, far away, new dark plots were being kindled by the enemy. The scene shifted to the Red Magic Tower, grand and resplendent under the moon. This was the stronghold of those behind the brutal attack. In Marquis Eurus's bedchamber, he enjoyed an intimate moment with a beautiful but shamelessly flirtatious noblewoman. She looked at Marquis Eurus with adoration and asked if he was dreaming a beautiful dream. His handsome, debonair appearance was striking. She gushed that it felt like a dream to be alone with the most handsome man in the Empire. Eurus merely shrugged and told her she exaggerated. Marquis Eurus sipped red wine with aristocratic poise. No one suspected that beneath that veneer lurked a ruthless demon. The noblewoman continued to praise his irresistible charm. Eurus smirked and told her to discover his hidden secret for herself. He suddenly pulled her close and pressed a passionate kiss on her. What seemed like a romantic moment turned far more horrifying. The noblewoman's eyes rolled back as blood began to seep from the corner of her mouth. Eurus's kiss contained a dark poison that left her body numb. Blood dripped onto the cold floor, the air suddenly stifling. Marquis Eurus revealed himself, showing his cruel and perverse nature. The noblewoman recoiled as her mouth filled with the metallic taste of blood. She trembled, eyes wide with terror as she realized something was terribly wrong. Blood began to trickle from her lips. The noblewoman couldn't believe her eyes. The horrifying truth left her stunned and utterly powerless to resist. Marquis Eurus coldly lifted her chin and asked sarcastically whether the drink suited her palate. A cruel, perverse predator had been exposed. The northern border sky lay silent, yet it was the prelude to a bloody battle. Columns of smoke rose in the distance, signaling the approaching enemy. The orc warboss let out a thunderous roar, his eyes bloodshot and full of killing intent. The arrival of this leader made the battlefield's air even more oppressive and tense. The berserk orcs charged in, swinging axes and slaughtering without mercy. The knights strained to hold their ground against the monster's terrifying strength and overwhelming numbers. Sir Vale gritted his teeth, using every ounce of strength to stop the orc's crushing axe blow. He struggled to manage the tightening enemy encirclement. Facing the towering orc warboss, Sir Vale silently judged him the pack's leader. Even though the cavalry had slain nearly all the orcs, this one still fought ferociously. At that moment, Dale Jackson suddenly appeared from behind and ordered Sir Vale to fall back. The young knight froze at the little lord's unexpected confidence. Dale stepped forward surrounded by a dense black mana, his summoned cavalry spirits trailing behind. His gaze was cold, ready to let the orcs taste the power of the Dark Prince. A massive impact sent tremors through the field, dust roaring up everywhere. The Dark Rider's strike cracked the ground and flung the surrounding monsters aside. A night spirit swung its sword and sliced clean through an orc, giving him no chance to fight back. The speed and force of this magic were on another level. Watching the shadows flicker in and out, Sir Vale stood stunned, unable to believe his eyes. He wondered what kind of dark, overpowering magic this truly was. Horrified, the knight realized Dale could command the dead as deftly as a true sorcerer. The young lord's swordsmanship had also advanced at a terrifying pace. Each slash from the shadowy souls carried a bone-chilling lethality, sowing terror among the enemy. The orc horde began to collapse under the relentless, brutal assault. The orc warboss froze as his comrades were wiped out in an instant. His eyes fixed on Dale with hateful fury, the one who had ruined his conquest. The leader went berserk, roaring as he lunged forward to devour the boy before him. A heavy pressure radiated from his massive frame, shaking the whole forest. Sir Vale shouted for everyone to retreat quickly, They couldn't hold much longer. Meanwhile, Dale stood unmoving, calmly watching the enraged monster. Despite Surveil's warnings about the danger, Dale casually told him to stay calm. He had no intention of retreating and was secretly preparing a decisive move. Dale began to marshal his mana, timing and measuring power for the finishing blow. He felt his current strength still wasn't enough to crush the stubborn beast. He told himself he had to become more ruthless and terrifying to win. At that moment, a pair of pale hands appeared from nowhere and gently touched his shoulder from behind. A wraith entity in the form of a horned girl manifested and embraced Dale intimately. She smiled wickedly and whispered an offer to help him attain ultimate power. Dale frowned, thinking it wasn't yet time for the entity to act. Borrowing her power in front of so many was extremely risky and could easily expose his secret. The horned girl didn't relent. She slithered to Dale's ear and said she loved this world. The wraith's presence turned the surrounding atmosphere somber. She looked at Dale with sharp eyes and promised she'd never do anything to make him hate her. Behind that vow, however, lurked a cunning, devilish scheme. The wraith entity circled, tempting Dale to indulge freely in this new power. A surge of purple-black mana erupted, swallowing all the light on the battlefield. Dale Jackson faced the orc warboss, radiating intense magic. The monster roared and readied its giant axe to send the youth to the afterlife. Unflinching, Dale began the Shadow Lurker technique, preparing to summon the darkness. He remained extremely calm, waiting for the moment to trap the raging giant. The orc warboss roared and swung his axe to cleave Dale's head. But the young man showed no fear, calmly standing there as the beast went mad from being shredded by him. Dale Jackson activated the brutal Shadow Lurker skill, summoning dark arms from the ground. They seized the giant orc, leaving the warboss utterly unable to comprehend what was happening. The violent impact made the orc warboss's eyes bulge in terror. The youth struck with ruthless finality, giving his opponent no chance to resist or escape. The orc leader was killed by Dale, blood spraying everywhere. This victory completely crushed the invasion hopes of the fierce, brutal northern horde. The entire cavalry erupted in thunderous cheers as their young lord felled the alpha beast. Everyone looked at Dale with admiration edged by a shiver at that terrifying power. Dale Jackson let out a breath after the tense battle. He was truly the Dark Prince of the North. From now on, that name would become a terror to any enemy who dared come near. The scene shifted to the majestic Noir Magic Tower, keeper of the Empire's darkest secrets. This was Dale's family's stronghold, where intense political intrigue simmered beneath the surface. Duke Noir was discussing the Purifier's investigation results with his female secretary. Despite 3 days and nights of torture, the assassin still refused to utter a single word about the mastermind behind it. Duke Noir sighed. Most of the Purifier's brain functions had been wiped clean by magic. They were truly fanatics, prepared thoroughly to avoid revealing any classified information. The Duke concluded there must be a mole who leaked Dale's exact itinerary to the enemy. Otherwise, how could the Purifiers have ambushed him so easily? The secretary asked if the Duke suspected anyone within the magic tower. The room fell suddenly silent, tension wrapping around them both. The one-eyed glasses secretary looked extremely serious when mentioning the truth about the monsters. It seemed a powerful reactionary force was quietly active within the tower. Duke Noir suspected that hardline elders were secretly colluding with the Red Tower. He referenced the Black-Red Enforcement Unit, a covert organization from the Empire's glorious past. The specter of the Black-Red Unit served as a reminder of illicit cooperation between the two towers. That organization had been formed clandestinely to conduct forbidden dark magic research. After the war, the unit was disbanded, but remnants remained hidden. Some magic-obsessed fanatics had turned their backs on the Duke and joined the Red Tower. Duke Noir declared thoughtfully that a purging wind would blow through the tower once more. He would show no mercy to anyone who threatened his son's safety. The mansion appeared strangely beautiful under the sunset, yet beneath it lay a hidden workshop where the darkest, most sinister magical experiments were carried out. Dale Jackson and his father stood before the coffins of the knights who had died protecting him. Silence reigned, broken only by the crackle of magical flames, filling the space with sorrow. Dale stared at the body of his loyal rider, his heart heavy with grief and hatred. He silently vowed he would not let their sacrifice be meaningless or forgot. These knights had trusted and followed Dale until their last breath. Watching his protectors fall left a deep scar on his soul. As their lord, Dale Jackson felt obligated to fulfill the dying wishes of the dead. He decided to use his family's magic to honor their sacrifice. Dale looked Duke Noir in the eye and asked his father to teach him how to perform the death order. He wanted the power to command death to protect what mattered most to him. The Duke recalled the image of Dale heroic on horseback, hailed by the people as the Dark Prince. He wondered whether his son could ever escape the family's shadow. He privately thought that when Dale matured and stood atop the tower, the boy would surpass him, seizing the Empire's supreme power. Noir affirmed that the Army of Darkness would one day belong solely to Dale. Hearing that, the young man froze, then stared at his father with eyes that had suddenly grown razor-sharp. Dale Jackson immediately grasped the intent behind his father's veiled words. The young man felt an invisible weight of pressure pressing down on the entire room. Dale resolved to personally surpass the one who stood at the summit of the Noir Magic Tower. He called out, "Father," with heavy intent, preparing for a reckless decision. The brave youth issued a formal challenge to his own father and mentor. Duke Noir only smiled enigmatically at his son's arrogance. Duke Noir casually asked what the terms of the duel would be. Thick black mana began to well up around Dale, signaling an intense confrontation. Dale Jackson truly wanted to see the ultimate realm his father always spoke of. His eyes were full of curiosity and a hunger to conquer the pinnacle of magic. Dale demanded that his father use his full power to fight him properly. Duke Noir nodded in agreement, and the air turned icy and lethal. The Duke told his son to come at him with everything he had. The two stood face to face, ready for the greatest magical duel to date. Dale Jackson shouted the command to summon the Saxon Dark Riders. Two valiant warrior spirits appeared, carrying a terrifying deathly aura around them. The riders charged in a relentless assault that even surprised Duke Noir. He noted that Dale's summoning incantation was remarkably clean and highly skilled. Despite facing razor-sharp blades, the Duke maintained an unnervingly composed demeanor. Dale's magic was strong, but it still seemed insufficient to trouble him. Dale confidently declared that if they attacked in coordinated strikes, his father wouldn't be able to dodge. He focused all his will on driving the spirits to fight wildly. A dazzling coordinated assault unfolded between Dale and the Dark Riders. Swords tore through the air, aiming straight for openings in Duke Noir's defenses. However, the Duke stood firm like a mountain against his son's powerful blows. The shadows swept past his body but couldn't touch him even slightly. Dale Jackson began to feel tense as his riders suddenly faltered. Something unusual was happening to the stream of magic he used to control them. The Dark Riders abruptly froze, leaving Dale aghast. Duke Noir merely stood and watched, as if he had already interfered with his son's magic. The Duke explained the unspoken rules of a duel between dark mages. He began to display the true caliber of a supreme master of magic. He warned that losing control of dark creatures was the deadliest mistake a mage could make. Dale's riders all knelt at the terrifying aura of their lord. Dale Jackson broke into a cold sweat as he realized he had been completely dominated psychologically by his father. The young man now faced the risk of a bitter defeat at the outset. A memory flashed, reminding Dale that darkness always flows to the deepest place. He understood what he needed to do to regain control of this tense duel. Dale Jackson's gaze went icy. He decided to try one last gamble. If that's the case, he thought, preparing to activate a new kind of power. Dale focused his entire mind as he had before to break through his limits. Snowflakes began to fall, marking a shift in the flow of dark magic. The Dark Riders suddenly moved again, prompting an astonished exclamation from Duke Noir. Dale's persistence and genius had allowed him to reclaim command. A perfect slash tore through the space, aimed straight at Duke Noir's neck. The strike's speed was so great no one could track its trajectory. Dust filled the workshop after the magical blast, completely obscuring visibility. Dale Jackson stood panting, anxiously unsure whether the attack had succeeded. The youth trembled as he called for his father upon seeing the horrific sight. Even with his head severed, Duke Noir calmly offered praise, making the moment deeply haunting. Duke Noir's head rolled on the ground while still serenely praising Dale for regaining control of the spirits. The young man stood frozen in shock. A purple smoke rose and set Duke Noir's head back onto his neck, as if there had been no parting at all. He declared bluntly that he did not permit death. Dale Jackson stared in astonishment, wondering if his father could manipulate reality itself. The Duke explained that magic is the power to turn imagination into vivid reality. At the pinnacle of magic, one can bend the laws of this world to their will. Dale suddenly understood why the purifiers had been treated so brutally. Dale Jackson could only offer a bitter laugh at the vast power gap between father and son. He realized that from the start, this was a duel he could never win. Sometime after successfully stopping the demon's great migration, a royal envoy personally came to commend the Jackson household. Standing before Duke Noir, the envoy relayed the Emperor's satisfaction with the family's loyalty. The Duke listened in silence, his gaze unmoved. Dale stood beside his father, listening to the praise for his nickname, the Black Prince. The border victories had clearly reached the ears of those in power. The envoy continued reading the imperial decree, mentioning efforts to promote exchanges between the Black Tower and the Red Tower. At that point, the room's atmosphere suddenly chilled. And the main purpose was revealed, an invitation for the Jackson heir to study at the Red Tower Academy in the capital. Dale Jackson showed a flicker of surprise. After the envoy left, Duke Noir immediately objected. He argued that sending Dale to the capital now would be like handing his son over as a hostage, far too risky. He looked his son straight in the eye and asked if he really wanted to walk into that deadly trap. The boy's expression remained unnaturally calm. Duke Noir reminded him that Marquis Eurus's son was currently at the Black Tower as part of the exchange, a political chess game in which both sides held each other's pieces. Dale reasoned that since his family held Marquis Eurus's man, the other side wouldn't dare act rashly. He wanted to take advantage of that. Duke Noir ground his teeth, his eyes razor-sharp as if to remind his son of the real danger. Had he already forgotten the Purifier group's attack? The image of Marquis Eurus grinning arrogantly flashed in Dale's mind, a madman behind the prior attack plots. The Duke rose, arguing that anyone who dared touch his heir in the capital would suffer catastrophic consequences even a lunatic would understand. This man, called the Blood Duke, didn't have the title for show. He asserted that from the Empire's perspective, the person they feared most wasn't Dale but him, his father. Duke Noir radiated a terrifying pressure with his words alone. Dale replied sharply. He argued that if Red Tower truly wanted him dead, they wouldn't have stopped at 12 assassins. Clearly, they were plotting something bigger. He insisted Marquis Eurus was only testing the limits of the Jacksons' power. A sly, mysterious smile crossed the enemy's face in his mind. Duke Noir stared at his son, silent for a long moment in the face of such mature arguments. The boy was only 11, yet his thinking was as sharp as a seasoned politician's. He asked whether Dale had any other motives for insisting on going to the capital. Dale lowered his head, hiding a calculating look in his eyes. He stated he wanted to see the Empire's true strength with his own eyes, and since the Red Tower had challenged them first, responding was only natural. Dale clenched his fist, showing his resolve. Duke Noir looked away, displeased but unable to deny his son's firmness, a child who would never sit still. He sighed helplessly, admitting he would never fully understand this child's mind, a gap of age and spirit he couldn't bridge. He conceded that Dale was right. Perhaps, as a father, he'd been too worried to make the cold judgments a Jackson leader should. Finally, the Duke agreed, but not without a warning. Once in the capital, Dale would be nothing more than a child in the enemy's eyes. He would face contempt and traps from every direction. Dale offered a confident half-smile. He understood that better than anyone, the label child would be the perfect camouflage for the monster inside. He placed a hand on his chest, promising to remember his father's warning. This trip was not just for himself, but for the honor of the Jackson family, a radiant yet enigmatic smile. Night fell over the imperial capital, the pale moon washing solemn, shadowed architecture in its glow. The silence was terrifying. In a lavish manner, Marquis Eurus raised a glass of blood-dark red wine and smiled with eager anticipation. He knew the most important guest was about to arrive. He perched on a velvet chair, murmuring about the curiosity of youth, a man with flaming red hair and the mad eyes of someone playing a life-and-death game. Opposite him sat a gray woman statue named Elizabeth. Eurus spoke to the lifeless figure as if it had a soul, scolding it for allowing itself to rot by refusing to think, a grotesque scene. He stepped closer, kissed the statue's stone hand, and praised the blood that once flowed there. His worship of death sent a chill down the spine. Eurus stared into the void and declared death a privilege, like a flower blooming brilliantly and then wilting into perfect decay, the aesthetic philosophy of a psychopath. He lifted his glass and compared immortality without death to an empty, meaningless life, his eyes flashing with bloodlust. Suddenly his hand clenched and the glass shattered. Shards cut his palm, blood mixing with wine. He paid no heed to the physical pain. Turning his back to the window, He muttered about weeds that could never bloom, a deep contempt for the weak. Eurus's face lit with extreme excitement. He awaited Dale Jackson, the Empire's greatest genius, to fill the void in his perverse soul. Welcome to the tiger's den. On the road into the capital, the Jackson carriage rolled beneath lush green canopies. The pounding of hooves marked the start of a new journey. Inside the carriage, Dale sat facing Iron and Sir Yans. The air was oppressively silent, only the clatter of wheels on stone breaking the quiet. Tension showed on every face. Sir Yans sweated nervously, glancing at Dale from time to time. Since the battle, people's perception of him had changed completely, respect now tinged with fear. Dale privately regretted revealing his dark side too soon. The brutality he'd shown made even his most loyal companions awkward in conversation, the isolation of one who holds dark power. He looked at Iron, who had kept her head bowed since they left. Dale knew his actions couldn't be wiped away with a few apologies or clumsy excuses. The rift would take time to heal. Iron's sadness was plain, her distant gaze lacking the brightness of an elven noblewoman. The memory of a cold-blooded Dale Jackson on the battlefield still haunted her. At last, the Royal Academy, a massive Gothic castle, rose before them. The gate stood wide as if welcoming or ready to swallow the border air. The chess match had officially begun. The carriage came to a halt before the Academy's great gate, 2 guards standing at attention to receive the important guest. Dale stepped down from the carriage, officially setting foot on enemy soil. Sir Yans and Iron followed close behind. A voice rang out welcoming the Jackson heir who had traveled far to arrive. Before them stood the austere Royal Academy, subordinate to the Red Magic Tower, the lair of those who had attacked his family. A figure with blazing red hair waited there. Dale immediately recognized who stood before him. Marquis Eurus bowed politely, though his smile was utterly fake. He said it was an honor to meet him again. Dale returned the formal courtesy, thanking the Red Tower Master for the invitation. Eurus began a song of praise for his deeds during the Demon's Great Migration. He lauded Dale not only as a scholar, but as a courageous warrior on the battlefield, lavish praise echoing throughout the Academy. Dale silently watched him, his eyes deep and unreadable as he studied every small movement of his opponent. Seeing that smile, Dale remembered the Night Raven Knights who had fallen. The man who colluded with demons to burn them stood right before him. He clenched his fist beneath his cloak, forcing back the surge of anger ready to erupt. He reminded himself to be patient for the greater good. Eurus went on at length, saying storytellers were spreading astonishing tales about the Black Prince. Dale cut him off coldly, saying rumors are always exaggerated, and he refused to listen to any more hollow flattery. Eurus sneered, claiming that everyone expected great things from someone hailed as the Empire's greatest talent like Dale, and he gestured for him to enter. Dale walked on, leaving Marquis Eurus's calculating gaze behind. The tension between them felt like a bowstring about to snap. The two enemies stood side by side, but their minds were worlds apart. One wore a mocking, artificial smile, the other coldly restrained. Dale paused and performed the formal salute before the court officials, every movement precise and proper. The officials nodded approvingly at the Northern heir's noble bearing, praising him as a well-bred child. But out of sight of others, Dale ground his teeth with hatred. Murderous intent raged inside, but he would not let it show. He told himself to wait for the right moment. For the safety of the Jackson family, he must keep playing the obedient child. Watching Eurus's retreating back, Dale vowed. On the board Eurus had set, he would be the one to make him kneel and beg for mercy. Eurus watched Dale go and noticed the burning, murderous look in his eyes. He found it immensely entertaining. The game at the Academy had truly begun.